This former soldier gained a very strange power, but in the end, it's absurdly powerful. When the apocalypse with giant orcs and flying human-devouring butterflies arrived, most humans awaken powers. There are guys who know how to pilot things. In this guy's case, he became the Tony Hawks of bicycles. The poor bastard's power is literally doing wheelies on a bike and driving trucks at high speed. There are also those who didn't awaken anything. The classic unlucky guy in life, right? But our protagonist unlocks something completely broken. He can literally store an entire building inside his dimensional inventory. Since he worked at a delivery company with super intelligent robots, that's what he stored in his inventory. The thing is that everything inside became infinite. He has food of every kind. There is everything from camping equipment to military uniforms. And on top of that, he can make deliveries. Deliveries like throwing an axe at 60 kilometers per hour at monsters or even a giant refrigerator at 100 kilometers per hour. That's kind of broken, isn't it? I think I'm thirsty. Bang! Donuts and Coke Zero coming directly out of his ass. The guy is strong enough to ride a bicycle while throwing axes in every direction. Just spam the special button and that's it. And I've only told a tiny bit of what happens in the story. The guy is going to become way more broken. So I'm going back to the beginning so you don't miss anything about our giant refrigerator thrower and his bicycle Tony Hawk partner. What's your problem, Grinch? Picture starting your day at a boring factory. You're surrounded by robots, then one sudden alert changes everything. In an instant, you're thrown into a wild world where giant orcs are after you, wyverns too, and hellhounds. Along the way, you also run into people who need help, even a guy riding a bike in the strangest way possible. And little by little, you unlock powers that may be your only shot at staying alive, all while searching for your missing family. And somehow, the weirdest ride becomes the key to surviving the apocalypse. But before we jump in, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. It really helps us keep making more videos like this. Already subscribed? Alright, let's get into it. The main character of this manhwa is about as ordinary as it gets. He works at a logistics center just to pay the bills. Meet Kim Jong-gam, and he really doesn't like this job for good reason. When he tries chatting with the robot next to him, it ignores him and keeps working. That's exactly what he hates here. The whole center is packed with AI robots doing most of the work. Kim Jong-gam's job is to monitor the system, but there's nobody to talk to. That gets to him. He misses real people and sometimes wonders if he chose the wrong place. It all started 2 months earlier, right after he got out of the military, and his luck went downhill fast. First, his parents moved to Oyangbo. As a gift, they covered the deposit and 6 months of rent for his tiny apartment, so he ended up living alone near his old school. Even with that help and some government support, he took his time looking for work, hoping to find something good, but it didn't work out. He kept getting rejected before anyone gave him a real chance. After a month, the boredom was driving him crazy. One day, while complaining to his sister about being unemployed, she roasted him for it. Then she mentioned delivery companies were hiring operators to work with AI robots, and that caught his attention. That's how he ended up in this dead, empty place with no one to talk to. Then someone finally calls out to him, a grumpy-looking worker who seems like the type to be the manager. Anyway, this senior employee tells Kim Jong-gam the tuna stock is missing, even though the system says it's still there. He tells him to check the warehouse, and he agrees with a fake smile. Honestly, the robots feel friendlier than this guy. Once the protagonist steps into the warehouse, the door behind him starts closing. He searches for the tuna and finally finds it, climbing up to grab it. Then the door slams shut. He tries the handle, but it's stuck. He calls for his manager Shin and gets nothing back. For a second, he thinks about calling 911, but gives up on that idea since he's not in danger yet. Instead, he snaps a selfie and sends it to his sister to show he's trapped. She jokes at first, then says she heard a building collapse near her home. That instantly worries Kim Jong-gam, so he calls her back. She answers but says nothing. Just when he starts thinking she's messing with him, the whole warehouse shakes and an emergency alarm starts blaring. Everything turns chaotic with evacuation orders coming through the speakers. Stuck inside and clueless about what's happening outside, Kim Jong-gam pounds on the door, but nobody answers. Now panicking, he tries 911 again only to find there's no signal. He starts spiraling, wondering if some huge disaster is happening. Then he hears something smashing the door from the other side, denting the steel like it's paper. Shaking, he backs away, already knowing something is horribly wrong. If he makes a sound, he might die. He drops to his knees when the pounding finally stops, but the screams outside still terrify him. 3 days go by, and he's still trapped, living off whatever food he can find. Since no one has come for him, he's sure something awful happened. He even wonders if a war broke out and starts thinking being trapped here may have saved him. The alarm that kept going off has been quiet since yesterday, but his phone battery is nearly dead, and he doesn't know how much longer he can hold on. He leaves what feels like a final message, begging for his family to be safe. Then just when things seem worst, a system window appears, saying he's been selected and should check his awakened abilities. At first, Kim Jong-ji-on thinks he's losing it, but another message explains that he's gained a personal subspace for storing items. He starts wondering if the tuna he's eaten for 3 days was drugged. Then another notice pops up saying a target has been marked and asking if he wants to store it. He says yes right away, and suddenly he drops hard onto the ground outside. He scrambles up and realizes the place is destroyed. Nearby, he finds his senior dead. System windows keep flashing, but our protagonist is too busy throwing up after seeing the body. Then the system announces that a fitting operating system has been found and is being installed. A moment later, he hears footsteps behind him and feels a huge shadow fall over him. Whatever it isn't human. As the view pulls back, there's a huge orc-like monster with fangs and a body covered in blood. Zhang Guofeng starts sweating, trying to calm down and deny what's happening. He tells himself the roar he heard 3 days ago could have been a gorilla or a bear. Even so, he doesn't dare turn around and just runs as fast as he can. Panic hits when he realizes a real monster is hunting him. While fleeing, he even steps on someone's guts. He has no idea why this orc-like thing is here or why it wants him, but one thing is obvious: he needs to escape. Then a system window says synchronization is done and asks if he wants to enter the subspace. Zhang Jiam says yes without thinking right as the monster swings at him. He jumps into the portal and leaves the creature outside. As it growls in frustration, Drone Gifium is left wondering why it can't follow. A floating drone appears and explains that nothing can enter his subspace unless he allows it because he's the owner. The drone goes on to say the whole subspace is under his control. Stunned, MC gets a weird feeling of déjà vu while listening to it. Then he notices he's back in the PAX Fulfillment Center warehouse, except now it's inside his subspace. The same robots are still there. The system adds that since this is his first time entering, he'll receive a mana stone. The stone appears in his hand, but before he can test it, the monster outside starts pounding on the portal again, making him jump. He almost forgets he's being chased by that beast and asks if it's really impossible for it to get in. The system says yes. Nothing enters without his okay. Another message says the PAX Fulfillment Center is a 5-story facility covering 10,000 pyong or about 33,000 square meters, and that it holds everything needed to improve customers' lives. It can ship items at 60 kilometers per hour with a size limit of 2 meters. Zhou Jiam is completely lost hearing all of this, and the system confuses him even more by saying only 2 minutes remain in before maintenance. Still dazed, he asks if the whole facility will shut down after that. The drone says yes and explains that the mana stone can power the building and keep the subspace running. 1 stone lasts 24 hours. Surprised by how useful that is, Zhou Gam listens as the drone says the PAX Center was changed to run on mana stones after being stored in the subspace. The protagonist, still doubtful, asks if any of this is actually real. Then the lights go out and the drone starts warning him that power is gone. The PAX system says fresh goods like vegetables, meat, and ready-made meals could start spoiling. Young Kim quickly understands that in a ruined world like this, food matters more than ever. The freezers and fridges going down could be a disaster, so he asks if a mana stone can really replace electricity. The drone says it can, so MC asks how to get more. The answer is simple. Mana stones come from creatures from other worlds. Zhang Jiam is not excited to fight a giant monster that could rip him apart, so he tells the drone to use the mana stone for now, then rushes inside to look for weapons. Once there, he grabs everything he can, but system windows show each item's cost. With limited supplies, he worries about wasting stock if he throws too much at the monster too fast. He's not even sure the blades can cut through its thick hide, so he decides it's smarter to wear the creature down instead of trying to kill it in one hit. Since it can't enter the subspace, he has time to chip away at it without burning through all his weapons. Young Jiam throws an axe, but it only barely cuts the monster and makes it even angrier. With his first plan failing and his supply still limited, he decides to rely on the mana stone for now and try the heavy axe again, hoping for better results this time. He asks the system how many axes are left and is shocked to hear there are still 15. He expected way less, so he checks where they're stored. And when he gets there, he finds the axes are multiplying without end. The system explains that items here can be copied forever. The system says the items can get damaged or changed, but they never truly run out. That leaves Young Kim frozen in shock. If that's true, he has endless weapons to use. To his surprise, the system confirms it. With that, he finally relaxes a little. He doesn't have to stress about running out anymore. Now he can keep attacking the monster as much as he wants. His arms will probably give out first, but at least his weapon supply won't. Then the system drops one more big detail. He doesn't even need to throw them himself. He can make the whole thing automatic. The system can ship items from the subspace to the outside, though only once every 30 seconds for now. That cooldown gets better as he levels up his skills. Young Jiam asks how it works, and the system says he just has to picture the registered item and say ship. The second he hears that, the protagonist tries it. An axe blasts forward at crazy speed and smashes straight into the monster's ugly face, dropping it on the spot. The drone launched the axe, and when Jeonjayan asks how fast it was, the system says the default shipping speed is 60 kilometers per hour. Now he gets what it meant earlier by shipping speed. The system also tells him he can raise that speed up to 75 kilometers per hour, but anything beyond that needs skill upgrades. Of course, MC asks how to upgrade, and the system says it takes mana stones. That makes Jongbyum think back to the monster he just killed. If he wants to grow stronger, he'll have to hunt more of them. So he starts gearing up inside the facility. First, he picks up light combat boots worth about 50,000 won and matching tactical pants for 78,000 won. After that, he buys a detailed map of the Seoul metro area and a permanent marker. He circles Gwangjin district and marks the nearby areas in order. With the route set, he plans to start from the closest district and move step by step toward his final destination, Ujeonggu, where he hopes to find his parents. Starting from Gunggu without a car, Junggu knows it'll take a long time. Still, even if it can't match a car or motorcycle, a normal bike is insanely useful in a world like this. Right now, it might as well be a Lamborghini. He gets on the bike and rides out. About 30 minutes later, night has fallen, and Jonggung has already killed nearly 12 orcs. He says he's figured out something important from fighting them, but before he can explain, another monster suddenly comes at him. He quickly slips back into his subspace, leaving the creature outside. With the monster stuck there, he uses shipment to fire off another axe at high speed, but this time it only clips the monster's shoulder, hurting it without killing it. Since shipment has a 30-second cooldown and only works within 10 meters, Zhang Jiang realizes the skill is strong but still rough. To improve it, he'll need more mana stones, and shipment isn't all packs can do. There's more to it. Then the monster notices something and turns around just in time to see the axe fly back into the portal, then shoot out again and slam into its face, killing it. That's actually the second part of Pax's shipment skill, product retrieval, which automatically brings back anything he sent out. It's every bit as useful as shipment itself. Younggu uses retrieval again to pull the mana stone from the corpse, all while wondering why he can't just take the stone before killing the monster. So he asks Pax directly and learns he can only retrieve the stone after the monster dies, because only then does it count as his. Either way, Jung Kyung steps back out and shares another key fact about this ruined world. Orcs aren't the only threat out there. There are flying monsters too, and he already knows hunting one won't be easy. A scream for help suddenly reaches him, but before he can tell where it's coming from, the story cuts to a man named Choi running for his life. He's so tired he can barely keep moving, and a flying monster is right behind him. It dives and slams into Choi from behind, throwing him to the ground in pain. There's another man nearby, but before he can help Choi, the monster drops in front of him and cuts him off. Its drooling jaws make it clear what it wants, but strangely, it doesn't go for the man in front of it. Instead, it stares at Choi, who's still writhing on the ground. The other man can't understand why he's being ignored, then realizes the monster has been after Choi the whole time, probably because he looks easier to kill. He freezes, not knowing what to do with only a small knife in his hand and doubting it would help at all. Then a bicycle bell cuts through the air, and sure enough, Zhang Jiang comes racing in, though the two men have no clue who's arriving. Before they can react, they watch the monster chasing them get smashed by a projectile and skid across the ground from the hit. One axe is all it takes to bring the creature down, and both men just stare in disbelief. Zhang asks if they're okay, but they're too stunned to answer, still trying to figure out how someone on a bicycle could kill a flying wyvern with a single axe. They immediately ask if the protagonist is a soldier and bow their heads to thank him for saving them. Glad they're alive, he points to his uniform instead. He explains that he works for PAX FC, and they finally notice the company gear he's wearing. That shocks them even more. They were sure he had to be a real soldier. Even knowing he isn't one, what he did is so unbelievable they'd never have trusted it if they hadn't seen him kill a wyvern with an axe from a bite. Jang Jiam is surprised they already know about abilities. One of them says he has an awakened skill too, but it's only a driving ability, which hasn't been much used lately. Choi laughs and admits he's jealous since he hasn't awakened anything at all. Zhang Geometry asks if there are other survivors nearby, and Choi says yes. They're in Block C right now, but not many people are left. There used to be a group at the logistics center, but monsters gathered there too. Most were attacked, killed, or eaten. Now only about 10 to 15 survivors are hiding in the underground terminal of Block E. Choi says they came out to look for a usable road and gather supplies when the monster attacked. The other man says instead of standing around talking, Zhang Jiam should come with them to where they're staying on B4. He promises monsters have never made it in there so they can rest safely, and they can even offer him some snacks. MC is tempted, mostly because he wants to check out the vehicles they mentioned. He needs transportation badly, so he agrees to go while staying careful since he still doesn't fully trust them. As they leave, Jung Jiam secretly retrieves the mana stone from the dead monster and stores it in his subspace. Glad the two men know nothing about that power. If things go bad, he can always escape there. A little later, they reach a man who has just killed an orc by himself. Choi runs up and asks if he's okay and what happened. The man says everything's fine. Apparently, the orc wandered in by accident. Luckily, it never noticed them, so they brought it down without anyone getting hurt. Still, that makes the place feel a lot less safe. Hearing that, Zhang Jiam feels a chill run through him, realizing just how dangerous this area really is. His thoughts stop when the orc killer asks who he is. Choi explains that he saved them from the wyvern and used to work for PAX FC. He adds that Zhang Jiam is seriously strong since he killed the wyvern with a long-range axe throw. Everyone is amazed and wants to know what kind of ability he has. Then a woman rushes over to him, thrilled that he saved Yong-Soo and Byong-Kol. She's so happy she starts doing a little dance. Soon, the others gather around and praise him. The protagonist tries to stay humble, saying he only did what he had to do. As the attention keeps piling on, Choi steps in and tells everyone to stop crowding the poor guy. Then the man who killed the orc speaks up, saying they've all worked together for more than 10 years, and Young-Soo and Byung-Kol are like family to him. Deeply thankful, he introduces himself as Jin Make, the manager of Daehoon Express Terminal, and even vows to thank Jong for saving them. After that, Jin Make gives MC a quick explanation of their shelter. He says it may not be perfectly safe, but it's much better than staying outside. They've got food and water from the logistics center, and he tells him to eat freely and rest like he's at home. Jin says their supplies should last a while, and they can always get more if needed. But then Yong-Soo cuts in and says the logistics center they keep talking about is gone. Everyone goes silent, staring in shock. Jin Mak quickly asks what he means. Choi backs it up, saying the whole building vanished, which is exactly why the wyverns started chasing them. The others struggle to believe it, wondering how a building that huge could just disappear. Jin Mak is shaken too, but in the end he accepts it. After everything they've seen, if monsters are real, then a missing building isn't impossible either. Jen Galm stays quiet, unsure if the logistics center vanished because of his subspace power. The manager tries to steady everyone. No matter what happened, they still have to get through the tunnel. Waiting here will only make things worse. He tells them to stay strong. He says their time just came sooner than expected, so they need to move into the tunnel now. The excited woman jumps in too, urging everyone to keep going. Even without the logistics center, they'll have to push through by force. Hearing that, the protagonist asks what that really means. The manager says everyone has homes somewhere else, and they need vehicles to reach them. But the roads are all blocked. That catches Yong Jiam's attention, and he asks about the vehicles. The manager says they do have working ones, but every road is cut off. To the north, a golf course blocks the way. To the east, containers are piled up across the road. And to the south, the Yeongdong Expressway is wrecked. That leaves only the tunnel in the west, but a pack of wyverns has taken it over. Until now, they survived by scavenging from the logistics center. But with that gone, they have no choice except breaking through. The manager tells MC he doesn't need to use the tunnel. The blocked roads only matter for vehicles, and a person could still get out on foot or by bike. But MC says he needs a vehicle too, so the tunnel is still his best option. The manager accepts that and says he can join them if he's serious. He smiles and says he's in. At the same time, he decides to keep his powers hidden. These people seem decent, but they've been desperate for a long time. That means they may not be telling him everything, and the protagonist understands why, so he'll stay careful too. Then he tells the manager he wants to check the tunnel himself. He says he's just gonna scout the wyverns ahead, but really he wants to test his powers, kill some monsters, and grab more mana stones. He remembers saving up 5 magic stones after beating earlier monsters. That was enough to cut the cooldown on his shipping skill down to 5 seconds. It also unlocked 3 new shipping skills: precise delivery, which never misses, simultaneous delivery, which sends 2 at once, and automatic delivery, which sends chosen items on a timer. They all sound great, but each one costs 10 stones. Jung Ji-om wants them badly, even if he still doesn't fully get how automatic delivery works. Back in the present, he's grinning over the mana stones he's already collected, and looking forward to getting more on this scout trip, or so he thinks. That mood dies fast when Young Soo, one of the men he saved earlier, ends up coming with him. MC asks why he's tagging along. Young Soo says it's too risky to go out alone. Young Kyung dryly points out that Young Soo was the one running from a weaver before. Young Soo shrugs it off. Dangerous or not, he can't let him go by himself, and if things go bad, he'll just get saved again. Remembering that Young Soo said he awakened a driver's ability, the protagonist asks if he can see any kind of message window. Young Soo says no, but he feels for sure that some ability has awakened, it just hasn't fully come in yet. That answer only makes MC more uneasy. By nightfall, they're racing ahead on a bike at wild speed. Young Kyung starts sweating as he watches Young Soo steer with one leg, struggling to keep balance. When he asks what he's doing, Young Soo says the road is packed with cars, so it's hard to see clearly. Then he spots a wyvern up ahead. Young Kyung immediately tells him to stop because he can't see a thing out there. By then, the wyvern seems to have noticed them too, and Young Soo nervously asks what they should do. A second later, a projectile slams into the wyvern and drops it in one hit. Young Soo is stunned. Young Ji-om stays calm, telling him to focus and keep moving. While he talks, he quietly picks up the mana stone and stores it in his subspace. A moment later, Young Soo finally spots the tunnel ahead and hits the brakes. Before Young Kyung can ask why he stopped, he sees it too. The area around the tunnel is crawling with monsters. Young Soo is terrified, and the protagonist wouldn't be shocked if the guy was already about to lose it. When one monster starts moving toward them, Young Soo thinks they're finished. Even with the electric bike, there's no way they can outrun that many wyverns. As Young Soo freezes, Young Kyung realizes he has to use subspace. He pulls up his system and spends his mana stones to cut the cooldown from 30 seconds to 5. Young Soo asks what he's doing, confused, but MC doesn't answer. Then the monster roars, and every nearby creature starts rushing toward them. At the last second, Young Kyung shouts, "Ship," and a projectile drops in, killing the monster and saving Young Soo. Still panicked, Young Soo looks back, and his eyes go wide when he sees a portal behind them. After the kill, he grabs the stones fast and tells Young Soo to stay close. That's the only way he can protect him. Young Soo agrees, totally lost about what's going on, or why a logistics center seems to be sitting behind them. More monsters show up, but Young Kyung quickly cuts one down with his axes. As the rest get ready to attack, Young Soo panics, stumbles backward, and falls into the protagonist's subspace. A monster slams into the barrier while Young Soo hits the ground in shock. The creature recovers and charges again, but Young Kyung slips into subspace just in time. It crashes into the barrier again before another axe brings it down. Young Soo can only stare, not sure what's crazier, the logistics center or those flying axes. But one thing is clear. To Young Yun, these monsters are nothing but a hassle, and the tunnel is just another problem he can deal with easily. Young Soo thinks about the people back at the base depending on a delivery vehicle for safety and supplies with the tunnel as part of their escape plan. Even if they got through it, monsters still waited outside. But Nam Si is different. He only needs a vehicle to travel because he can handle the danger himself. For a moment, Young Soo even feels jealous. With power like his, he could reach his family much sooner. That makes him wonder why he needs a vehicle at all. Then they notice the monsters pulling back, and the protagonist is surprised they're smart enough to retreat instead of charging blindly. While he gathers the mana stones, Young-soo notices a blue stone floating there and asks what it is. Young-soo looks surprised and asks if he's never seen a mana stone before. Young-soo says he hasn't, so MC explains that he uses them to power up his abilities. Now Young-soo gets it and starts wondering if he'll ever use one himself. That also explains why Young-soo didn't bother taking the stone from the orc earlier. Then he points out that with powers like this, he could clear the whole tunnel alone. The protagonist says that was never his plan. He only came to look around, and if things seemed manageable, he meant to slip through quietly without revealing his strength. Young-soo apologizes for coming along, but Jong-jun tells him it's fine. He didn't know the way to the tunnel anyway. So without Young-soo, he wouldn't have gotten this far. He suggests heading back now since the wyverns have pulled away, but they could come back anytime. Then Young-soo asks how far MC is trying to go if he needs a vehicle that badly. He says he's heading to his family, all the way to Wujongbu near Gangnam. That shocks Young-soo, because he's going the same direction. He says he's headed to Indaekwon on the way there, and asks if he can come along until then. Jong Jiam hesitates, but Young-soo keeps going. Even if he gets through the tunnel, he doesn't believe he can make it home safely. His driver ability won't help much in a fight, but since the protagonist can beat monsters, staying with him gives him a real chance to see his family again. In return, he promises to get MC to Gangnam faster than anyone, not slow him down, and even help with food. Junkie starts to think the deal makes sense. Young-soo can really drive, and more importantly, having him around could help keep his powers hidden. Both sides get something from it because the protagonist worries that if people learn what he can do, they might try to use him or even get rid of him. Maybe that's too paranoid, but he'd rather be careful. So in the end, MC agrees to take Young-soo with him. Young-soo lights up like a kid in a candy store. Then he tells him he'll clear the tunnel, but Young-soo needs to keep his power secret and stop anyone else from getting involved. Young-soo quickly agrees and promises to help Young-gam, making sure everyone cooperates and stays out of the way, but it doesn't work out like that. Too excited, Young-soo blurts out to everyone that the protagonist is going to clear the tunnel with his awakened power, and all they have to do is wait outside. Young-gam is left staring in disbelief. Young-soo just exposed everything. The others are stunned, then eager to watch MC show what he can do, while Young-soo proudly explains he can only curse his luck, knowing he's been pushed into a tough spot. In the end, the protagonist steps up and says he'll clear the tunnel by morning so everyone can leave. To him, helping them is the best move, especially since there's still enough food to keep people calm for now. But once that runs out, things could fall apart, so clearing the tunnel is the safest choice. Right then, the manager walks over to MC. He says he won't ask about Jeonjain's powers or dig into his secrets. Instead, he simply shows his respect. He thanks him for choosing to help everyone, then he offers some of their stored food. Catching the protagonist off guard, that much kindness is hard to take in. The manager says MC risked his life just to scout the tunnel, so giving him a little food is the least they can do. Now that he's clearing the way for everyone, they feel like thanks alone isn't enough. Even so, Jong Kyung says he has his own reasons and tells them not to make a big deal out of it. He tells them to save the food for their families, but Sol cuts in and tells him he should take it too because he has a family waiting for him as well. In that moment, the protagonist notices how badly everyone wants to see their loved ones again. That hits him hard, and he decides he can't let them down. The next morning comes, and at the tunnel entrance, Jung Kyung tells everyone to stay back. Then he pedals into the tunnel, set on clearing it and coming back alive. As he moves deeper in, he spots the monsters ahead. Then just before the fight starts, his mind drifts back to childhood. A young Jong Jiam appears, nursing a sore eye after fighting with his sister. He runs to his father to complain, which just sparks another argument until the two kids start fighting again right in front of him. Their dad only laughs and says they must be close. He admits he grew up as an only child and always envied siblings who had that kind of bond, saying, one day they'll understand how important family really is. Then their mother rushes in, and soon the parents are arguing too. Even so, Jong Young feels that warm sense of family all around him. The story jumps back to the night before, when MC saw how excited everyone was to see their families again and thought about his own. He knows they're all counting on him to clear the way, so they spend the night hoping he can keep them safe. After midnight, while everyone else is asleep, Sol wakes up to use the bathroom. That's when he realizes Jong Jiam is gone. He asks the guards outside, and they say he went out for some air a while ago. Curious, Sol walks farther ahead, looks around, and finally finds the protagonist. He asks why he isn't asleep, and Jong says he just can't rest in there. Then Seol looks ahead and freezes at the sight of a vehicle packed full of food and supplies. Stunned, he asks why MC is giving away so much. He casually says he only loaded half so the vehicle wouldn't get too heavy, and that it's still more than enough for everyone. Seol is even more shocked when the protagonist says this was the last vehicle he needed to fill. That means the other 15 were loaded the same way. Young quickly tells Seol to keep it quiet. Still confused, Seol asks what they'll have left for their own trip. If he gives all this away, MC brushes it off and says they still have plenty. Sol is speechless. MC gave away more supplies than some whole warehouses hold. He can't even imagine how much he still has. Back in the present, the protagonist cuts down monsters with ease. While fighting, he thinks how much simpler this would be if he could put everyone in his subspace and carry them to safety. But the system tells him that's impossible at his current level. If he reaches subspace level 2, though, he could carry up to 20 people. To level up, he needs at least 100 mana stones. After counting, Jong Kim figures only about 40 monsters are left, with a few already running. That won't be enough to level up here, so he'll need another way to gain experience, especially if he wants to bring his family into the subspace someday. Then MC notices something odd among the fleeing monsters. Looking closer, he spots a larger, fiercer wyvern, clearly some kind of boss. Even Jongjim isn't sure what it is. The scene cuts back to the group waiting outside the tunnel, growing more and more nervous about whether he is alright in there. At last, he comes out, pedaling his bike like he just went for an easy ride. His uniform is covered in blood, and everyone watches in silence until he smiles. Then they all cheer, relieved that he pulled it off. Now it's finally time to split up and head back to their families. They thank the manager for staying with them and wish him a safe trip home. Jong Kim tells them that if trouble comes, they should open the cargo hold. He left a little surprise inside that might help. Curious but ready to move on, they climb into their trucks and slowly push through traffic. Once they're past the tunnel, they wave one last goodbye and go their separate ways. In the truck, Jong Jim sits in the passenger seat, still thinking about the monster in the tunnel. He isn't even sure it was really a wyvern since it ran before he got a good look. Maybe it was a leader or maybe just an adult version of the others. Then his thoughts are cut off by a sickening crunch under the truck. Near the tires, they realize they've driven over corpses, and the driver's face falls as the bones crack beneath them. Jong Kim sees the guilt on his friend's face, but there's no choice except to keep going. The road is clogged with bodies and wreckage. The protagonist thinks that if his discharge had come just 3 months later, he might have ended up like those dead soldiers. It's even worse than they feared, with monsters still feeding on the remains. Suddenly, Sol calls out to him, snapping him back. When Jong Kim looks up, he sees the road is blocked. Seol says the barbed wire looks like the military set it up to seal something off, so they may need another route. He suggests another bridge, but then MC notices something at the far end of this one. Looking closer, they spot a new kind of monster they've never seen before, and it becomes obvious what the military was trying to contain. While Seol starts to panic and thinks about turning back, Jong Jim sees the perfect chance to level up his subspace. He notices a narrow sidewalk blocked off on both sides and quickly says they should drive through there. He says he has a way through without retreating and excitedly tells Seol to force the truck onto the pedestrian path. Sol is horrified by how dangerous that sounds, especially when an orc appears among the mutant hounds and scatters the pack for a moment. The monsters clearly aren't on the same side. Even though the orc is bigger and stronger, the hounds have numbers and they tear into it without mercy. Blood and flesh fly everywhere, and the two can only watch. Seol is terrified, and even knowing what Jong Jim can do, he still thinks this plan sounds insane. He nervously asks if he really plans to cross the bridge, but the protagonist stays calm. Sure, it's easier than Seol thinks. As Seol tries to steady himself, MC suddenly asks if he's ever heard of a game where 3 races fight each other. It's a space strategy game called Stark, but Sol is older and has no idea what he means, so Young Ji gives a quick explanation. His favorite kind of map was one where you hold off waves of enemies with limited units and smart use of terrain. To him, this setup feels almost the same. Sol still has no clue why he brought that up, but it doesn't matter. He just needs to follow directions. The first step is to back the truck into the barbed wire, tear it down, and make as much noise as possible to draw the mutant hounds away from their meal. After that, it's the protagonist's turn. He activates his system and unlocks a skill he hadn't planned to use, but now it's perfect: auto-shipping. He spends 10 mana stones to get it, then uses the rest to boost the delivery speed. The system responds at once, raising it to 100 kilometers per hour. Once it's ready, Zhang Jiayun calls out to the mutant hounds, inviting them to chase him after they finish eating. They rush in, but not fast enough. A double-door refrigerator rockets toward them and smashes through the pack, and one fridge isn't the end of it. More keep flying in. And within seconds, Jung Kim collects 12 mana stones. The better range and sharper aim he practiced while clearing the tunnel pay off perfectly. He first thought about using axes, but with this upgraded delivery skill, refrigerators work way better. He already learned that the precision delivery skill doesn't fully follow a target. It only nudges the path a little based on movement. Against fast mutant hounds, an axe moving at 100 kilometers per hour could still miss. A refrigerator, though, is huge and heavy enough to wipe out several at once. Even a glancing hit can crush multiple hounds. Plus, the auto-shipping skill makes the whole thing easy. Jung Kyung doesn't even have to watch every angle anymore. The system handles anything that comes close. So for now, he can focus on the rest. The hounds kept trying to rush in, but the flying refrigerator smashed every attempt. In the middle of it all, Jung glanced back and nearly lost his mind at what he saw. He thought Jinam was limited to throwing axes, but this was on a whole another level. Refrigerators were flying out every 2 seconds. There were so many, it didn't even make sense. Yong-Soo couldn't understand why the logistics center had that many. He even started wondering if Ji Yanen's system was refilling them like it did with the axes. Still, he had no clue how that could work with refrigerators and just stood there in stunned silence. He was so out of it, he didn't notice Ji Yen walk up and casually ask if he wanted a snack. At last, Yong-Soo put the pieces together and asked the question on his mind: was Ji Yen-jan's supply actually endless? The question caught Ji Yen off guard. He'd assumed Yong-Soo figured that out already, but clearly he hadn't. Until now, Yong-Soo believed Ji Yen was picking the axes back up and recharging them after each throw. He never guessed the supply might be unlimited. The truth was simpler. Ji Jin only collected the axes so they wouldn't be left around hurting someone by accident. Even with that explanation, Yong-Soo still struggled to wrap his head around endless items. After a moment, Ji Yen asked again if he wanted something to eat. After a day like this, Yong-Soo said a Coke Zero and a donut were more than enough. So they ate in peace while the delivery system kept blasting the mutant hounds apart. Yong-Soo felt a little ashamed for doubting Ji Yanj and for being so clueless, but he was still thankful for the food even if it came from an unlimited stock. Jiang Jun was glad to share and thanked Yong-Soo for trusting him from the beginning. He said if Yong-Soo needed anything, he should just ask because he had almost everything. Yong-Soo, though, didn't want to lean too hard on someone else's kindness. Jianjin had already done more than enough by clearing the monsters and helping him get home faster. Once they got over the bridge, Yong-Soo said it would only take another hour to reach home. Jianjian was happy to hear that, though he could still feel Yong-Soo's fear about what might be waiting there. Yong-Soo just hoped his family was safe, and Jianjian understood that feeling better than anyone. He was worried about his own parents and sisters too. Wanting to do one more thing for him, Jianjian noticed Yong-Soo's torn-up clothes and thought he shouldn't go home looking like that. Since the hounds were still being handled, they had time to fix the clothes problem. The only thing left was picking a style Yong-Soo would like. Even though he felt awkward about taking more help, Yong-Soo didn't say no. He figured Jianjian probably had exactly what he needed: aviator sunglasses and a cool jacket just right for a top driver in the apocalypse. Around then, the last hounds were almost finished off. The new outfit gave Yong-Soo a nice boost, and now that he trusted the truck too, he was ready to move. He drove so fast and clean, it would have impressed even Formula One racers. Zhang Jing barely had time to hang on before Yong-Soo slammed the gas. The few hounds left behind never had a chance as the truck tore down the narrow road. Yong-Soo drove like lightning, making it feel like they'd be home in 20 minutes. But Jianjin was hanging on for dear life as the truck bounced over busted roads like they were perfectly smooth. He begged Yong-Soo to slow down, but it was useless. He felt like he was about to throw up. Luckily, the crazy ride didn't last long. They finally reached Yong-Soo's home, or what was left of it. His house had been reduced to ruins. Yong-Soo stood there staring at the wreckage around his home. The damage was so bad, he tried to convince himself the buildings only fell because they were old. But deep down, his hands were shaking. He stood at his own door, too scared to see what was inside. One thought kept crushing him. What if his family wasn't there? Worse, what if he opened the door and found their bodies? He kept telling himself they were safe, that everything would be fine once he opened it, but he couldn't move. Frozen in fear, he just stood there while Jin watched from behind, knowing exactly what he was feeling. Yang-soo had driven like a madman, turning a 1-hour trip into 20 minutes, because he was desperate to see his family again. But now, faced with what he might find, he couldn't make himself open the door. He knew bad news on the other side might break him too. Seeing that, Cheon-jin stepped forward, put a hand on Yong-soo's shoulder, and offered to open it for him. Yong-soo stood there, caught between fear and frustration. Almost crying, he begged Cheon-jin to do it. Chanjin understood that terror and walked up to the door. If he were in Yang-soo's place, he'd want someone else to open it too. He turned back to reassure Yang-soo one last time and said he was about to open it. But before his hand touched the handle, the door opened from the inside. Both Jeonjin and Yang-soo froze. Yang-soo's eyes went wide when he saw his wife and daughter standing there. His wife softly said his name, and his daughter cried out, "Daddy." Yang-soo's wife burst into tears, and he broke down right after her. She ran to him, and the three of them held each other tight like they never wanted to let go. A short distance away, Zhang Jian stayed quiet and gave them space. Through tears, Yang-soo asked his wife how she knew to open the door. She explained that she heard voices outside and saw him through the peephole, so she opened up. Still crying, his daughter blurted out, "Dad, I hate you. Why did you take so long? I was so scared." After a bit, Yang-soo's wife noticed Zhang Yan in the back and asked who he was. Only then did Yang-soo remember he was there. Before he could answer, Zhang Yan's vision blurred and he suddenly collapsed. Yang-soo called out to him, but Zhang Yan couldn't hear a thing. His body had reached its limit, and after 3 or 4 days without real sleep, the exhaustion finally took him down. Everything went dark, and he drifted into a dream. In it, he got hit not by a fist but by a pillow. His older sister, Sol, stood over him with a grin and smacked him again, knocking him back. Zhang Jian yelled at her, asking why she hit so hard. It hurt, but Sol just rolled her eyes and said that was nothing. Calling him a crybaby, ready to tattle, Zhang Jian stormed off to tell their dad, while Sol stood there like she just won a pillow fighting title. Then the dream shifted. Their dad sat with Zhang Jian and his younger sister, trying to calm another sibling fight. He told them family mattered even when they got on each other's nerves, and that one day, Zhang Jian would understand how precious those little fights really were. A moment later, their mom barged in and scolded his dad for not helping with dinner. After she asked, the scene changed again to the whole family eating together, laughing and talking. While they ate, his mom gave Sol a suspicious look and asked if she liked someone, noticing she was always on her phone. A little nervous, Sol said she was just texting friends all the time. That's normal now. From the outside, the family looked full of warmth and happiness. Then Zhang Jian's dad brought up Sol's interest in boxing and suggested the sports club at the local middle school. With a smirk, Sol admitted that boxing was the real reason she picked that school. Zhang Jian perked up the second he heard middle school. A year later, he was going to the same middle school as Sol. He was excited to make friends and enjoy himself, but things went badly fast. Instead of making friends, Zhang Jian got bullied every day by older students. They beat him, mocked him, and Zhang Jian, being soft-hearted, never fought back. He just kept taking it day after day. Then one day someone stepped in. Sol showed up like a storm. With a terrifying glare, she grabbed one bully's arm and broke it with a single punch. Zhang Jian felt relieved to see his sister save him, but that relief didn't last. Annoyed by how weak her brother was, Sol declared his training started right then. And so Zhang Jian's harsh training under his brutal sister began. It was rough, but it worked. Before long, no bully dared mess with him again, and life finally settled down. He made friends, had fun, and got through middle school pretty smoothly. Then one day, his younger sister got into nursing school, which surprised both Zhang Jian and Sol. While Zhang Jian was lying on his bed, barely paying attention with his PS5 on, then came the moment that turned his life upside down. His dad walked in and said the time had come. Jian didn't get it at first, but when he did, it hit him hard. He had to enlist in the military. The whole family was worried, even though Jian tried to act brave. On the outside he looked tough, but inside he was shaking. He didn't want to leave his family. After that, the rest was history. Slowly, Jian opened his eyes. He felt confused and a little scared in an unfamiliar bed. He remembered collapsing outside Young Soo's door after Young Soo found his family, and nothing after that. His thoughts jumped straight to the worst. Had Young Soo betrayed him? Without thinking, he opened his portal and pulled out a heavy axe, gripping it tight. Then a warm, calm voice cut through his panic, and Jian Jian turned to see Young Soo's wife and daughter at the table, watching him with confused looks. That was when it clicked. He was inside Young Soo's house. He glanced over and saw Young Soo fast asleep, completely knocked out. Then Ji Dong-soo realized he must have collapsed from pure exhaustion at the door. Young Soo's wife explained he'd fainted and had been unconscious ever since. He was more worn out than he knew. Kim looked down at the axe in his hands, confused about why he'd pulled it out at all. He quickly shoved it back into his portal, hoping Young Soo's wife hadn't noticed. When he asked how long he'd been out, she said only a few hours. Then her tone softened. Young Soo's wife thanked him for saving Young Soo and bringing him home. The way she looked at him and bowed a little made Kim uncomfortable. He wasn't used to being thanked like this and tried to brush it off, thinking Young Soo had helped him too. It wasn't all his doing. Right then, Young Soo finally woke up, still half asleep. Groggy as he was, he backed up his wife and said Kim had done way more than he admitted. To Young Soo, driving Kim here was nothing compared to being saved over and over. He even said that, with or without him, Kim would have made it through somehow. Then Young Soo's wife changed the subject and said everyone must be hungry. The mood lightened fast, and Kim's stomach answered for him. He hadn't eaten in what felt like forever. She said Young Seo had refused to eat until Kim woke up. That made Kim smile. Of course, Young Seo wanted everyone to eat together, and soon they sat down. A bowl of kimchi stew was set in front of him, and just seeing it made him hungry. The smell brought back memories of his mom. Young Seo's wife apologized for the simple meal, but Kim didn't care. It was his favorite food. After everything he'd gone through, nothing could have comforted him more. The first bite hit hard. Felt like his whole body woke up at once. The taste and warmth almost didn't feel real, and it sent him straight back to eating with his family, back to easier days. But when the meal was over, sadness washed over him. For the first time in 3 months, he'd eaten something that felt like home, and missing his family hit him all at once. The others noticed, and the talk slowly turned back to the trip. When Young Soo said their next stop was Gangnam, Kim froze. At first, he couldn't quite process what he meant. Then Young Soo explained he'd already talked it over with his wife, and she thought helping Kim reunite with his family was the right thing to do. Kim was still puzzled. Even if Young Soo took him there, how was he supposed to get back safely? The two went outside for some air, and Young Seo laid out the plan. He'd drive Kim to Gangnam in the truck. Kim would leave the electric bike with him, and after they arrived, Young Seo would ride it back home. Kim felt better hearing that, but something still bothered him. Why was Young Seo going this far? Sure, he was a great driver, and the bike would help him avoid danger. But if a big monster showed up, he had no way to fight back. His family was safe, and the truck was full of supplies, so why risk any of it? Still uneasy, Kim finally asked why Young Seo was willing to put himself in danger for him. Young Seo just smiled like he'd seen that coming. Then he asked Kim the same thing. Why had Kim helped him without asking for anything back? Without Kim, he would have died in that tunnel. Now he wanted to return the favor because they understood each other. Kim might have powers, but that didn't make things easy. Young Seo knew what it was like to desperately hope your family was still alive somewhere. That was why he braved the tunnel, and now he wanted Kim to have that same chance to see his loved ones again. With a grin, Young Seo promised he wasn't going to be reckless. He trusted his driving enough to get out of danger, so Kim shouldn't worry. That made Kim remember the first time he headed for the tunnel and saw that car with the keys still inside. Young Seo could have taken it and left everyone else, but he stayed to help. That's when Kim understood. Young Seo was the kind of person who wouldn't walk away. So Kim smiled and agreed, but on one condition: if Young Seo was coming, his family had to come too. Kim explained that he'd upgraded his subspace and could now bring people inside where they'd be much safer. Young Seo didn't hesitate. He put on his usual shades, flashed a grin, and got ready to show off his driving. Kim had upgraded the subspace to level 2, spending 16 of his 116 mana stones, which raised its limit to 20 people. The system said it would cost 6 mana stones a day to keep active, but Kim was fine with that. It also asked if he wanted to allow outside people into the portal, and he said yes. A little later, Young Seo, his wife, and his daughter entered the subspace. They were shocked by what they found. The Logitech Center was huge and packed with supplies. Kim introduced them to PAX, and Young So told his family PAX could help with anything they needed. There was more than enough for them to use. Young Soo's wife could barely believe it. Kim said he had a few things to do and told them to make themselves comfortable. Young Soo turned to his daughter and asked if she wanted to play princess with him. Watching them, Kim couldn't help smiling. Then something else changed. Kim unlocked a new ability, a laboratory that could combine, sort, and transform anything in his subspace. The possibilities were huge, and his mind started racing. He began to wonder if his power was really what he first thought it was. When he first got subspace, it only let him store things, and Apple would stay there forever. But after a weird accident, he stored the entire Logitech Center, and that changed everything. His subspace merged with it and evolved. After that, only he could enter it. And even crazier, the PAX AI merged with his system too, turning that cold AI into something almost human. On top of that, the Logitech Center's functions upgraded too. Now he could fire items at 100 kilometers per hour. And with PAX involved, his power had become way more dangerous than he expected. Level 2 changed everything again. Now he could store things in subspace once more, and the idea of having a personal lab to mix and make new items blew his mind. It felt like Minecraft in real life, and he couldn't stop wondering what level 3 or 4 might unlock. But daydreaming wouldn't get him there. He didn't have enough mana stones yet, so he focused on what to add next. Last time, storing the Logitech Center had turned into a huge win. This time, Kim boldly told the system to store the entire Earth. If that somehow worked, everyone would be left floating in space. The system asked for confirmation, and Kim got a failure notice instead. Earth was out of storage range. Kim sighed. It was a wild idea, but worth testing. Just then, Young Seo came over to talk about the route to Gangnam. Kim listened, then asked why Young Seo wasn't with his daughter like he said he would be. Young Seo gave a small smile and said she'd always been scared in their old building. But here, she finally felt safe enough to fall asleep, and that was thanks to Kim. He thanked him again, but Kim reminded him Young Seo had helped a lot too. Without Young Seo's driving, he never would have made it this far. To Kim, they were even. Young So got serious and said he'd still do whatever he could for Kim. Soon, they were on the move. Young So at the wheel in his shades, Kim beside him feeling the tension build. Something felt off, but Young So casually said driving was the one thing he did best, and nobody could beat him on the road. He told Kim to buckle up because it was about to get rough. Kim knew exactly what that meant and braced himself. Young So slammed the pedal down. The truck shot forward, tearing across the ruined city. The roads were wrecked, and the city was in pieces. Young So stayed calm, but Kim looked sick from the stress. Young So said they were close, but then they found the road blocked by military barricades and spike strips. Kim immediately felt that something was wrong. This wasn't normal. As they got closer, a military jeep rolled up, but the men inside didn't seem like real soldiers. Kim knew right away they were trouble, and if they tried to run, they'd get shot. When Young So asked what to do, Kim opened his portal, told him to get inside, and said he'd handle the rest. Young So went in without hesitation. Left alone, Kim stepped out of the truck as 3 men came over. They carried guns and acted like they owned the road. One big thug barked at Kim to get out. Kim met him with a cold stare and climbed down without a word. The men opened the cargo area and froze when they saw it loaded with food. Their faces lit up instantly. Then they turned and asked Kim if all of it was his. Kim calmly nodded while the thugs stepped closer, full of swagger. They said the food wasn't his anymore. It belonged to them now. Kim could tell right away these guys weren't soldiers, just greedy thugs after his supplies. The biggest one tried to act tough and demanded to know where all the food came from. Playing innocent, Kim said he was just a delivery driver from the Logitech Center, but they weren't fooled. They kept pushing, so Kim calmly said that even if he told them, they could never reach it. The roads were blocked. Monsters were everywhere, and he had barely escaped alive. The big thug didn't look convinced and shot Kim a hard stare. Then he asked how much stuff was still left at the center. Kim kept up the act and said the truck carried only a small part of it. One of the other men checked his watch and muttered that it was almost time. Kim didn't get why they were in such a hurry, then it hit him. The big thug drove a fist into Kim's stomach, and Kim dropped to the floor, gasping for air. Before he could recover, the bulky guy behind him pressed a cloth over his face and knocked him out. When Kim came to, he was tied to a chair in a dark room, his vision still hazy. Across from him, the bulky thug sat on a crude commander's seat. A dead soldier lay nearby in a pool of blood. Kim quickly figured it out. They had taken over the military base. The bulky thug bragged that his group had wiped out the soldiers and become the new rulers here. He explained that every day at 6 p.m., flying monsters called Vibrance attack. The military tried to stop them with guns, failed, and brought in men like him and his crew. Once the soldiers fell, the gang took over, and this thug named himself commander. Kim was only alive because they still had a use for him. His job was to lead some of them back to the Logitech Center so they could loot more supplies. If he did well, they might let him stay under their protection. Kim was sick of these scumbags. As he stood there, he made up his mind. The base would fit perfectly inside his subspace. So he ordered Pax to store the entire Joint Commander Communication Headquarters in his subspace. The thug had no clue what was happening. He just sat there confused as the whole base vanished around him in an instant. A second later, he was still in his chair, stranded in the middle of nowhere. By the time he understood, Kim had already slipped through his portal and left him behind. At least Kim left him the chair. All around him, the rest of the crew froze in shock, clutching their rifles. They stared upward, trying to understand how an entire building had just disappeared. The thug looked around in panic, his face full of fear and confusion, like he couldn't believe the whole base was gone. Meanwhile, Kim spat out blood. That punch had done real damage, and he could feel himself starting to black out. Storing the base had drained a huge amount of mana. He was completely spent and realized he should have entered his subspace first if he'd known the cost. But there was no point regretting it now. He just had to deal with what came next. Right now, he needed to get into his subspace and recover. As Kim moved toward the shadows, the thugs suddenly froze. The wyverns were back, hundreds of them, rushing in with snarls and screams. The gang scattered at once, forgetting all about Kim. Even the guy guarding him ran, leaving Kim free. The thug roared at his men to stand and fight, yelling that their rifles could handle the smaller wyverns and that he'd take the biggest one himself. But nobody listened. They were too busy running. Then, bam, bam, the ground shook as something huge landed behind him. He turned slowly, terror all over his face, and saw a giant wyvern towering above him, far bigger than the others. Its yellow eyes locked onto him, and it was easily 20 times bigger than any wyvern he'd seen before. In the middle of the chaos, Kim slipped into his subspace and brought an injured soldier with him. The system asked if he wanted to let an outsider in. Kim agreed, and both of them entered. The moment they did, his exhaustion got even worse. He was seconds from passing out and realized that storing something as huge as a military base in a crisis was too risky to do carelessly again. The black-scaled wyvern was still focused on him, and Kim couldn't figure out why it was so fixated on him. Meanwhile, Pighead stood in front of the wyvern, bragging about his new strength. He boasted that he could smash boulders with one punch, then swung at the beast. The hit meant nothing. The wyvern didn't even react. Then came a sickening crunch. Kim turned, already fearing the worst, and watched the wyvern swallow Pighead in one bite. Young-soo hurried over to check on Kim, who told him he was fine, even though he was barely staying conscious. He had also managed to bring in the injured soldier, who looked rough. Together, Kim and Young-soo laid the soldier on a bed. Most of his injuries were minor, but he was badly underfed. Kim remembered Pighead talking about taking over the base while running low on food, so the soldier had probably gone without proper meals for weeks. Then Young-soo mentioned something strange in the subspace. A huge structure had appeared, more like a whole city than a single base. He took Kim to look, and Kim was stunned. He thought he'd stored only the military base, but somehow an entire base city had come with it. That made him realize the system had taken his command literally. Since he didn't name one building, it stored the whole city. Young-soo could only stare in disbelief too. Kim knew he needed to search the military base carefully. Young-soo agreed to stay with the soldier and tell him when the man woke up. Kim got into his Mercedes and drove through the base city, already thinking about what it might hold: guns, ammo, gas masks, military vehicles, even tanks. It was a survival gold mine, but there was a problem. Unlike the center where Pax could send items straight to him, this place was so big that Kim would have to find and collect everything himself. As he drove, he began to understand just how massive it was. Mapping the whole area would be a huge job. If he'd known, he might have stored the weapons and supplies directly instead. Now he started planning. Once he found the key spots, Young-soo could gather ammo and weapons while Kim attacked through his portal. Then another problem hit him. These supplies might not last forever. Unlike the Logitech Center, the base could run out, so no more wasting bullets or grenades. But then Pax appeared and corrected him. The base wasn't just stored. It had been fully merged into the Logitech system. Pax explained that because the military base was now part of his subspace, Kim could control it like the Logitech Center. That meant unlimited access to its weapons, vehicles, and equipment. The news completely changed things. Still shocked, Kim asked again, did that really mean endless rifles, ammo, grenades, everything? Pax confirmed it, and Kim could hardly believe how much the game had changed. Wanting details, he asked how long synchronization would take. Pax said the job was huge and only 0.81 was done. There was no exact finish time, but Pax said Kim could choose priority items and sync those first. Kim immediately named what mattered most: rifles, ammo, grenades, vehicles, and fuel. With those, knew he'd be ready for almost anything. Park said the sync would take only 10 minutes. After that, Kim would have unlimited access to what he needed. Fired up, he asked if there was a security system to keep anyone from touching the base without his permission. Park said yes. Kim told him to lock everything down right away. It wasn't that he distrusted Young Soo and his family. He just wasn't sure about the rescued soldier. Standing by his portal, Kim realized he now controlled food, vehicles, and weapons, and hoped the outside world wasn't as bad as he feared. It was worse. Outside, the wyverns were tearing everything apart, slaughtering pig heads crew one after another. Kim knew that mess outside wasn't ending anytime soon. Back inside, he and Young Soo got ready to fight. Young Soo put on his old boss uniform, while Kim grabbed his M416 and got it ready. In front of him sat a huge crate packed with endless ammo. With a nostalgic smile, Young said it had been years since he'd held a gun, and he never expected to do this again. Kim told him not to worry. He had copied thousands of rounds. Each box held 10,000 bullets, so ammo wouldn't be a problem. Then Kim tossed Young Soo a challenge and asked if he still remembered how to shoot. With a grin, Young Soo grabs his own M416 and tells Kim he's about to remind him who he used to be. Like the old days, he steadies his aim, lets out a breath, and fires. Every round lands clean. Wyverns drop one after another, headshot after headshot. In no time, Young takes down more than 50 of them. After 30 minutes, his rifle is burning hot. Smoke fills the air, and when it finally starts to clear, wyvern corpses are everywhere. Still riding the rush, Young Soo admits he hasn't had this much fun in years. He figures they're done and can move on. Kim doesn't look convinced. A bad feeling sticks with him, and he warns Young Soo that one wyvern is still out there. Young Soo looks around, confused. Everything he can see is dead. Kim brings up the huge black-scaled wyvern from earlier, the one that felt different. Young Soo doubts it, but then the truth is revealed. The black dragon is hiding near Kim's portal, waiting in silence. Stays still, but the threat is obvious. Like, it's been waiting for the perfect time to strike. Young Soo checks outside and sees nothing. For a second, he wonders if Kim is overthinking it. Kim throws out a theory. What if these monsters are smart enough to hide and jump them the moment they leave? That black wyvern didn't feel normal. Young Soo agrees in this world, being careful is how you stay alive. Then he comes up with an idea. What if they use a remote control car as bait? Maybe the beast will chase a moving target. They decide to test it. Soon, both men are holding RC cars with human-shaped dolls attached on top. They count to 3 and send them out. The dolls roll through the portal like people stepping into danger. Right away, a giant wyvern dives in and tears one doll apart with its claws. Young Soo freezes in shock. He can't believe it was really hiding there. His fear spikes as the monster rips the doll to pieces. His teeth are huge. Each one looks almost as big as Young Soo. Then the wyvern lifts its glowing eyes and locks onto the portal. A second later, it lunges straight at it, trying to push inside. Kim's heart nearly stops. He yells for Young Soo to fire, and together they unload everything they have into the beast. For 15 straight minutes, they keep shooting. The smoke gets so thick, they start hoping they've finally killed it. But when the haze fades, those glowing eyes are still staring at them. The wyvern hasn't backed down at all. Instead, it pushes its head in closer, drool hanging from its jaws, like it wants to swallow the portal itself. Kim and Young Soo stagger back in horror. The monster's mouth is right there, its deadly teeth only inches away, and Young Soo can't believe it. How is this thing still alive after taking all that fire? Kim remembers Pighead talking about a wyvern like this, one that tanked the military's attacks and forced them to retreat. Now Kim knows this has to be that same monster, but it isn't just strong. Something is protecting it. The scales don't just seem tough. They feel like they have some kind of defense on them. Kim can't stop to think it through. He snatches up a couple grenades, throws them right into the wyvern's mouth, and grins. Let's see if your hide can handle this. The blast shakes everything and fills the portal with even more smoke. Kim and Young-soo keep going, tossing grenade after grenade. Each blast is met by the wyvern's furious roars. An hour goes by, and their shoulders are screaming from non-stop throwing. Young-soo groans, saying, he never thought grenades could wear him out this much. Kim's shoulder feels close to giving out too. Still, the wyvern just keeps staring at the portal. They're stuck. There's no way out while that thing guards the exit. All of a sudden, it slams its claws against the portal, but the portal holds. Can't break through. Kim is both annoyed and confused. They've used everything they can think of, and the wyvern scales still look untouched. Then, almost like it's bored, the beast finally turns and flies away. Young-soo stares after it, asking why it left. Kim figures it gave up waiting for them to slip. After wasting hours, it probably went to find easier prey. For the moment, they're safe. They wait another hour just in case, and when it doesn't come back, Kim and Young-soo gather their gear and prepare to keep going. Not long after, the two of them are back on the road. Young-soo is still rattled by that monster, and Kim is just as worried. Dozens of grenades barely did anything. If a creature that big can shrug those off, what kind of weapon could kill it? Kim realizes normal explosives won't cut it. Bombs work on human-sized targets, not dragons. He could pull out a rocket launcher or even a missile from his subspace, but that much power would wreck everything nearby and could kill innocent people. He refuses to go that far. Annoyed, he knows he needs something with the force of a bomb but without the huge blast. The more he thinks, the worse his head hurts. Maybe something heavy dropped from high enough could hurt the wyvern, but a tank is too big. The monster would dodge it. He needs something small, dense, and deadly. And right now he doesn't have it, so he's stuck with guns and grenades until he checks his magic stones. One look at the crystal stops him cold. 314 stones. How did he end up with that many? Orcs and goblins barely gave him 50, so maybe wyverns are worth more. With this much to spend, Kim decides to upgrade his abilities. He puts 100 stones into his subspace, pushing its range all the way to 50 meters. Now he can move 4 items every second, which makes the skill way more dangerous. He still has 189 stones left, and there's one thing he never tested, his pocket dimension lab. It unlocked with the last upgrade, but he never had time to use it. Now he does. Kim feeds 50 magic stones into it and the lab finally activates. The description says he can combine or separate anything inside this space. His eyes light up. Maybe this is how he makes the weapon he's been needing. Kim tells Young-soo he needs to check something important and asks him to stay in the subspace for a bit. Young-soo pauses, then says they're almost in Gangnam and there aren't any monsters around. He'd rather keep driving while Kim works inside. Kim still asks if he's sure that's safe, and Young-soo answers with a simple fix. If Kim's worried, he can sit in the portal while Young-soo keeps driving the Mercedes. Young-soo has noticed the portal moves with the car as long as he's the one driving. Curious, Kim steps inside, and sure enough, the portal keeps moving with them. Impressed, he agrees even if he's still uneasy. Then he enters the pocket dimension to look around. The place is huge, white, and empty as he starts testing it. Pax explains the rules. Inside here, Kim can fuse different items together or break them apart into pieces. His thoughts race. If he merged a rifle with its magazine, could he make a gun that never needs reloading? Pax says yes. Then Kim asks if a grenade could have its pin pulled while stored, so it explodes the second he sends it out. Again, Pax says yes. Excited, Kim has him make one, spending 15 magic stones to create the new item. The result fascinates him, but one grenade still won't be enough for the wyvern. A grin spreads across his face as he starts building a hidden weapon. Meanwhile, Young-soo reaches a huge roadblock made from piled-up cars. He wonders who would go through the trouble of making something like that. Just then, Kim steps out of his subspace and asks how far they are from Gangnam. Young-soo says monsters aren't the problem. Someone blocked the whole road with cars, so they'll need to go around. Kim stops him. There's no need for a detour. He says he's got a new weapon for this. Before Young-soo can ask, metal plates weighing 20 kilos each shoot forward like bullets, smashing into the barricade and flinging cars aside like toys. Young-soo can only stare. It's a fused stack of plates moving at 150 kilometers per second, a 500-kilogram barrage that destroys anything in front of it. Stunned, he blurts out, "What did you even make?" Then the focus shifts to a group on top of a building watching the road for monsters. They only have makeshift weapons. A middle-aged man nervously asks how that car wall got blown apart so fast. Another says it survived several monster attacks, so it shouldn't have gone down that easily. Then through the smoke, they spot a jeep rushing forward before it stops right in front of their building. The men tighten their grip on their weapons, staring in shock. A military jeep makes them think soldiers have arrived. Then the dark window rolls down, and Kim looks up with a smile, asking, "Is Nurse Kim Jui here?" The story suddenly shifts into a flashback. Kim's second sister, the middle child, lands a flying kick so hard he almost blacks out. Meanwhile, Jui, the oldest, keeps studying and tells them to be quiet. Kim and the other sister just stare at her. The middle sister asks if Jui is feeling okay, confused by how serious she is about studying. Julie snaps back, asking if it's really that strange for her to work hard, totally serious. Kim turns to his other sister and says, "Julie definitely isn't acting normal. They should call Mom." He explains that Julie is 8 years older than him, and she only got serious about studying when he was around 7. Because Judy had never stayed focused for even 30 minutes before, her sudden change made the whole family nervous. Kim and his other sister even pulled their mom over, insisting Judy had finally lost it. Their mom looked worried too. Judy is stunned that her own family thinks she can't do anything with her life. Fed up, she finally shares her secret. Holding up a medical textbook, Judy proudly says she wants to become a doctor. She declares that even if the world ends tomorrow, she'll still help people today. The whole family just stares, too shocked to speak. Kim and his other sister lean toward their mom and whisper that Juzy's getting worse. Maybe she needs a mental hospital right away. The house turns into total chaos with everyone yelling and joking at once. After a few days, they figure Juzy's new dream will fade like a phase, but it doesn't. Her grades shoot up, and before long, she gets into the top nursing school she applied to. Her dad, mom, Kim, and the other sister can hardly believe it. Chu couldn't sit still for half an hour, really pulled it off. Back in the present, Juzy freezes when she sees Kim standing there to find her. Everything hits her at once. Her past, her family, her dream, and now this moment. Tears run down Juby's face as emotion takes over. Kim tears up too. Through sobs, Juby asks how he got here and whether he's hurt, and he quickly tells her he's okay. Behind them, young Soo smiles to himself, relieved that Kim found his sister safe. The two finally hug tight, forgetting everything else for a moment. Once they settle down, Kim wipes his eyes and introduces young Soo. He explains how much young Soo helped him get here alive. Young Soo bows, and Juji gratefully introduces herself as Kim's older sister, thanking him for protecting her little brother. Even in this nightmare, she still manages a small playful smile. Then Juicy reaches into her pocket and says she has something for Kim, guessing he hasn't eaten well. She offers him a chocolate bar, but Kim stops her and says he's actually full. He has enough chocolate to last forever. Kim's face soon turns serious as he says he brought a badly injured patient. Ju immediately asks where he is and says to bring him over, but Kim explains the patient isn't outside. He's in Kim's subspace. Jui stares at him in shock and blurts out that he awakened too. Kim notes. He explains that his power is called subspace, a hidden area he can open and let others enter. Then he gives a nervous laugh. Since showing it in public might freak people out, he says they should go somewhere private first. Jui agrees. Noticing the people nearby, they head into the hospital for privacy, and what they find inside is heartbreaking. People lie across the floor starving and exhausted, clutching wooden sticks as their only protection. They reach Jui's private room, and young Soo shuts the door behind them, so only the three of them remain. Kim opens the entrance to his subspace, and Jui just stands there in shock. She stares at the city like space in disbelief and asks if all those buildings are part of his ability. Kim says he'll explain later. For now, he tells her to follow him, and they head to the injured soldier. Jui rushes over and checks him at once. Still tense, Kim asks if the man is going to live. With a serious look, Jui asks how long he's been in this condition. Kim says he isn't sure. Still, he thinks the man was beaten and tortured. Jui solemnly tells him the soldier may not have much time left. Kim and young Soo both go still. They had been clinging to hope, so Kim quickly asks if it's really that bad. Then Jui's tone changes. She smiles and says his chances would be low under normal conditions, but her hands start glowing green. Grinning, she says she awakened as a healer. She places her glowing hands on the soldier's chest and the green light spreads through his body. She warns them her skill is still weak, so he won't fully recover, but he also won't die. 5 minutes later, she finishes. The soldier's wounds close, his breathing steadies, and Jui says the most important damage has been treated. He's still badly malnourished and needs food and rest to recover. Kim suddenly points out that even with the world falling apart, she's still treating people just like she promised. Caught off guard, Jui laughs and asks why he'd bring that up. Now Kim repeats her old words. Even if the world ends tomorrow, she'll still treat the sick today. Red-faced, Jui yells that she should have disciplined him like sister number 2 used to, and they slip right back into bickering. After the joking dies down, Jui gets serious and tells Kim to explain everything. He starts from the beginning and lays out the whole story, how he got trapped in the storehouse, sent messages to Julie and sister number 2, and then lost contact when the network went down. He goes on to explain how he awakened subspace by accident, stored the Logitech Center, and ended up merging with Pax AI. He also tells her about meeting Young Soo and everything that happened on the way here. While he talks, Ju is stuffing herself with food like she hasn't eaten in forever. Kim sighs and asks if she's even listening. With her mouth full, she nods and insists she is. So Kim tests her, and he fumbles through a weak summary that leaves out most of it. Kim groans, then lets it go with a small laugh. The meal, it turns out, was made by Young Soo's wife. She introduces herself, and Ju-hai warmly says it's nice to meet her, and that she already likes her. Everyone laughs, and Young Soo's wife says there's more food in the fridge if she's still hungry. She also tells Kim she set up a bed for him in a first-floor staff room and stocked it with supplies so he should rest there. Kim starts to thank her, saying she didn't have to do all that, but she just smiles and says it's the least she can do after everything he's done for them. Still curious, Jovi asks how Young Soo and his wife got into the subspace. Kim groans that he literally just explained all of this. Jovi just shrugs, so Kim sighs and starts over. After that, he explains his plan, bring the whole family into his subspace. First, he found Jobi, and next, he's going after sister number 2 in Area 0. That changes Jubi's expression. In a serious voice, she says she's sorry, but she can't go with him because she has to stay here. Kim is stunned and asks why she would stay alone in such a dangerous place. Jubi admits it is dangerous, but says that's not the only reason. There are still other patients here, and even though other nurses can help, she cuts herself off. As the scene shifts to another building, a shadowy man watches Joey's building through a window. He notes that 2 people arrived in a military jeep, and his guards heard a huge crash when the car wall was broken. He wonders how a jeep could smash through that barricade and guesses they might be special forces, but someone else suggests one of them is Jui's younger brother. Then the man's face is shown harsh and ugly. His companion says that if one of them is Jui's brother, they may not be enemies. Maybe they just need food and shelter, and since they control the food supply, they could use that against Kim if needed. But the ugly man smirks and asks if they really think those 2 are stronger than him. Right then, a huge muscular figure steps out of the shadows. His body is thick with veins, and his blank stare makes him look almost like a corpse. He calmly tells his boss it's unlikely anyone is stronger than him. The boss tells him to welcome Judy and her brother nicely while pretending to be kind and also repair the broken car wall. The big man nods. He says he's already doubled the wall's height, so nobody will break through it again. Back with Kim and Judy, she starts explaining about the department head, Jean. She reveals that Jean has an awakened ability. He can control minds and poison people, and Kim's face hardens as he listens. Judy goes on to say Jean has somehow taken control of most of the awakened people nearby. Now they guard the food and monostone supply, which is why everyone in Judy's building is starving. She admits she's been secretly stealing monostones to strengthen her own power and maybe cure the people who were poisoned or mind-controlled. She says that's why she plans to stay here and help these people, while Kim goes to save their parents.
Kim flatly refuses.
Jui, frustrated, starts saying the people here have no food or water and they'll starve if nothing is done. But Kim cuts in and asks if she even listened to his story. Jui looks confused, arms crossed and eyes shut. Kim coolly points out that Jean's main weapon is food control, right? Jui nods. With a sly smile, Kim says that makes this easy for him. Then he tells Jui to watch what his ability can do. Jui winces and mutters that Kim's middle school phase is back, but before she can finish, her jaw drops. From Kim's subspace, huge piles of meat, vegetables, water, and other supplies start pouring down and fill the room. Everyone is left speechless. Kim has basically unlocked endless food. Jin Sung-hak gets an urgent report that Jummy's younger brother brought in food, but he isn't impressed. The messenger stresses that the amount is huge, yet Jin stays calm. With only 2 people in one military jeep, he doesn't believe they could have carried that much. Sooner or later, people would want that food ran out. Jin Sung-hak figured the newcomers would come crawling back for rations like everyone else. He thought they were foolish for not hiding the supplies and stretching them out. Still, that kindness could end up helping him. Then the messenger said they had brought in more food than the whole hospital had collected. That finally shook Jin Sung-hak. 2 people gathering that much food made no sense. The hospital stock had taken a full scouting team and enough supplies to fill a truck. So Jin Sung-hak guessed the newcomers had some kind of power, maybe copying items or changing their size. Either way, their ability was the reason they had those supplies, and the hospital needed them on its side. Jin Sung-hak mixed up his usual drug and ordered Sung Hyun-gyu to get Jin Yeo's younger brother hooked on it. If that didn't work, they could just kill him. The driver was another issue. Late that night, Jong Ji-hun handed out food to the hospital residents while keeping an eye out for someone. If he found that person, everything would get much easier. Earlier, he had explained how to take away all of Jin Sung-hak's advantages, dump the poisoned food and replace it with clean supplies, take down the addicted awakened people, and deal with Jin Sung-hak, who wasn't much of a fighter. Jong Ji-hum also tried to learn everything Jong Yoon knew. Most of the addicted users' powers were useless in a fight. One could reseal cans, another could do laundry by itself. Very few abilities there mattered in combat. The one exception was Song Hung Gao, a man who was scary just to stand near. After the world fell apart, Hung Gao came from Il Gao to Gangnam because his mother was in the hospital. Gao only knew one thing about his power. He was freakishly strong. His size alone stood out, and the wall protecting the hospital had been built by his bare hands. Now that giant was finally meeting Jung Jae-am alone. MC was nervous, but he had something to settle with the big man, so the timing worked out. Young Jae-hai had no idea what business this younger guy could possibly have, but it didn't matter now. They went outside to the wall where it all started. There, Young Jae gave Jung Jae-hyam 2 choices: drink the medicine quietly or die painfully. He warned him not to bother running. It would do no good. That explained why Hyun-gi picked such an isolated spot, but he had never planned to run. He knew he'd be caught, so he chose a hidden third option. He trapped Song Hagri right there. Angry at the defiance, Hagri lunged to grab and crush him, but his fingers hit something solid. Hagri was gone, and only a strange portal to the logistics center remained. At first, Hagri couldn't understand what he was looking at, then he noticed a drone in front of him too late. A pro-grade bowling ball slammed into his stomach and knocked the air out of him. Jing Kim wondered if firing a 90-km/h bowling ball was overkill, but this wasn't the time for mercy. He sent another one flying, this time at Gu's right leg. That hit made Sham Gu groan and ruined his movement. When the giant demanded to know what kind of power this was, the protagonist answered by dropping a stack of barbell plates. Pinned down, Shamgru was told not to move. Even slowed, those plates were heavy enough to break bones or kill. But Huangwei refused to sit still. He charged one stack and grabbed it, catching Zongwei off guard. Then the brute started lifting it, throwing off the whole plan. But while he focused on the weight, he set off the metal trap. MC apologized for the tight fit in the makeshift cell and promised to let him out after everything was over. For now, Wangwar had no choice but to endure the heaviest prison imaginable. Zongwei was seriously worried he might have hurt the big guy too much, but thankfully Huangwei was absurdly tough. Back inside, Nurse Zongwei quickly let her brother in. She had heard the crash outside and feared he'd run into the giant. He casually confirmed it like it was nothing, then pointed outside so she could see where he had stashed the biggest threat. Zhong have looked out and froze at the strange metal cage. Zhong Gao have calmly said Song Hung Gao was now his temporary prisoner. With the biggest danger handled, they just had to wait for Sol to return. Right then, the East's best driver showed up. But the moment Sol came into view, the siblings went still. Sol was limping, clutching his head, sweating hard, and groaning about a brutal headache. The signs looked a lot like poisoning. Somehow, the enemy had gotten to him. Sol only remembered handing out food to survivors and hearing them thank him. Zhong spotted a tiny puncture on his finger, the likely way the poison got in. Someone must have pricked him while pretending to thank him. For now, Sol needed rest and isolation inside the subspace. Zhong Gao hadn't seen this coming, and he blamed himself for not protecting his friend. Without knowing exactly how the poison worked, things could get much worse. Finding Zhong Sungkok fast became the top priority so they could get a cure. They set up the break room in Sector 1 for quarantine, sealing the doors and windows just in case. But before Sol could enter the portal, the system stopped an unknown energy from going in. Since the subspace was its own separate domain, outside energy links couldn't pass through. Confused, Sol looked to Zhong Gao for answers, then something amazing happened. The pounding in his head vanished the moment one finger touched the portal. To make sure, they decided to try it on the hospital's biggest poison victim, Song God Huango. The protagonist opened a portal under the giant's feet and dragged him into the subspace by force. Once inside, the poison left him. When Young Giant brought him back out, Hyanggu looked healthier right away, and his face was clear again, like he had just woken up. The poison was completely gone. MC realized his subspace didn't just block physical attacks, it could shut out mental and chemical ones too. The first thing Hyanggu did after recovering was go to his sick mother. He hugged her, apologized for ignoring her, and told her to rest while he handled something important and came back soon. When Young Gaim asked if he'd be okay alone, Hyanggu said yes. With his strength, normal attacks couldn't do much to him. Even so, remembering what he did under Jin Sang-gak's control filled him with shame. He decided to settle things with the one behind it all before moving on. Hyanggu swore he'd get rid of the real disease in the hospital fast. Meanwhile, Zhang Sung-guk heard that one of his men had gone silent, and it shook him. He feared the worst, and then the last person he wanted to see walked into his office. Sung Jianggu, muscles tense, barely stopped himself from ripping Zhang Sung-guk apart on the spot. Zhang Sung-guk didn't know how the control had been broken, but he still put on a smug smile and begged for mercy. Hyanggu answered by smashing his arm into the villain's head and ending him. While Hyanggu finished things upstairs, Young Gaiam and the others talked about curing the rest of the survivors' poisoning and addiction. Since they couldn't tell who was affected, the safest plan was to have everyone touch the portal. Even people who could barely move only needed one finger. It would take a lot out of them, but it was the only sure method. Then just as they braced for a long night, something unexpected happened. All through the hospital, survivors suddenly acted like a huge burden had been lifted. One by one, the poisoned people were cured. They realized how messed up they'd been and came back to their senses. The group was confused until Song Hyun-gu arrived and explained everything without saying much. His blood-covered clothes and hands made it obvious how he had finished that last piece of business. He bowed and thanked him for saving everyone in the hospital. He thanked him back for removing the source of all their trouble. He also apologized for going a little too hard with the bowling balls. Luckily, Hyanggu was so tough that he ended up with only a few bruises and no broken bones. Since the apocalypse started, he had seen monsters and all kinds of weird things, but plates falling from nowhere to trap him was on another level. Even the monsters didn't compare to how overwhelming Young Giant's power felt. When Hyun Giant asked if he planned to stay at the hospital, the protagonist looked surprised. Hyun-gu admitted it was selfish to ask after everything MC had already done, but the hospital would be much safer with him there. He explained that he still had to find the rest of his family, so he couldn't stay. Hyun-gu understood, didn't press him, and wished him luck finding his loved ones. That led to talk about family, and since Hyun-gu had come from Iljiro, they asked what things were like there. He was shocked they wanted to go, warning them the city could no longer be reached. A few hours later, as morning came, the hospital survivors woke up to real hope. Young Giant had not only left them enough food for a long time, but also useful supplies like clothes and tools. Former enemies now parted as allies with Hyung Gai shaking the protagonist's hand and promising to repay him someday. After that, the group left the hospital and headed for Iljiro. Sol, fully recovered now, drove as skillfully as ever. He brought up the wall around Iljiro that Hyunggu had mentioned, guessing it might be the result of someone's ability. If that was true, Jung Jaeum hoped they could talk to whoever made it. Otherwise, they might have to break through. The night before, Hyunggu had described what he saw when leaving Iljiro. He said the wall rose from the ground like a tooth and kept growing until it was as tall as a skyscraper, making travel by land almost impossible. Hyunggu also shared something strange about Iljiro's monsters. Unlike Gangnam, the city was packed with undead skeletons that got back up even after being destroyed. Walking corpses were everywhere. But even with all that, Jong Jiam wasn't too worried about his sister's soul trapped inside. He trusted her to survive even if she hadn't awakened any powers. Then inside his subspace, MC got a call from Ju Qian, who had finally agreed to come with them now that the hospital's poison problem was over. When he answered with his usual lazy tone, Big Sis snapped at him to speak properly, then told him the soldier they saved was awake. Jung quickly went into the subspace where the soldier thanked him and introduced himself as Colonel Han Yang-ho of the 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion. Thanks to Kyung Jung's care, he had fully recovered. But as he looked around, he seemed lost. He could recognize the military command center outside, but the rest made no sense. There shouldn't have been buildings there, much less a logistics center. He explained that they were in the staff lounge of the PAX FC Logistics Center inside his subspace. While outside, they were in Gangnam on the way to Hanam Bridge. The colonel had trouble understanding, so Ju-hyun put it simply, they were inside the kid's ability and the group was in Gangnam. After hearing that, the colonel politely asked them to let him off by the road. Jong Kyung told him they weren't dangerous and only wanted to help. The colonel admitted that was true. They had saved his life, but he still couldn't reveal the details of his mission. He had to reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff as fast as possible. Seeing it was clearly a mission tied to the whole country, Kyung-gum called Pax to help. But before sending the colonel off, he gave him banana milk and a sandwich and said he should eat first, then explain what he could. Even though he was starving, the colonel tried to refuse it first. But then the protagonist brought out pizza, waffles, chicken, and a whole spread of food, and the colonel finally gave in. While eating, he started sharing classified information. It began when creatures from another world appeared all over the planet at once. They weren't just monsters. There were bugs, animals, plants, and even huge landforms like mountains that suddenly showed up. They attacked everything, humans, animals, and even each other. Nothing was spared. After these creatures appeared, the government began gathering awakened people into a special force. Their powers worked well against the invaders. Colonel Han's unit was deployed around Gwakian and Enyang, and for a while they managed to keep things stable. Then everything changed when that beast showed up. He watched his men get slaughtered and eaten by a giant wyvern. Their weapons, guns, grenades, even heavy artillery did nothing to it. They kept calling nearby units for backup, but everyone was stuck fighting their own powerful monsters. Oddly, they could still contact Gwachian and Anyang, yet command never sent any reports or answers. In the end, Colonel Han chose to retreat so his unit wouldn't be wiped out by the wyverns. They headed for the National Communication Command, but the monsters kept chasing them, and more soldiers died along the way. When they reached a city, they tried to recruit awakened people to bolster their numbers. After days of hard travel, they finally reached the base camp, only to find it abandoned. It didn't take long to learn why. While searching the command center, they found suspicious papers mentioning a coup. A rebellion seemed to be underway. Colonel Han tried everything to contact the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but the wyvern pinned them down at the base. Then things got even worse. The awakened recruits betrayed them, killed the last soldiers, and took over. Those same rogue awakened were later eaten by the wyverns. Han suspected I Corps was blocking the government's regrouping efforts, and that its commander had joined the rebellion. In the middle of the apocalypse, even a coup didn't feel that shocking. Since Jong Goim's group was heading toward Yeol-juro, he told the colonel they'd drop him off once they crossed the Han River Bridge. The colonel thanked them and kept enjoying the meal, while MC told Mr. Jong-soo to pick up speed a little, just not all the way. As he thought things over, the colonel realized the young man had probably run into the wyvern at the base too. He had just started wondering how Jung Go-eun escaped a monster like that when he froze in shock. A huge ogre was hammering at the portal barrier, trying to break in. But he and Mr. Jung-soo acted like it was nothing. The colonel was stiff with fear, while everyone else stayed calm. Then a stack of barbell plates shot through the portal, slammed into the ogre, and sent it flying like a rag doll. The colonel could only stare as the impact splashed the ogre's blood across the road. Meanwhile, Jung Jiam and Mr. Jung-soo didn't even blink. They were used to this. The colonel, though, stopped mid-bite, unable to make sense of it. When the protagonist suddenly pulled out a military vehicle from nowhere, the colonel almost choked. Then the two stepped out of the subspace, telling him to eat and rest. Jung Jiom left the portal open so he could keep watching the road if he wanted. The way MC fired disc pillars at crazy speed and summoned vehicles out of thin air showed just how overwhelming his ability really was. Ogres that once seemed terrifying were now barely a problem, because his method was simple: launch stacks of discs at the monsters and crush them in one hit. Colonel Han was so drawn in by the slaughter that he leaned closer to watch. He even saw the ogre's magic stones get pulled straight into the subspace. At first, he thought he was imagining it, but it was real. The portals were firing heavy objects at insane speed and wiping out enemies at about 4 per second. The discs could even change direction in midair, and collecting magic stones had become an automatic process. Anyone could tell Zhongguang's subspace skill was ridiculously overpowered when used like this. Eventually, they reached Bampo Bridge, only to find it completely destroyed. He apologized to the colonel and said the trip would take a little longer while they looked for another route. The colonel was still thankful and decided to rest in the subspace while they searched. Even with the detour and non-stop monster attacks, reaching Bampo Bridge from Gangnam in just an hour was amazing. Zhang Jiam's ability helped a lot, but most of the credit went to Mr. Yong-soo behind the wheel. He might act goofy sometimes, yet his driving was incredible. Even from the passenger seat, watching him weave through the roads was enough to make anyone dizzy. The first time the colonel rode with him, he nearly threw up. He quickly figured out the safest way to avoid motion sickness was staying inside the subspace. By now, the colonel's opinion of Zhang Geometry and Mr. Yong-soo was sky high. Both were capable and clever. After more driving and monster hunting, they reached another bridge. It looked old and shaky, but it was still standing. Mr. Yong-soo thought he could drive across it, but the protagonist hesitated. He had spotted suspicious figures ahead and became careful. Looking closer, he also saw what looked like the huge wall around Yeoljuro they'd heard about. It was so massive, there was no way a car was getting through. Still, they were too far away to know whether it could be broken, so the best move was to get closer and check. Crossing the bridge would take them through Yongsan too, which meant they could drop off Colonel Han on the way. A few quiet minutes later, they reached the colonel's stop. He thanked them again for escorting him safely, even though they didn't have to. Zhang Gun wished him luck with his urgent mission, and they split up. Then his attention went back to finding way into Yeoljuro, where his little sister might be. Up close, the wall was even taller and tougher than he expected. He wondered if, as a last resort, he could level up enough to absorb the whole wall into his subspace. Right now, though, he was nowhere near that level. He figured he'd need about 2 more hours of grinding, collecting around 400 magic stones each hour to upgrade his subspace. Han also suggested that Zhang Geometry and Mr. Yong-soo join the government side. They were offering mana stones and supplies to help awaken people grow early, and Han believed the two of them would get plenty of support. MC politely turned it down, saying his family came first. As for magic stones, he could gather those himself by hunting monsters. Han was disappointed, but he understood. Still, he added that if they went to the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, Zhang Jiam might change his mind since they probably had helicopters there. Han was right. They most likely did. At the same time, headquarters was in chaos, with news coming in that Guiqian and Enyang had fallen along with the 56th Division. It looked like only I Corps still had any real fighting strength left. In that kind of mess, it was hard to know if any real government was still functioning. The surviving military units had no clear picture. The director, lost and gloomy thoughts, was interrupted when a messenger announced a visitor, Colonel Han, commander of the 50th Battalion of the National Communications Agency, had arrived. He said he needed to deliver a message to the director in person, including how his whole unit had been destroyed and how he made it back to headquarters. Han gave a perfect salute, then reported everything in painful detail, leaving nothing out. He finished by handing over documents with clear proof that I Corp was planning a rebellion. The director's stomach sank as he read them. He had no idea betrayal had been growing under his nose in the middle of all this. When he looked outside, he saw the men who had helped Han bring the report. He and the colonel quickly went to thank Zhang Jian and Mr. Yong-soo for their service to the country. The director also brought up his ability and his request for a helicopter in exchange for supplies. Since helicopters were so valuable, the director agreed to give him one. But only if he officially joined the military as an awakened operative. The government badly needed to regain control, and Zhang Jiam's power could change everything. Even so, the protagonist respectfully refused, saying again that rescuing his family came first. Unable to force him into service, the military had no choice but to keep the helicopter. Zhang Jiam accepted the director's decision and wished him luck getting things under control. After saying goodbye, Zhang Yun headed back to his car. The director was left confused and annoyed, realizing he'd played this all wrong. He figured the young man would cave eventually, but he had badly misread Zhang Yun. He wasn't giving up, and if the helicopter plan failed, he'd find another way. He also hadn't fully checked the fortress wall yet, so he still believed there was a way in. After his first deal fell through, the director swallowed his pride and knocked on Jang Yoon's window. He came with a second offer: handle one more mission, and the military would give him the helicopter. Jang Young took the deal. Not long after, a full battalion rolled out. Military vehicles lined up one after another. At the front, Jang Young sat calmly sipping juice, looking more bored than nervous for someone heading into a fight. The director explained the mission. Months ago, Seoul Station had been used as a gathering point for reserve awakened people, and they still had contact with survivors there. The problem was the road. It was packed with skeletons. They weren't that deadly on their own, but they were a huge pain to deal with. There were too many of them, and they were hard to put down unless you hit the core at the base of the last rib on the right. Missed that, and they just came back. Jang Yoon's job was simple: open a path through the skeletons and bring the stranded awakened out. Using his flying barbell discs, he cleared the mission fast. For him, it was easy work. The soldiers watching him for the first time were stunned. A job they'd feared for weeks was handled by one young man with a strange power. When they reached Seoul Station, the awakened survivors cheered, thrilled that help had finally come. The military quickly loaded them into armored vehicles. Once everyone was aboard, the director told Jang Yoon and Yong Soo to move out. Thanks to Jang Yoon, the skeletons couldn't do much during the retreat. For ordinary soldiers, fighting them was exhausting because every shot had to hit the core. Jang Yoon cut them down easily, but there was one thing he still hadn't faced: a rare monster hidden among the skeletons. It was the Skeleton Knight, and the military's standing order was to avoid it completely. They believed fighting it was pointless because it couldn't be destroyed. Like always, Jang Yum opened a portal and fired a barbell disc at it. But this wasn't a normal skeleton blocking the road. It was the Skeleton Knight. The creature stood in front of the convoy, staring them down. Then, to everyone's shock, it started speaking in a language none of them knew. They couldn't understand the words, but it was clearly trying to say something. Then it drove its sword into the ground, pulled out a magic stone, crushed it in one hand, and scattered the dust. After that, it began speaking human language. The knight introduced himself as Sir Gwyn, one of the Night King's 12 knights, and greeted the humans as otherworlders. Jang Yoon seemed less interested in Gwyn's title than in the trick with the magic stone. Gwyn said getting hit with flying metal was a strange way to be greeted, then asked if Kim Jong-gam was a mage. He also questioned why the humans had entered skeleton territory, saying there should be proper manners in negotiations even in a world like this. Kim the 1001 answered by hurling another barbell disc, and Gwang cut it in half so fast it shocked everyone. He warned that attacks like that couldn't even scratch his armor. Kim Jong-giom ignored him and sent out more discs, making Gwyn roll and dodge with sharp precision. The knight planted his sword for support and rushed into a counterattack. Annoyed, he grumbled that humans always chose violence over talking. He didn't care. He launched 4 more barbell stacks, showing he planned to settle this his own way. Gwang knocked aside the first one, slipped past the next, and sliced the rest out of the air, stopping them cold. That string of perfect moves brought the Skeleton Knight dangerously close to the convoy. Yong Soo started to panic as the monster charged. Kim Jong-giom, though, was more fascinated than afraid. The knight was cutting through 500 kilos of steel like butter, but he was also clearly avoiding direct hits. That gave the protagonist an idea. If one solid strike landed, they might win. So he clenched his teeth and spent 50 magic stones to unlock tracking delivery, hoping for better accuracy. To test it, he fired 1 stack straight at the knight's chest. The heavy steel disc shot out like a cannonball. Gwyn mocked him for repeating the same move again. He bragged that any mage who relied on one trick was a fool, then got blindsided when the disc suddenly changed direction in midair. Instead of flying straight, it curved hard and homed in on Gwyn's chest exactly as planned. The hit landed, but the knight used his armor to take most of it and knocked the disc away. Gwyn growled that Kim Jong-giom was getting cocky. He'd only been surprised once, and that wouldn't happen again. Before he could finish, a bowling ball flew in from nowhere, smashed his head, and dropped him. Gwang quickly raised himself, now much more cautious. Then before he could move, another bowling ball cracked him in the skull, and for the first time in ages he felt fear. That fear froze him for a moment, and Kim Jong-jong used it to pour on more attacks. Inside the car, MC rattled off commands like a gamer entering cheat codes. Left head, back head, crown, front head, right head, left head. Each order sent a bowling ball to a set point, turning the attack into an automatic barrage. Even as his jaw started to hurt, Kimmy kept going. The skeleton knight, trapped under the non-stop rain of hits, started to crack apart, seeing fractures spread across Gwang's bones. Kim Jong-jiam decided to finish this and told the convoy to pull back while the knight was still dazed. But before they could get away, Gwang's curses turned into desperate pleas. Bits of bone flew everywhere as the pounding continued. Kim Jong-jiam then ordered disc attacks from every side, left, right, front, and back. The combined strikes shattered the skeleton knight at last. Even then, Gwang kept his pride and praised the protagonist as an impressive mage, warning him that this wasn't over. Skeleton knights do not die. Even in death, he said, they still serve the Night King. As his body fell apart, 3 items dropped, 2 large blue mana stones and 1 small red reinforcement shard. Kim Jong-guskayam quickly pulled the loot into his portal. The soldiers behind him were speechless. They had just watched a young man beat a skeleton knight, a monster even tank shells couldn't kill, using only flying discs and bowling balls. In the back, the survivors burst into cheers and shouted MC's name. The unkillable knight was down, and their fear broke with it. Back at HQ, the director heard the report in disbelief. He had clearly told Kim Jong-jiam to avoid the skeleton knight no matter what. Instead, the young man ignored the warning and won in spectacular fashion. Even if he didn't like that part, the director now knew how badly the military needed him and Yong-soo, so he swallowed his pride and all but begged them to join the military effort. The protagonist politely refused. Finding his family still came first. That left the military wondering what to do next, but the director was practical enough to back off. He kept the offer open and hoped that after MC found his family, he might change his mind. For now, the army already saw him as a vital ally, so the director focused on keeping his word and giving him the helicopter he had earned. He wasn't happy about all the expectations being piled on him, but he understood why. He had just beaten a skeleton knight everyone thought was impossible to kill. Even so, he knew it had been a close call. If there had been even one more enemy on Gwyn's level, the mission could have collapsed. The truth was this rescue had nearly gone very wrong. Worse, Gwyn had called himself one of 12 knights, which meant at least 11 more were out there, and his final warning stuck with Kim Jong-jiam. Skeleton knights don't truly die. If their servants were that dangerous, then the Night King had to be far worse. He needed to rethink his weapons. The pillar stacks were strong, but they barely worked. The bowling balls somehow had cracked armor that should have been untouchable. Then again, this world had stopped making sense a long time ago. As they went up to the helipad, the director asked if Kim Jong-jiam really meant to go to Yahello. From HQ, the huge walls around the place were easy to see. The military had already sent a team to study those strange walls, but they lost contact. Since then, they had run air recon missions whenever they could, and those flights confirmed people were still moving inside the walls. The director thought his soldiers and maybe Kim, the protagonist's family too, were still safe in there. MC appreciated the hope, though he felt a little guilty. Truthfully, he wasn't that worried about his sister. She was more terrifying than most things he'd seen since the world fell apart. The director added one more strange detail. The top of the wall seemed to be growing inward, like it was slowly turning into a roof. No one knew when it would fully close, so he was glad they could get Kim Jong-jiam a helicopter before that happened. After a long climb, they finally reached the helipad. He looked at a beat-up helicopter and frowned. It looked like it had barely survived a war. Was this really his reward? Still, he told himself looks didn't matter. If it could get them over the wall, that was enough. Then the director told him to look elsewhere. He pointed across the rooftop. At the far end sat a spotless, high-end helicopter. Jung Ji-om and Young-soo froze for a second, and the director smiled proudly. Young-soo burst out laughing in pure excitement. With his sunglasses and flight jacket, he looked like he belonged there. The protagonist was just as shocked while the director started to explain. But Young-soo cut him off, laughing as he thanked him for lending them a Black Hawk at a time like this. He was already excited to fly it. The director joked that he'd been wondering who could pilot it, so maybe Young-soo had done this before. Young-soo quickly corrected him. He'd never flown a Black Hawk. Then he checked his system message. He admitted he'd never flown any helicopter, but somehow he still felt sure he could handle this one. A notice popped up saying he could spend 50 magic stones to register the helicopter. If he did, all the knowledge needed to fly it would be placed straight into his mind, and he eagerly told the others. He explained his skill, best driver. It let him control vehicles with ease, but until now, he thought it only worked on ones he'd already used. Now he learned something new. Instead of leveling up normally, his skill grew by registering each new vehicle. That discovery thrilled him, and Jong Jiam finally understood how it worked. Looking back, it made sense. Yong Su's power had never changed the usual way. He was building a bigger lineup, one vehicle at a time. Then the director pulled a suitcase from the Black Hawk. He opened it to show a pile of magic stones and set it in front of MC. There were 200 inside. He planned to surprise them for the trip, but now he offered them so Yong Su could register the Black Hawk right away. Yong Jiam and Yong Su both thanked him sincerely. Without wasting time, Yong Su grabbed 50 stones and started the registration. The moment it finished, a flood of piloting knowledge rushed into his head. His smile twisted into something wild, and even he got chills watching him. Grinning, Yong Su declared he had this beast figured out and told Jong Jian to get in already. Uneasy, the protagonist carefully asked if he could maybe fly a little slower. Yong Su just laughed. Slow wasn't his style. He jumped into the pilot's seat, and MC close to tears buckled in for what was clearly going to be a rough ride. Like a man possessed, Yong Su started flipping switches and mumbling to himself, then told him to use the remaining time to brace himself. Accepting it, the protagonist turned his thoughts to what came next. More skeleton knights were waiting in the city, so he checked his inventory to see how many magic stones he had. He wanted to raise his subspace level, hoping it would unlock a new skill. After opening the inventory, he used 2 large mana stones and 1 enhancement stone. The system converted the large stones into 200 regular mana stones, bringing his total to 1,393. Even he was stunned by that number. Yang Zhang spent 1,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace to level 3, and the system said it would take a few minutes. While he waited, he checked the enhancement stone. The system said enhancement stones were special and carried unique traits. Unlike normal mana stones, they could be used through the awakening system to give a chosen item a specific boost. The one he had was fire type that gave Jong Jiam an idea. The real problem was choosing the right item, especially since he had no clue how strong the upgrade would be. He weighed his 2 main weapons, the bowling ball and the iron pillars. Since the skeleton warriors kept cutting through the pillars and the bowling ball was the only thing that worked, he chose that. After the upgrade, it became a fire bowling ball with 2 abilities, penetration and ignite. Then Pax asked if he wanted to register it as a new item. MC said yes, and right after that, Pax announced it was time to leave. Kyung tried to calm himself, but before he could, Kyung Su fired up the helicopter. As the Black Hawk rose, his nerves only got worse. From below, the director saluted and said he hoped the protagonist would find his family safely and come back after finishing his mission. MC answered with a thumbs up. Right then, the system alerted him that his subspace upgrade was done. It unlocked new items, new upgrades, and even a way to temporarily increase the shipping limit for single items with magic stones. Then he saw his new skill and his jaw drop. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Watching from the ground, the director grew uneasy at that expression. After all, he'd already given Jung Kyung 200 mana stones and a Black Hawk. He'd been more than generous and had even imagined bringing that up later. So now he worried something was actually wrong. Meanwhile, he was still stunned by the new skill. It was called the Subspace Laboratory. It came with a transport function and a small healing effect, letting him recover naturally inside it. More importantly, it let him register outside objects into his subspace with the cost based on the object size, weight, and value. For Jung Jiam, this changed everything. Before now, his subspace only worked with pre-registered items from places like the Logitech Center or the military base, but now he could add outside objects too. The system did give one limit. New items still had to fit under one of those 2 categories, Logitech Center or military base. Jung Kyung looked at the Black Hawk and wondered if it counted as a military base item. To find out, he tried registering the helicopter. The system said it would cost 107 magic stones. He accepted and completed it. Back on the ground, the director started walking toward the base when he suddenly heard the helicopter again. He turned and saw Jung Kyung and Jung Su flying back. His stomach dropped, afraid something had gone wrong with the Black Hawk. Before he could do anything, a large portal opened in front of him. A Black Hawk helicopter fell out. Then a second portal opened and another Black Hawk came out. Both landed in front of the shocked director. Jung Kyung waved with a smug grin, then flew off again. The director was left speechless. He had given the protagonist one battered black hawk and somehow got two brand new ones back. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Meanwhile, MC had entered the city. Ahead of him stood a huge fortress, and its upper walls were slowly closing in like it was building a roof over itself. Then the story shifts to a grim castle. Inside, an evil presence filled the place. On a giant throne sat the Skeleton King. In a harsh clicking voice, he said there was one thing he couldn't understand. Earth's entry permit should only allow beings up to tier 8. Anyone stronger had to lower their rank to get in just like he did. So why would a proud wizard come here and accept that loss? Even stranger, that wizard had invaded his domain and killed Gwyn. The king was talking about Jung Jiang. We learned the Skeleton King came from another dimension, and Earth is classified as an A-tier world. He weakened himself to enter and conquer it, and now he assumes he is another outsider with the same goal. In his eyes, the protagonist is a wizard from another world who lowered his tier to seize Earth too. To the king's right, a purple flame took the shape of a skull and spoke to him. It said Gwyn tried to speak to the wizard before dying, but the wizard killed him before he could say anything. That made him too dangerous, so the flame advised killing him on sight next time. The Skeleton King thought it over. He decided the wizard had come for the same reason he had to take this land, and there was no room for two rulers. With the harvest nearly done, he planned to finish it and then attack the wizard. The flame introduced itself as Lancelot, the spirit of a knight whose body existed somewhere else. Lancelot then warned that an intruder was coming toward the castle. The Skeleton King assumed it was just another annoying pest and brushed it off, saying they would die soon enough. Then we cut back to Shang Kyam and Yang Su as they move into the city. A bat-like monster appears. A bat monster shows up, but Kim wipes it out in one hit with his flaming bowling ball. Kim is surprised by how much stronger the bowling ball is than his iron pillars. While he's thinking about that, Yang Su cuts in. He warns that landing won't be easy. There's a skeleton knight fighting a monster below. Kim looks down and sees another skeleton knight like the one he killed before, except this one carries a lance instead of a sword. The skeleton knight pours magic into the lance and fires off a brutal attack. Then the target comes into view, a human woman. The second Kim sees her, he looks both annoyed and shocked. She gathers magic into her fist and throws one crushing punch. That single hit sends the skeleton knight flying, and the woman is finally revealed. The skeleton knight crashes down from high above. Yang Su nervously says they may have to deal with both fighters if they land now, but Kim blurts out that one of them is his older sister. Stunned, Yang Su asks which one, and Kim says it's the one who just launched the skeleton knight away. As the fog lifts, Sol is fully revealed, standing with total confidence. Her powerful build makes her hard to ignore. Clearly irritated, Sol says she felt that punch connect perfectly, but the skeleton just won't die no matter how many times she beats it down. Kim starts explaining Sol's past, calling her sister number 2. When she was little, she happened to see mixed martial arts on TV and got hooked right away. Luckily for her, she had a younger brother to practice on. Every time she watched a fight, Kim became her test dummy. Beating weaker people got boring fast, so Sol started looking for tougher opponents. At the playground, she beat anyone who challenged her, boys, girls, even kids older than her. Seeing her talent, their father signed her up for an MMA gym. That started her path as a martial artist, and it was also where she lost for the first time to her teacher. But instead of getting upset, Sol loved the feeling of losing. For the first time, she had someone worth chasing, and her new goal was simple: beat her teacher. On the way, she won several jiu-jitsu tournaments, and by 7th grade, she ruled the junior division. Her love of training and fitness pushed her to keep improving, but that drive slowly turned unhealthy. In the end, Sol tore the cruciate ligaments in both legs. Too impatient to heal, she came back early and only hurt herself again. She kept repeating injury recovery, then another injury. She finally made her pro debut at 24. She was good enough much earlier, but her stubbornness and constant setbacks held her back. Even so, once she debuted, Seol quickly became one of Korea's top 10 fighters. Yang Su is stunned by all this, but Kim tells him not to be scared of Sol and says they should bring the helicopter down slowly. Even then, Yang Su mutters that from this far away, she looks more like a monster than a person. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight closes in on Sol with his weapon ready. In a rattling voice, he asks why his attacks can't hit her. Sol casually says the answer is obvious. He's too slow. The knight argues that he's just as fast as she is, and says she must be using some strange trick. Sol laughs and tells him it's no trick, just martial arts. She says it so casually that the skeleton knight is left confused. Then he praises her, saying people like her are rare, and that if her rank were raised, she could become the greatest knight. Sol isn't impressed. She just mutters that all this talk about skeletons, knights, and ranks makes no sense. The knight goes on admitting he's grown to admire her. He says he'll ask the skeleton king to spare only her in the city. Before he can finish, a flaming bowling ball slams into him from nowhere and blows his body apart. Broken bones scatter around Sol. A moment later, the burning bowling ball rolls to a stop by her feet. Sol stares at it, confused by how this weird bowling ball could destroy the skeleton knight when her martial arts couldn't. As she's thinking, 2 large mana stones and an enhancement stone appear from the knight's remains. The stones are quickly sucked into a portal. That portal seems to be controlled by a device shaped like a piece of corn. At the same time, a helicopter lowers from above. Kim steps out with a grin and greets Sol, joking that it's been a while, and as expected, she's still beating people up. At sister number 2, Sol freezes in shock, staring at Kim with her mouth open. Later, a table is packed with food, fried rice, pizza, burgers, and more. Ju-Yun and Kim sit there in silence, watching in amazement as Seol tears through the meal. Finally, Ju-Yun asks if Seol uses some kind of power to boost her strength. Between huge bites, Seol says that's half right. Her strength is natural, not from the barrier. The barrier only protects her from outside attacks. She says it like it's nothing special. As Sol keeps stuffing herself, Ju-Yun finally snaps and tells her to slow down before she chokes or gets sick. Kim just laughs and says it's useless. She's eaten like that since they were kids. The teasing slowly turns into a warm family moment. Smiling for real, Kim says he's relieved all 3 sisters' awakened abilities that helped them survive this long. Now he only has one job left: find their older brother. While eating, Sol eyes Kim and says everything else is fine, but his power seriously feels like cheating. How can he even do all this? Kim laughs and says it's a long story he'll explain later. But for now, she should eat and rest. He shows her how to use the packs to order whatever she needs and adds that young Su's family is safe in the subspace. He tells Sol she should go say hi, but she first asks if they're leaving the city right now. Kim stands and says yes, they have to move at once. The ceiling is closing fast, and he doesn't know if the fortress can protect the whole city. He stresses the danger and says he needs to gather as many mana stones as possible before it closes completely. Then he looks up and feels his heart drop. The ceiling is already shut, throwing everything into darkness. Kim jumps onto his Black Hawk and flies up right away. He fires 5 blazing fireballs at the fortress wall with everything he has. But even after that attack, the fortress stays completely unharmed, not even a mark. Kim feels a chill. If that did nothing, should he move the whole city into a subspace? The idea is tempting, but too risky. Pulling something that huge into the subspace could cause who knows what. He had already spent his last mana stones expanding his portal to 19.76 meters, just enough to fit the Black Hawk. Now he has nothing left. He thinks about hunting skeletons and monsters for more stones, but he still doesn't know what would happen to the people if he drags the entire city into his subspace. Then Sol speaks up from behind, saying, "This sounds like a huge mess." She brings up the skeleton knight, saying he promised to spare her. Before dying, he hinted that if she stayed in the city, her death would only be delayed. Kim asks what else he said, but Sol shrugs. She couldn't get more out of him because Kim smashed him to pieces. She still has no idea how her death would have been delayed. The only other thing he mentioned was talking to the Skeleton King for her. That makes Kim realize the only way out is to face the Skeleton King directly. The problem is finding him in a city this big. Before Kim can think it through, the Demon King inside Young Su wakes up. Grinning, Young Su says he only needs 5 minutes to find the Skeleton King's castle. Kim instantly knows trouble is coming and yells at Young Su to stop, but he's too late. Young Su has already changed into his demon form, cackling like a maniac. Then he does something insane. He spins the helicopter in a full circle and shouts that he'll search every part of the city. The helicopter twists, dives, and snakes through the air while racing across the city. Kim hangs on to his seat, sick and dizzy, while Sol stays calm and watches it all. Then the story cuts to the Skeleton King's castle. Lancelot tells the Skeleton King that Lionel was destroyed by Kim's fireball. He adds that the knight died in a single hit, which means their enemy is extremely strong. The Skeleton King roars in fury. His harvest is almost done, and now this intruder is ruining things again. He vows to kill the meddler himself and demands to know where the enemy is. Lancelot calmly says there's no need to look. The intruder is already on the way here. Hearing that, the Skeleton King lets out a dark laugh. From inside the castle, he watches Kim's helicopter coming closer. At first, he thinks it's some wizard trick, but after looking harder, he mutters that Kim doesn't seem like a wizard. He looks undead. It's a pretty bad sign when even the undead think you look undead. Still, the Skeleton King drops the question. Wizard or undead, it doesn't matter. Anyone who ruins his plans is going to die. A giant door leads into the Skeleton King's chamber, while bat monsters cling to the walls inside, waiting to ambush anyone who enters. The massive door slowly opens. Kim stumbles into the room, looking half dead. In a weak voice, Kim mutters that he's never riding a helicopter again. That flight left him horribly sick. Then Seol spots something behind him. She rushes over and yells Kim's name, but before he can turn, a huge bat monster with sharp teeth dives straight for his neck. Seol moves first and throws a brutal punch. The monster explodes from the hit, and Kim finally snaps out of his dizzy haze. He thanks her right away, but Seol tells him to quit acting so stiff. Then her focus shifts. Something is wrong. Seol studies the chamber carefully. Her face hardens. There's more, she says. Kim looks around, confused. To him, the hall ahead looks empty. Then red eyes start glowing in the dark, far too many to count. Kim instantly realizes how bad this is. He urgently tells Juyeon to fall back into the subspace because he can't deal with this on his own. Then he remembers Sol is here, and she lives for fights. A grin spreads across her face as the swarm closes in. Now this is better, she says. One monster would have been way too boring. With that, Sol rockets into the hallway before Kim can stop her. She jumps high and crashes down hard. A bat monster skull is crushed under her foot. Every move she makes is smooth and savage. Her attacks are clean, fast, and packed with force. One after another, Sol tears through them. She cuts them down, punches through them, and smashes them apart like she's having fun. Even when one sneaks up and bites into her neck, she barely reacts. Instead, she grabs it, then slams it into the floor so hard it shatters. Soon, the ground is covered in blood, and Sol's wild laughter fills the room. The surviving monsters start to shake, losing their nerve. Kim watches in awe, but he's worried too. Sol is enjoying herself, but she keeps taking dangerous hits. He backs into his portal with an idea. Inside the subspace, Kim starts building a weird machine, basically a strong electric pest trap. He makes it to attract the bat monsters and kill them. Once it powers on, the current pulls them in and fries them one by one. Sol sees it and shoots Kim an annoyed look. Is this really your way of fighting? It's boring. Kim calmly says he's only helping, but Sol snaps back. Stay out of it. I can handle this. They keep arguing while the fight still rages around them. Kim finally fires back. Fine. But stop doing reckless stuff and be careful. Outside the chamber, Lancelot reports to the Skeleton King that the wizard is struggling, but he's not alone. There's another fighter with him, and she's as strong as Lancelot. He also says the wizard uses strange tools and seems to have endless supplies. That only makes the Skeleton King more annoyed. This fight is getting messier than he expected. Beating one wizard was hard enough. Dealing with another top-tier fighter makes it much worse. After thinking it over, the Skeleton King says he has no other choice. Lancelot warns that calling on more power could bring trouble from the Chamber of Commerce, but the king insists he has to do it. Kim is at least 8th tier, the same level as the Skeleton King. Maybe he could face the wizard alone, but not with another 8th tier warrior beside him. He knows he can't win by himself, so he decides to summon Lancelot, raising both hands as he starts an ancient spell. The image of Lancelot's skull disappears, and 3 reinforced stones appear instead of 1. As the stones circle the skull projection, mana builds up for the summoning. At the same time, back in the subspace, electric gear and coils of copper wire are spread all over. The group works on a new weapon, wrapping thick copper wire around an aluminum rod. The result is the electric repellent bat, a semi-rare weapon made just for Sol. The moment Sol grabs it, she lights up. The bat carries electric power, so it deals double damage. She gives it a few swings and clearly loves it. When they come out of the subspace, she thanks Kim and jokes that his crafting skill is basically a scam because he makes items so easily. She says the bat is perfect for these monsters, but warns him not to butt into her fight this time. She wants them for herself. As Sol steps out, she scratches her neck. Kim asks if she's hurt, and she says the bite didn't hurt before, but now it itches. She also mentions a system notice saying all impure energy was pushed out of her body. That makes Kim nervous. What if she's turning into a vampire? Seeing his face, Sol jokes that if she does become one, he has to kill her. She has no interest in living as some vampire lady, and the two share a quick laugh. Then the story cuts back to the Skeleton King, who turns to Kim with heavy sarcasm. He sneers that the name Arcane must be ashamed of Kim's reckless mess, blaming him for ruining everything and causing chaos in his territory. No matter where Kim came from, he has no right to interfere. With a furious roar, the Skeleton King vows to kill him. Kim and Sol trade confused looks, and Kim mutters that this idiot is making no sense. That insult sets the Skeleton King off. He orders Lancelot to attack and kill them both at once. Lancelot fully appears at last, and his presence is terrifying. For glowing eyes stare out from massive silver armor, and he carries a giant sword built to cut through anything. Sol sees him and grins. She was already sick of weak monsters. She warns Kim one more time, "Don't get in the way or this will end badly." Then she charges, but before she can strike, Lancelot lunges and throws his sword with deadly aim to split her in half. Sol barely dodges and swings her electric bat back at him. The impact blasts through the room, and even Kim feels the shock from far away. As the fight goes on, Sol notices his attacks are slowly cutting through her weapon. Once she understands the risk, she jumps back just before Lancelot lands a crushing blow and splits the bat in two. Sol glances at Kim and jokes that the bat wasn't weak. Lancelot is just absurdly strong. Even without her weapon, she doesn't back down. Now fully visible, Lancelot looks like an almost unbeatable knight. Watching from a distance, the Skeleton King brags that this is his strongest knight. Kim thinks about Sol's reaction. She almost never admits someone is strong, so that alone tells him how dangerous Lancelot really is. While watching Sol, Kim offers a deal. If she kills Lancelot, will she give him the magic stone? He says he burned through all his own stones, making weapons for her. And since Lancelot destroyed them, taking his stone would only be fair. Sol shuts that down right away. Whoever lands the final hit gets the stone, and with a smirk, she says Lancelot won't stop her. Wanting to help anyway, Kim activates his ignite bowling balls and fires 5 blazing shots at Lancelot. Lancelot doesn't even look worried. He draws his sword and cuts through all 5 in a single swing. The broken balls spill molten liquid, but even that doesn't slow him. Kim keeps going, sending more from different angles, yet Lancelot slices everyone apart like it's nothing. Kim is stunned. He can't believe his fast, magic-loaded attacks are getting shut down so easily. While Lancelot focuses on the projectiles, Sol spots an opening. She rushes in and punches him in the face with full power, but it does absolutely no damage. Lancelot swings back, and Sol barely slips past the blade before it takes her neck. She follows with more punches to his face and chest, but none of them work. Kim jumps in again and fires another ignite bowling ball. This one aimed right at Lancelot's head. It sends him flying, but when he stands up, he's completely unharmed. Staring at Kim with those glowing eyes, Kim starts to feel sick with dread. Something is very wrong. The feeling reminds him of what happened with the Black Wyvern. Trusting that instinct, Kim opens the subspace and pulls Sol inside. Furious, she demands to know why he interfered. Kim says the danger felt overwhelming, his strongest attack hit, and Lancelot still took no damage. He says even the Skeleton King could have been split in half by that move, but Lancelot shrugged it off. Sol reluctantly admits she can't beat him alone. Outside, Lancelot moves at insane speed, vanishing in an instant and reappearing right in front of Kim's barrier, where he slams his sword into it. Even Kim is shaken by how fast and powerful he is, and Sol agrees. This knight is seriously dangerous. If they keep fighting like this, both of them will die. Still, the barrier holds against his non-stop attacks. Then Kim notices something important. Lancelot is standing right next to the barrier. Kim figures that if he fires ignite shots from this close, Lancelot won't have time to avoid them. So Kim launches 5 fireballs point blank, but to his horror, Lancelot still slices through every one of them with ease. The situation gets even worse. This isn't just strength. Lancelot feels impossible to stop. Kim can't understand it. None of their attacks are working, and he watches in disbelief as Lancelot cuts down every projectile perfectly, like solid metal means nothing to him. From a distance, the Skeleton King watches the whole thing and looks bored. With a smug smile, he mocks Kim for hiding behind his barrier and says Lancelot is a 7th-tier warrior who is immune to all of Kim's powers. According to him, nothing Kim does can beat Lancelot. Sitting back on his throne, the Skeleton King starts recalling how he poured all his resources. The Skeleton King says he spent all his money and resources to come to Earth because he thought summoning Lancelot was the only way to survive against Kim and Sol. Now after seeing how little they can do, he's annoyed. If he had known they were this weak, he says he never would have taken the risk. Then he notices something strange. Kim has stopped using magic. Instead, Kim keeps pulling odd items out of his portal one after another. The moment the Skeleton King figures that out, his eyes light up. A new plan starts forming. While Kim is completely out of ideas, he goes through all his skills: subspace, laboratory, replicate, extra-large subspace, life support, but none of them seem helpful against Lancelot or the Skeleton King. Out of options, Kim keeps hurling ignite bowling balls at Lancelot, and Lancelot cuts them apart like it's nothing. Kim is officially stuck. Then the Skeleton King suddenly laughs and orders Lancelot to stop. He says the two people in the portal aren't wizards. They might be useful allies for what he wants later. Lancelot obeys at once and backs off. The Skeleton King gets up from his throne and walks toward Kim's portal. At first, he thought Kim and Sol were wizards, but after looking closer, he realizes they're just regular humans. What really interests him is Kim's strange power. Kim has no idea what he's talking about. With a sly smile, the Skeleton King explains. He says Kim must have killed 2 skeleton knights and gotten reinforced stones from them. Those stones, he reveals, can only be made inside Camelot Castle by sacrificing living beings. He goes on to say his first plan was to sacrifice everyone in the nearby city to make huge numbers of reinforced stones and build an army of skeleton knights, but now he offers Kim a different deal, a partnership. With Kim's endless replication power, he could copy the reinforced stones, and together, they could rule not only Earth but the whole universe. Kim stays quiet, thinking it over while the Skeleton King laughs darkly and dreams about his grand plan. Then Kim suddenly starts laughing and crying at the same time, which leaves the Skeleton King confused. Kim thanks him, saying he just solved every problem Kim had. Before the Skeleton King can respond, Kim gives one order. Pax, put Camelot in subspace. In an instant, the entire castle disappears right in front of the Skeleton King's eyes. The fortress that gave him his power shrinks away and vanishes into Kim's subspace. The Skeleton King and all his skeleton knights are left outside. They're stunned and furious. The Skeleton King can only stare around trying to understand what just happened. At the same time, the castle appears in Kim's hand. Now tiny like a toy, Sol looks at the shrunken castle and casually says it seems pretty small now. The Skeleton King explodes with rage, shouting, "How dare you, 9th-tier slaves!" He yells that Kim and Sol ruined his life's work and swears to wipe them out. In a fury, he forms a dark purple orb packed with dead souls. Green ghost-like spirits rush at Kim's portal, trying to break it. But when it ends, Kim and Sol are still completely safe. Now that he's calmer, Kim starts thinking. He remembers the Skeleton Knight's name, Lancelot. Taking a huge gamble, Kim calls out Lancelot's name to summon him, and to everyone's shock, Lancelot appears in front of Kim. But this time, he's different. The dark aura is gone, replaced by a warm golden light. Lancelot turns to Kim and accepts him as his new lord. Without wasting a second, Kim orders Lancelot to kill the Skeleton King. Lancelot obeys immediately. With one clean slash, he cuts the Skeleton King in half. There is no chance to react, no chance to defend. Lancelot ends the fight in a single move. The instant Lancelot lands that blow, the violet core inside the Skeleton King breaks. It bursts into pieces with a small blast, and then Lancelot drives his sword into the Skeleton King's back like a final judgment. The Skeleton King collapses at Lancelot's feet. His body parts lie scattered across the ground. As the Skeleton King fades away, a golden mana crystal begins to shine. The system tells Kim that he defeated the Skeleton King. Since Lancelot transferred the Night King's dimensional account, it now belongs to Kim. When Kim checks the notice, he sees a new feature, the dimensional account. Once he opens it, he finds 3,086 mana stones inside. The amount leaves him stunned. Just by beating the Skeleton King, he got thousands at once. Even so, Kim can't help wondering what he's even supposed to do with that many. While he's thinking, Seol puts a hand on his shoulder. She says that if he has any conscience, he should give his dear little sister 1,000 mana stones. After all, she reminds him, she saved his life when they entered the Skeleton King's castle. Did he forget already? Kim sighs and says 1,000 is way too much. He tells her she's talking like a gangster and acting like she did everything, even though he gave her the weapon that let her fight Lancelot for a while. So shouldn't she be paying him back too? So shoots back that they both helped save each other, so 500 mana stones would be fair. Kim smirks and says if she wants to put a price on everything, then maybe she should start paying rent for living in his subspace for free. So Blanks then calls him cheap. Is he really too stingy to hand over even 500? Not wanting to keep arguing, Kim finally gives his sister 500 mana stones. Sol grins, thanks him, and declares the matter settled. Then her tone turns serious. Sol asks what he plans to do next. Both of them look left as Lancelot steps out from Kim's subspace. The giant knight walks over, and Sol asks Kim what he's going to do with him. When Lancelot reaches Kim, he bows and calls him his lord. He says Kim's order has been carried out and the Skeleton King has been cut down. Now he waits for his next command while Kim quietly wonders what to do with him. Then Kim says no one could have guessed what happened next. Lancelot is standing still with young Soo's daughter sitting on top of his helmet, holding one of its feathers. He gently moves around to keep her happy while nearby Kim, Joo-hee, and Sol watch in shock. Kim can't believe one of the scariest nights ever ended up like this. In front of Lancelot, young Soo and his wife look on. His wife is delighted watching their daughter play, and she apologizes, saying the girl is usually shy and doesn't like strangers. Since this is the first time she's played this freely with someone she just met, she says it must mean her daughter really likes Lancelot. Young Soo, though, looks totally crushed like his whole world just fell apart. Lancelot keeps playing with young Soo's daughter and calmly says that helping his lord's companions is the same as serving his lord. Her mother keeps apologizing, worried the girl is bothering him, but Lancelot says it's no trouble at all. He says he loves children and treats her like one of his own. From a short distance away, Kim, Joo-hee, and young Soo watch the scene. Smiling warmly, Joo-hee says it's hard not to admire someone this thoughtful. She adds that Lancelot isn't just powerful, he's gentle too, the kind of person anyone could respect. Kim doesn't fully agree. With a sigh, he mutters that calling Lancelot a person still feels weird. He's a skeleton knight and nobody even knows what's under that armor. Still, after thinking about it, Kim admits Lancelot was never really evil. He was just following the Skeleton King's orders. That was the real villain all along. Now that Lancelot serves Kim and is free from that dark influence, Kim sees his loyalty and goodness and decides to trust him at least for now. Jae-hee then looks at Kim carefully and asks in a serious voice, "Are you going to Debang City right now?" Kim says yes. He plans to leave right away because their older brother's new home is there. Joo-hee immediately looks worried. She says she's been watching him this whole time, and he's been pushing himself non-stop for days without real rest. Concerned, she warns him that even if she understands why he's in a hurry, he could collapse or get sick. If he does, she asks who will take care of him. Joo-hee insists it's too late to leave tonight and tells him to rest and head out at sunrise to save their brother. Kim listens and agrees. He looks over at young Soo's family. Their daughter is still on Lancelot's head while young Soo tries everything he can to get her down, even joking that she should ride on his shoulders instead. He offers to be her brave knight, but the little girl taps Lancelot's head and says her dad is boring. She wants to play with a real knight, not a fake one. That clearly stings young Soo, though he covers it with an awkward smile. His wife teases him too, joking that she wouldn't pick a fake knight like him either. She'd choose the real one, Lancelot. Even with everyone laughing, Kim suddenly gets distracted by a dumb thought. Why is he imagining Lancelot playing with young Soo's wife too? He quickly shakes it off. Seeing the warm scene in front of him, Kim smiles and says they'll rest tonight, enjoy this brief peace, and leave in the morning to rescue their brother. Young Soo carries his sleeping daughter on his shoulders after all that time playing with Lancelot. He looks completely happy, like this one moment is enough for him. Kim tells him to take his wife and daughter to a room and get some sleep. Young Soo nods and heads off with them. Once the place clears out, Seol gives Kim a sly smile. He slowly takes off his shirt, walks over, and jokes that now that everyone's asleep, they can get to their real business. Kim just grins back and asks Lancelot if he needs somewhere to stay. Kim calls out Camelot Castle, and a tiny castle appears in his hand. The system says it's a one-of-a-kind great item called the Palace of the Cursed Knight. It also tells him the castle grows based on how many mana stones he puts into it. Then it lists 3 main powers: blood sacrifice, which turns livestock into reinforcement stones; summon a ghost, which uses mana crystals to call ghosts from the castle; and knight investment, which combines ghosts and reinforcement stones to create knights as strong as Lancelot. Kim is amazed by how broken this thing is, but he quickly notices the size only increases with more investment. So 500 mana stones make a 500 square foot castle, and 1000 stones make a 1000 square foot one. After thinking it over, he picks a size that should hold 12 knights, 300 square feet. He puts in 300 mana stones, and the castle expands. A bigger Camelot castle now stands in front of him. Kim studies it and feels a little creeped out by how eerie it looks. Then he asks Lancelot if it's big enough for 12 knights like him. Lancelot calmly says he doesn't care. He can live anywhere. Then he jokes the castle is as tiny as the Skeleton King's little PP. Compared to Kim's huge subspace, this place is nothing. He adds that when Kim gets more skeleton knights later, they'll stay in the subspace, while Camelot Castle will mostly be used for summoning. Sol is left staring in shock. She starts thinking about how huge the Skeleton King's castle must have been, at least 30 times bigger than Kim's, and wonders how many mana stones it took. Lancelot says he doesn't know the exact number, but he remembers the Skeleton King using tens of thousands of mana stones to build it. That only shocks Sol more. Kim, meanwhile, starts thinking. Even after storing something this huge in his subspace, nothing strange happened. Maybe it's because the castle starts small, but the idea still bothers him. A whole fortress can sit in his subspace without any problem. For now, though, he lets it go and asks Sol why she's still awake when she should be resting. Sol says she's been waiting because she has something personal. She wants to ask Lancelot. Now she says is the perfect time. With her hands on her hips, Sol turns to Lancelot and gets straight to it. She wants him to teach her swordsmanship. Kim is surprised. If Lancelot trains her, Sol could get a lot stronger, which would help the whole group later. On the other side, Lancelot looks excited. He says he'd gladly teach her, but only if she agrees to one thing. When Sol used her martial arts on him before, he found it really interesting. So if she wants his swordsmanship, she has to teach him her martial arts in return. Sol smirks, clearly loving this. In a teasing voice, she says he's smarter than he looks and admits her martial arts really are that good. Then she calls him a little kid and asks if he can even survive her brutal training. Watching them, Kim can tell Sol gets fired up anytime martial arts come up. She's not just interested in fighting, she's obsessed. Still grinning, Sol keeps teasing Lancelot. She suggests they test each other first with a sparring match before any real training starts. Kim, already sleepy, heads to his room in Camelot Castle to rest. At the same time, Sol and Lancelot begin sparring, and she has a blast pushing him hard. By the end, Lancelot feels like a real part of the group, almost family. Then the story cuts back to Kim and young Sue, who are watching from Kim's subspace. Both are surprised to find a bunch of military officers nearby, talking through walkie-talkies and scouting the area. Young Sue looks confused and asks if other people are planning to leave in the morning too. Kim, though, thinks something is off. Right before he says it, a helicopter roars overhead. They look up and see it heading toward Kim's subspace. Young Sue quickly says the helicopter looks familiar. Kim realizes why it's the same one he stored in his subspace and later gave to the general. The helicopter lands, and the general steps out looking thrilled. He rushes over and warmly greets Kim. Kim asks if he's okay. The general says he is, then explains he's been trying to find Kim for a long time. When the wall around Yahello City disappeared, he guessed Kim was behind it. Already annoyed, Kim cuts him off and asks if this is another attempt to recruit him. If so, the answer is no. Finding his family comes first. The general quickly says Kim has it wrong. He didn't come to recruit him. He came to warn him. In a serious voice, he says traveling by helicopter is too dangerous. He explains that a group that betrayed the military has taken over a base and controls the air defense systems now. If Kim and young Sue flew out, especially in a military helicopter tied to a general, they'd be shot down. Both of them are stunned. The general goes on to explain how the rebels took the base and grabbed a big part of the air defense force. He also says he sent a scouting team in the same helicopter Kim gave him, and it was destroyed in the air. That means he still has no idea what happened to those people. More worried now, the general reminds Kim that he planned to pass through the city to save his family. He warns that if Kim had gone by helicopter, he likely would have died. Kim realizes that's true and thanks the general for the warning. Then the general brings up the city wall disappearing last night and says Kim must have beaten the skeleton knight. But Kim is already thinking about something else. The next city is under military control. If the military has that city already, it's only a matter of time before they spread to others. Even if he saves his family, that threat won't go away. And with the Black Wyvern able to destroy helicopters, things are even worse. Kim decides that to save his brother, he has to go to Donggu City, which is now controlled by the military. That means he'll need to wipe out the enemy camp to keep his brother safe. With no hesitation, Kim makes his move. He summons the Lord, and a dark shadow rises from the subspace. The general immediately looks uneasy. Calmly, Kim answers the earlier question. Yes. He defeated the skeleton knight and captured him. As he says that, the knight appears. It looms behind Kim, red-eyed, armed with a huge sword and a heavy iron shield. The general freezes in horror. He can tell this knight is far beyond the last one, at least 10 times stronger. And now that monster obeys Kim, the general can barely process what he's seeing. Kim says his older brother's new home is in Donggu City, the same place as the military camp, so he has no choice but to go there. Then, with a confident smile, he asks the general, how about they crush those military forces together? The general is so relieved he nearly tears up. The scene changes to another place, a ruined base. Goblin soldiers in military uniforms patrol it with rifles and heavy weapons. Behind one goblin, a human hand appears, showing that humans are locked in cages while the goblins guard them. One goblin narrows its eyes at something in the distance but can't tell what it is. It's Lancelot's ghostly head sneaking through the base to learn how it works. When the goblin starts coming closer, Lancelot pulls back so he won't give himself away. As he moves around gathering more intel, he overhears 2 goblins talking, but he can't understand their language. Even so, by watching them, he notices the goblin army clearly has ranks, and those ranks decide who has power over the others. Still hidden, the ghostly head decides it has learned enough and heads back to report. As it leaves, the system shows the skill used for this ghost form called Phantom Summon. The skill lets Kim summon Camelot's ghosts with different costs for each use. It also shows that in ghost form, the knights can't touch anything, and nothing physical can touch them either. They can also pass through walls and fly. Calling a ghost costs 1 enhancement stone and 500 magic stones, just like summoning a knight. The skill text doesn't say it directly, but once they're summoned, they can switch between ghost and knight form for free. That makes phantom form perfect for scouting behind enemy lines. A few hours earlier, the general had gone over their plan on the map. Lancelot would scout the enemy first and check their numbers, anti-air weapons, and other key details. Then they'd use that information to build a plan and beat them, but the skill's range was limited. So they first had to move closer and find where the government forces were camped before Lancelot could begin. 2.5 hours later, Lancelot came back to the Allied base with his report. As he explained what he found, Kim was stunned. The soldiers had turned into goblins, and more than 200 people were locked up as sacrifices. Lancelot also shared 3 important things he overheard. The enemy had 9 anti-air guns. They planned to bring in more troops from Bangkok Dong, and the brigade commander was in the eastern wing. He added that they said the world would change when a certain person arrived, and Lancelot was sure the report was accurate. The 4 listening were left speechless. The commander said security had been tighter than normal, so he knew something was coming, but he never expected civilians were being held. Kim says he'd heard some people join the rebel side on purpose, but he still doesn't understand why or why they lock up civilians. He also wonders who this person is that's supposed to change the world. Lancelot admits he doesn't know who that is, but he guesses the prisoners are being used to gain repulsive force. He explains that beings across dimensions are sorted by a system called hierarchy. Repulsive force comes from that hierarchy. It's basically the right to be protected from lower-ranked beings, and the lower your number, the stronger that force is. So attacks from a lower rank normally can't hurt someone above them. For example, a 9th rank attack can affect an 8th rank being. Still, it isn't a perfect rule. Hearing that, Kim remembers the skeletal knight's attack. The sister asks if they're sacrificing people to raise that hierarchy. Using what he already knows, Lancelot says yes. He explains that less intelligent beings often use this as a shortcut. His tone turns grave as he adds that if this is happening in a lower dimensional hierarchy, it means they've likely made contact and maybe even a deal with a high-ranked being. Kim asks what kind of deal that could be, but Lancelot says he doesn't know. Now furious, Sol says that if they're sacrificing people, then they're clearly evil, so they should storm the base and wipe them out. Kim tells him that if it were that easy, they'd have done it already. The colonel agrees these enemies are very dangerous, then praises Lancelot's report. They now know where the brigade commander is and where the anti-air cannons are, which helps a lot. Even so, he warns that the enemy defense is much stronger than expected. Once they attack, the enemy will probably call in the First Legion, and that could turn this into a full war. Since they don't know how strong the First Legion really is, they need to finish the job before reinforcements arrive. That means asking nearby units for enough troops and firepower to handle a target this big. Kim thinks it over and realizes they don't have time to wait. Bangkok Dong, where his brother lives, could be next, so the mission has to end before the enemy moves there. He points out that Lancelot is 7th hierarchy, so in theory he could wipe out the whole base alone. But the area is too large, and that would give the First Legion time to arrive and start a bigger war. Lancelot then suggests a simple answer to the anti-air cannons: summon another knight, but that takes both enhancement stones and magic stones. They have enough magic stones, just not enough enhancement stones. Kim says he could unsummon Lancelot and call a different knight, but that wouldn't really make them stronger, so it's a bad idea. More than that, he doesn't feel right sending Lancelot away just to replace him. Annoyed, Kim says it would be nice if they could just copy enhancement stones and magic stones inside the subspace. Then Lancelot remembers something. After beating the Skeleton King, they got another enhancement stone. Kim is surprised and says he forgot, but after thinking about it, he remembers Lancelot really did recover one. With everyone giving him a look, Kim apologizes and says anyone can forget things sometimes. Then he asks which knight they should summon. Lancelot says all 12 knights of Camelot are outstanding, both skilled and loyal, so any choice would be good. Still, one stands out as the best fit: Bedivere. He calls Bedivere a genius with unmatched aim, who specializes in long-range attacks. Kim gets excited right away and says he wants to summon him now. Back at the goblin base, the prisoners are in terrible shape. One girl in an orange sweater gets called over by a goblin. Scared, she asks if he means her, and he says everyone else looks too weak except for her. Then he asks if she wants to get out. She hesitates, confused, but he quickly says it was just a test. If she gives him something valuable, he'll let her leave. From his face alone, she knows exactly what he means. Before he can say more, his head is cut off in an instant. The girl freezes, then her eyes widen when she realizes Lancelot did it right in front of her. Lancelot opens the cage and immediately moves on. The girl steps out, still trying to understand what she just saw. Then in the sky, something like a flaming bowling ball appears. From a distance, the goblins spot it overhead but can't tell what it is. One finally realizes it's a bowling ball, which only makes him more confused. Before he can react, it suddenly flies straight at him and catches him off guard before smashing into an anti-air cannon. Another goblin farther away hears the blast and has no idea what caused it, only that something just exploded. The explosion spreads in the distance, and at the same time, someone grips another flaming bowling ball. Yes. The newly summoned knight is already throwing bowling balls at the enemy while picking his next target. A little earlier, Lancelot had left out one detail. Bedivere only has one arm. Kim is thrown off by that. Lancelot called Bedivere an archer, so how could a one-armed man possibly use a bow? Lancelot says Bedivere really was an archer, but that was long ago. He once served under the Duke and lost his arm because a commander was jealous of his talent. After that, Bedivere adapted and mastered throwing weapons with a leather strap. That's how he earned a place among Camelot's 12 knights. Kim still isn't sure and asks if Bedivere can really destroy anti-air cannons from that far away. Lancelot assures him he fought beside Bedivere for a long time and knows exactly what he can do. After scouting the base, he's sure this mission only needs the two of them. Back in the present, Bedivere keeps launching flaming bowling balls from long range. One of them cuts through the air and destroys another anti-air cannon. Because the base is so spread out, a goblin in another area sees the blast and wonders what's going on. Then he turns and sees another goblin soldier getting struck and thrown away by someone. Panicking, he asks his officer what's happening, but then he hears the sharp sound of a sword. When he looks again, he sees Lancelot calmly coming straight toward him. The goblin shakes in fear and blurts out that this area is restricted and outsiders aren't allowed here. Lancelot says nothing and keeps walking forward calm and commanding. At the same time, Kim starts getting system alerts. The first says he gained 4 magic stones, bringing his total to 2,686. Then another pops up with 12 more, raising the total to 2,698. Kim stares at the screen shocked. With a dimensional account, he doesn't even need to gather magic stones himself. They're collected automatically. Even so, the speed feels unreal and he wonders if the numbers are right. Then 3 more alerts appear, 5 more stones, then 8, then another 5, pushing the total to 2,788. Seol and Kim wait for the signal to move while Kim keeps wondering what's going on. Seol tells him to look up and says that's probably where all those alerts are coming from. Above them, 2 flaming bowling balls fired by Betavera slam into each other mid-air, setting off a huge blast that makes everyone look up. Amazed by Betavera's aim, Kim says the knights promised they'd signal once the main anti-air guns were gone. Seol adds that now he understands why Lancelot is so proud of Camelot's knights. As they stare in amazement, the colonel praises the deadly combo of Lancelot's strategy and Betavera's skill. If all the knights are this capable, he says, then special forces won't be needed at all. Seol just nods. Still amazed, Kim says it's time to move and carry out their part of the plan. He also thinks about how powerful he'll be once all 12 knights are with him, especially since he hasn't even met most of them yet. As the blast in the sky fades, smoke spreads through the air. The scene then shifts to Betaver, the one behind the explosions. He's checking a map and muttering that something's wrong. He already destroyed every target he needed to and even sent the signal, but now the map isn't making sense to him. It marks the anti-air guns he had to destroy, a goblin circled in red and an arrow pointing somewhere else. But Betavir still can't remember where Lancelot told him to head next, so he studies the map and tries to retrace the route. He still can't tell which way to go. Grumbling that written directions would have helped a lot, he gives up on guessing and decides to trust his gut. Back with Lancelot, he slams a fist into a goblin's face, making it cry out. Then he hits it even harder and sends it flying. Not caring at all, Lancelot stomps on the goblin and makes it scream. With his foot still pressing it down, he says holding back is tiring and tells it to answer honestly before he kills it by mistake. He asks who told them about this shortcut, using human sacrifices to rise in rank, and demands to know their plan and how strong the First Legion is. The goblin lets out a laugh, surprised by how much Lancelot already knows. In the end, it breaks and reveals the name of the one meant to change the world. It says Tanjiro is an 8th-class bastard and far bigger than a goblin like him. Lancelot stays calm, saying he's never heard that name before, then asks what Tanjiro wants with the goblins and what he's planning. The goblin finally starts to admit that he and Dundee, but Lancelot cuts him off with a kick. The blow sends the goblin spinning through the air. Once he lands farther away, the goblin uses what little strength he has left to run. In panic, he jumps out a nearby window to escape. He lands near a group of goblin soldiers on patrol, but the landing goes badly, and he hurts his foot. The soldiers rush over and ask if their commander is all right. Fighting through the pain, the commander orders them to bring his bicycle. One goblin runs to get it while he limps away. Then he hears something behind him. When he turns, Lancelot is already jumping down after him, calmly saying there's no point in running. Not realizing how dangerous he is, the soldiers gather around their commander and swear to protect him. One goblin raises a rifle and says they'll handle Lancelot, while another helps the commander walk. Lancelot dryly says it's amazing how easily they're willing to throw their lives away, and that their thinking is exactly what he'd expect from goblins. One of them snaps back that being a goblin is better than being an empty-headed fool like him. Aiming his rifle, the goblin tells Lancelot to stop acting so proud. He boasts that their main force has 8th rank fighters too, and claims he'd have reached that rank himself if he'd eaten just 10 more. Lancelot, disgusted by their nerve, asks if everyone who turned into goblins is doing the same thing. Smirking, the goblin says yes and brags that he's one of the smart ones, adapting to the new world. Before he can finish, Lancelot dashes in and drives his sword through the goblin's neck. Coldly, he says that makes it easier to decide who deserves to die. The escaping commander looks back to see what happened and watches blood spray into the air. Lancelot pulls back his blood-covered sword and turns to the next target. With danger closing in again, the commander has no choice but to keep running. But when he looks up, he suddenly freezes. A helicopter is overhead, unaware the anti-air guns are already gone. Inside are Kim and Young. Young says he's gonna land, but Kim, feeling sick, warns it's too risky and says they should use the subspace instead. The commander realizes the government is attacking too. Then a dark aura rises around him, and he brutally kills one of his own soldiers. Watching from a distance, Lancelot is sickened by how vile the goblin is. Kim gets down from the helicopter and runs toward Lancelot. But when he looks over, he's horrified by what the commander is doing. The commander grabs the fallen goblin's magic stones and eats them. Lancelot curses him, calling him a bastard and saying he became 8th rank with the stones. The commander mutates into a huge monstrous form with long hair. When he turns, his red eyes blaze with rage. Kim asks if the commander really threw away his humanity to reach 8th rank. Lancelot says he forced his rise too fast and dismisses it as a cheap trick. Driven mad with anger, the mutated goblin roars and charges. Kim calmly asks Lancelot what rank he is. Lancelot says he's 7th rank and assures him there's no need to step in. Bedivere can handle this easily. Up on the roof, Bedivere gets his weapon ready and prepares another flaming bowling ball. He says he's glad he trusted himself and found the right place. The mutated goblin's blood bursts everywhere. A system message appears. Kim gains 322 magic stones, raising his total to 3,542. Soon after government reinforcements arrive, the head of operations says that thanks to the knights, enemy cleanup and civilian rescues are moving much faster. Hearing that, Kim finally feels some relief. The soldier asks where the commander is, and Kim tells him to look over there. The goblin commander's body is lying there, dead. The head of operations is shocked. Kim asks Lancelot if he learned anything else, and Lancelot apologizes, saying the only useful thing he got was the name of a high-ranking being, Tornify. He says he's never heard it before. Kim says everything is still unclear. The head of operations suggests searching the building's files for answers. Lancelot points out the broken 4th-floor windows and says the commander had been staying there. He adds that area is full of documents. The head of operations thanks them, but Kim cuts in and asks if the PX system can store all the military papers in the building. Pak says yes and immediately starts counting the files and checking the cost. The result comes back 5,086 documents for 120 magic stones. Kim tells it to proceed. The head of operations says that wasn't needed, but Kim explains PX can do it fast and he has to find his family as soon as possible. A moment later, the system warns that one item among the military files is unsuitable and marks it as incompatible. Confused, Kim wonders what that could even mean. He picks up the document and tries to read it. It's a registration form for dimensional beings. Lancelot explains that this document can raise a person's rank. Looking at the two papers, Kim notices one is badly damaged. Lancelot says the clean one is the real form, while the damaged one is a shortcut. He adds that the soldiers probably became goblins because they failed to register the proper way. He goes on to explain that registering a dimensional being needs magic stones and a dimensional account. Then he says Earth is still in the early stage of all this, so nobody else qualifies except Kim, who beat an 8th rank being and has a dimensional account. Kim and the colonel barely follow him, but Lancelot keeps going, saying that even if this document is strange, Kim should register because he meets the requirements. That catches Kim off guard, but Lancelot assures him that if he fills out the official form, he won't turn into a goblin. He also says dimensional registration changes itself to match each world. That's why Kim can read it in normal language because it's the official document. Kim checks the fine print and sees it only costs 1,000 magic stones. Without wasting time, he signs it. The system announces the registration is complete, leaving Kim with 2,422 magic stones. Right after that, the form glows and crumbles into dust. Kim jokes that now he's wondering where the system expected him to submit the paperwork. Outside, someone rides in on a motorcycle calling for the commander and apologizing for the delay. They explain the holdup came from carrying something insanely heavy, but when they look around, they're stunned by what happened to the goblins here. From the top of the building, Bedivere watches with interest and wonders if the thing the goblin is riding counts as a horse. Back in the document room, after the PAC scan, they recover not just the contract but about 40,728 pages of military records. Kim tells the colonel he's still worried about his family and can't stay to review them himself because he's going to search for them now. He says the head of operations can handle the check and promises to come back and help the government once he finds his family. The colonel thanks him and wishes him luck. As they head out, Kim tells Lancelot they need to get in without the rebels mistaking them for government forces. But they hear Dabangu is already under rebel control, so it's too risky for Yong-Su to drive. Kim decides he'll drive instead. He figures the safest move for now is for him and the two knights to use plane vehicles so they don't stand out as enemies. Then a major problem comes up. When they check the subspace inventory, they find only military vehicles, which ruins the whole idea. Kim wonders how they're supposed to fix that and insists there has to be at least one normal vehicle somewhere, so he decides to search carefully until they find something they can use. As he goes downstairs, he admits it'll be slow and dangerous, but they have no better choice. He just hopes they can find something that still runs. The moment they step outside, an engine suddenly roars. Ahead of them is Bedivere, sitting on the goblin's motorcycle like he was born for it. Kim freezes, then asks why Bedivere is on a motorcycle. Bedivere proudly says he thought it was a horse, pointing at the dead goblin. He explains that thing was riding this modern horse. It looked fun, so he learned how to use it, and it wasn't even hard. Still surprised, Kim realizes it's the brigade commander's motorcycle and gets an idea. He opens the system and sees it only cost 22 magic stones to store the motorcycle as a military unit item. With 2,400 stones left, he approves it. A little later, a group of rifle-carrying goblins spot something strange coming their way. One of them, smoking a cigarette, squints and asks what the heck it is. Once it gets closer, they figure out it's a motorcycle, so they don't think much of it. Another asks if anyone was supposed to come by. The first says he hasn't heard anything, and they raise their rifles anyway. They yell at the rider to identify himself, say where he came from, and stop right there. One goblin warns that nobody gets in without permission. Then before they can do anything, a bowling ball slams into one of them. He drops instantly, left holding nothing but a lit cigarette. Bad day to pick up smoking if you're a goblin. The other one stares at his dead partner, then whips around to see what just happened. Still on the motorcycle, Lancelot draws his sword and turns those next few seconds into the goblin's last. He moves without hesitation and takes the goblin down with a clean strike to the neck. After that, they keep moving on two motorcycles, Kim and Lancelot on one with Bedivere riding the other as they leave the area behind. The goblin in the distance notices them passing by and mutters that he's never seen anyone ride motorcycles like that. Before long, they reach what looks like their destination and stop. Everything points to this being Kim's brother's apartment. Up on the 14th floor, Kim knocks on apartment 1405. He calls for his older brother and asks if anyone's inside. He keeps trying, but the silence tells him no one's there. Getting worried, Kim reaches for the door and then realizes it's unlocked. Inside, the place is wrecked, but wedding photos of his brother and new wife are still on the wall. There are also bullet marks in the TV. Kim stops at the entrance and calls for his brother and sister-in-law again, but gets nothing back. Worried for him, Lancelot asks for permission to go first. Staying true to his role as Kim's guard, they head inside, and as Kim looks around, something feels off. It doesn't look like they were attacked here. It looks more like they left in a hurry and evacuated. While searching for clues, he finds a letter on the bed and starts reading it. It was written by his brother for Kim or their sisters. The note says the phone stopped working, so he left it behind in case family came looking. His brother writes that they plan to go to UNGBU, but he isn't sure they'll be safe there either. He also says his wife's family lives nearby. He adds that he doesn't know when they'll read this, but wants them to know they shouldn't put themselves in danger trying to find him. Outside, soldiers have been dragging people out of their homes and abducting them. While Kim reads, Bedivere and Lancelot finish checking the apartment and report that nothing else seems wrong. The letter goes on to say people are being taken at random, men, women, adults, even children. It warns that things are extremely dangerous, but says he still hopes they'll all make it through somehow and tells Kim to survive too. After finishing the letter, Kim finally feels some relief. He figures his brother's family probably got away before the First Legion took over the area. Kim calls Bedivere over, hands him the letter, and tells him to show it to his sisters in the subspace. Still, he wonders when his brother wrote it and fears that if the Legion already claimed this place, his brother's location could be next. He turns to Lancelot and says they need to leave right now fast and that he'll drive this time. Lancelot agrees but checks if Kim is really okay. He worries Kim may have a fear of driving and offers to take the wheel instead. Before they can move, a helicopter appears outside the window with its turret aimed straight at them. The goblin pilot radios in that he's found an unknown person and a skeleton at the site and is about to open fire. The turret starts blasting at the two of them until it runs dry. For a second, it looks like Kim and Lancelot were wiped out. Then the smoke clears, and Kim shows up again, wincing that the hit hurt more than he expected. With a joke, he says the phobia part is confirmed. Then he tells Pax to store the Black Hawk in the warehouse, noting it wasn't fully maintained and its weapons were just for display. The system says it will cost $1.41 mana stones. The goblin pilot is stunned and demands to know who they are, unable to believe they survived the turret fire. He even asks if they're rank 8. Then the helicopter suddenly disappears into subspace. The pilot panics as he realizes he's now falling from high up. Kim tells Lancelot they can't waste another second. In the background, the goblin screams all the way down then splats. Kim thinks about how many rebels they've already taken out, but he never expected them to have a Black Hawk. All he can do is hope his brother's family is safe. The story then cuts to a group of goblins talking. They're discussing how the high priest promised rewards based on how many offerings they gather, and several days have already passed. One goblin says there's only one building left standing and wonders if they really need to keep pushing this hard. He points out that another lieutenant's squad already captured 300 offerings. Another scratches his head and admits that unless you're rank 8, taking that building down won't be easy. The goblin lieutenant snaps at him, saying they should have called for backup or found another way. He scolds them for risking their lives to gather more offerings while still falling behind, then says he'll take over himself and orders the goblin to work harder. The underling obeys, then the lieutenant turns to another goblin, asks if he heard him, and orders him to smash the building. The huge goblin only growls in anger instead of answering. The mutant goblin charges at the building but suddenly stops when he notices something strange racing toward them. The mutant and every goblin nearby freezes to watch the figures coming closer. The goblin lieutenant hears shouting but can't make out the words, confused by what's approaching. As they near, Kim roars at the filthy goblins to get out right now, shouting that this is his home. Right behind him, Lancelot pulls his sword and gets ready to do what he does best. In an instant, he cuts through the goblins before any of them can react. At the same time, Betavor throws a flaming bowling ball at the mutant goblin and crushes its head in one hit. With the goblins gone, the building they were protecting is finally clear, and its sign reads Jungian Tool Shop, showing it's Kim's family place. Inside, a few people peek through a hole in the wall and nervously watch outside. Someone asks if it's really as bad as it looks. Another calls to Father, asking what's happening and why he's hesitating. Sitting in a chair and watching the scene, Father tells them not to worry. He explains that Kim just showed up on a motorcycle with skeletons, which leaves everyone completely confused. Then we get a flashback as Father remembers his younger days. His mother used to tell him that both good and bad things come from people, and that idea stayed with him. After everything he survived, he came to believe she was right. Even when his business failed, the reason he got back up was the people who stood by him and gave him love. That's why he raised his children to value love and kindness. Watching them grow into capable adults felt like a dream. We even see Kim losing to his sister in a video game, while Father talks about his dream of building a big home where the whole family could live together. To make that happen, he started studying civil construction. Even though it was hard and totally new to him, the money side made the dream feel almost impossible. Still, his children all grew up well. His oldest son had just gotten married. His oldest daughter became a nurse. The youngest daughter was an athlete, and his youngest son had just finished military service. Their future looked bright until monsters appeared. Father says that, luckily, running a tool shop helped him survive the first attack. He fought with hammers and other tools, but even then, things were terrible. Food and water were always a problem. He often pretended he wasn't hungry so his wife could eat what little they had. On top of that, neighbors raided for food, monsters wandered around, and the family had to hide in silence. In the middle of all that, the first people to reach their shelter were his eldest sons-in-laws. Soon after, his eldest son and daughter-in-law arrived too. Seeing his son's face covered in blood and tears, he understood enough about what they'd gone through. All he could do was hug him and cry quietly. Then came another stroke of luck. His daughter-in-law awakened a power that could create water, solving one huge problem. Later, he watched soldiers mutate into goblins and start roaming around. Those goblin soldiers began kidnapping civilians no matter their age or gender, cutting the family off even more. It was madness. The very people meant to protect them were now taking people away. In the middle of that chaos, he kept praying his children would stay safe. Then at one point, a system screen appeared in front of him, and he awakened a power too. It was called Architect, and the system said he now had top-level building skills and could construct freely. He still doesn't really understand how the dream he'd buried for so long suddenly came true, but he's thankful it did. With that new power, he started reinforcing the tool shop right away. Thanks to his daughter-in-law's water ability and his own building skill, they were able to stay alive. Even goblins with weapons had a hard time breaking into their fortified shelter. Looking through a hole in the wall, he saw that soldiers had been camped outside since the day before, and they had brought a monster with them. This time, they clearly meant to destroy the refuge, but he had already planned for that. Sitting in his chair, he called for his eldest son and told him to gather the family and escape through the tunnel. His son hesitates and asks what will happen to him. Father explains that the tunnel was made for emergencies like this, though he can't promise the other side is safe. At least this is better than staying here and dying, he says. His wife, worried, asks if he plans to stay behind. He gives them a calm smile and says he'll follow once everyone gets out, so they shouldn't worry. Then an odd sound from outside makes him stop and listen. Before checking, he tells everyone to move faster. The goblins are already on the way, and there's no time left. When he looks through the hole, he suddenly falls silent. The others start whispering, asking if it's that bad and why he froze. Still stunned, he turns back and says, "It's not what they think. It's just Kim. He's outside." He explains that Kim came on a motorcycle with a skeleton beside him. Outside, Kim, Lancelot, and Beta Bear walk up to the tool shop. Kim points at the spiked, barricaded building and says, "This is my house." Then he lets out a breath and adds that none of that matters if his family isn't safe. A second later, the door handle turns right in front of him, catching him by surprise. Once he sees who opened it, he goes completely still. His father steps up in disbelief. "Kim, is that really you?" In that instant, Kim realizes the family he'd been searching for is right there in front of him. He bursts into tears and runs to them like a little kid, throwing his arms around his father at last. But the moment gets cut short when his father and brother stare past him in alarm. Kim looks back to check. "Don't worry," he says. "They look scary, but they're our allies." Then Kim adds, "And that's not all." Using his power, he opens a subspace portal. Inside, his two sisters are safe and eating a big meal. That sight alone makes everyone tear up with relief. His sisters notice what's happening and start sobbing too. Inside Kim's subspace, the reunited family sits down together to eat a proper meal for the first time in ages. For their parents, it's an especially touching moment. When the mother tastes the food, she's shocked. She always believed in her own cooking, but this grilled mackerel is on another level. She turns to Ju Young's wife and asks if she's a chef. With a smile, the wife thanks her for the praise. The mother says if the meal is this good, she can't lose now, so she decides to make a dessert worthy of it. She prepares thin slices of green grapes and places them carefully over whipped cream on top of a cheesecake. When it's done, she proudly offers it as thanks and calls it Mom's green grape tiramisu with whipped cream. Juman's wife takes a bite and is blown away by how amazing it tastes. She asks how the mother made something this good, and everyone else quickly agrees after trying it too. Elsewhere in Kim's subspace, someone is pounding iron. It's Judy One's father-in-law working on Lancelot's armor. The old man asks Lancelot his name.
I'm Lancelot,
he replies, but the old man cuts in at once. "Do you know how to play Genji?" Lancelot just blinks, confused. "Genji," he asks, clearly misunderstanding. He starts talking about how people in his homeland used to take apart monster bodies, so he knows his way around organs. The old man stops him again, asking what nonsense he's saying. Then a reinforcement stone comes into view as the old man says Lancelot clearly doesn't know the game. He tells him to grab a chair and learn. The reinforcement stone Junula had been holding his pass to Kim. Kim asks where his brother got something like that. The system identifies it as a D-rank reinforcement stone with penetration and explosion effects. His brother says he found it after seeing a rhino-like monster fight a griffin. The griffin ripped off a chunk of the beast and flew away, and the stone was left in the remains. Handing it over, he says Kim will probably need it more. Kim accepts it with thanks and says he'll use it well. Kim says he should repay them somehow and reminds everyone that if they need anything, furniture or whatever else, they just have to ask. He also tells his sister-in-law's family to treat this place like home. Jamie Giant is moved that Kim is caring for his in-laws too, and thinks about how much he's changed since leaving the military. Back when they were kids, Kim cried every time Sol hit him. Laughing, Kim admits he'd probably still cry now. Jin Yoon jokes that the best part of being older than Sol is not getting beaten up by her. After thanking Kim for real, Jin-yoon says he's going to check on his in-laws. As Kim notices the scar on his brother's face, Jin-yoon explains they survived this long thanks to their father's power and his wife's ability. Kim can only imagine how rough it's been. Then someone walks up behind Kim. He turns and sees his father. His father says he's happy not just because the family is alive, but because of Kim's powers too. They've given everyone a safe place to eat and rest. Then his father starts to say that good and bad things only happen when Kim finishes it for him, when there are people. He nods, saying he understands. No matter how strong his power is, he says, he never could have made it alone. That truth really hit him when he helped people get through a tunnel full of wyverns. Soul had told him that awakened people still face the same hard world as everyone else. That's when Kim understood why people help each other, because everyone wants their family to survive, and they hope someone would do the same for them, especially now when kindness matters more than ever. Smiling, Kim says that in the end, they're all human. Everyone hurts, and everyone is scared to die. That's why people help each other. Otherwise, this world would be too cruel. Kim looks at his father and asks if he's right. His father smiles proudly and says he couldn't be more proud to call him his son. Kim smiles back and says he's thankful to have him as a father. Then he tells him to get some rest because he must be exhausted. Kim adds that he'll have to leave again soon. His father tells him to be careful, and Kim jokes that he couldn't get hurt now even if he tried. Back at headquarters, the commander works through a mountain of paperwork and finally feels some relief after finishing about half. He thanks the soldiers helping him and tells him to rest for a bit. One jokes that all the reading is making his eyes fall out. Right then, another soldier rushes in with news. A skeletal knight on a motorcycle, calling himself Beta Vera, delivered a message saying Kim already left for Paiyu. The colonel frowns, asking why Kim would head to Paiyu. The commander thinks for a second, then his expression changes. He realizes the First Corps is stationed there. After a brief pause, he panics, understanding that Kim plans to face the First Corps by himself. The scene shifts to sunset as Kim and his group ride out for battle. On his motorcycle, Kim casually says the weather feels nice. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Soul's wearing boxing gloves and counting out loud, up to 19. She's completely focused as she trains non-stop, rushing in and hammering a punching bag like she's fighting a real enemy. Twisting her body smoothly, she throws all her power into a hard kick that slams into the bag. Without stopping, she follows with a brutal punch that rips the bag apart, sending the pieces flying. The number 19 turns out to be how many bags she's already destroyed. Annoyed, she yells for Pax to bring another one and complains that he's too slow. Nearby, Ju-yun watches with a joystick in hand, while Pax grumbles that the supply speed was set by Kim. The brothers keep playing their game, and one asks why Soul is so mad. She snaps that Kim won't let her leave the subspace and risk her life. Even though he knows she awakened, he still says weapons, electric vehicles, and everything else outside are too dangerous. So Soul demanded punching bags to train with, and ever since then, she's been beating them non-stop. While they play Overcooked, Ju-yun brings up what she said about her awakened powers. He agrees the outside is dangerous and wonders why she's so eager to go, then shrugs, since this is Soul. Gwang chimes in and says she also heard Kim mention a scar on Ju-yun's face. He touches it and brushes it off as nothing, then he hears a faint buzzing. When his fingers trace the spot, something feels wrong. Startled, he realizes the scar is gone like it was never there. Gwang teases that the scar wasn't even that bad, though the bruise looked dramatic. Still stunned, Ji-yun insists the injury was serious and says the scar was definitely there yesterday. Smirking, Gwang tells him not to act so hurt, then brings up how terrified she was at the hospital. She remembers a chief of internal medicine named Jin Song-hak, who used his power to control and brainwash the staff. The memory still makes her angry, and she admits she had to watch every move she made because she was scared he'd control her too. Just then, Jin Song-hak's wife appears at the door and announces that food is ready. Gwyn instantly drops the joystick and sprints to the table, leaving Jin Song-hak behind. As their mother calls everyone over, she hears playful voices nearby. Someone declares he's the devil of the underworld, and another proudly says, "I'm Kim Jong-jayam, the magical girl who will defeat you." It's their father, Ju-yun, and his little daughter playing around. They stop and say they're coming. Their mother says dinner is kimchi stew, and the black rice is already served. She tells them to eat first and says she'll join them soon. Then she asks where Grandpa is, and their father says he probably won't eat yet. Seeing the old man sitting with his back turned, she asks why he isn't coming to the table. He kept playing the board game, totally hooked. It was his first time seeing anything like it, and Lancelot had him impressed. Even without any experience, Lancelot was unbelievably good. No matter what he tried, he couldn't find a single gap in Lancelot's strategy. He decided to ask Lancelot how he played once he got back, amazed by how smart every move was. Then the focus jumped back to the battlefield, where a line of tanks moved toward their target. They suddenly halted and fired at something ahead. A second round hit right after that, setting off a huge blast. From the wreckage, a bright blue light burst out and lit up the whole area. That blue glow was Zhang Jiaom's subspace, which had just taken the hit. He fired back at once, launching several missiles. The system labeled the missiles as rare grade with strong penetration and explosive power. They slammed into the tanks and wiped them out almost instantly. Tank after tank that had attacked MC was blown apart. Zhang Jiam noted that he'd avoided heavy explosives before, so no nearby civilians would get caught in it. But Lancelot had already said the First Legion split its forces between the hostages and the rebel stronghold. Following that plan, Lancelot would rescue the captives himself. That left him to strike the main rebel base. Since no civilians were being held there, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Luckily, he had a Black Hawk stored away with missiles already mounted on it. Using the subspace lab and the enhancement stone his older brother gave him, the protagonist upgraded each part one by one. He also finally improved Pax's deployment system, something he'd put off for a while. The range went up to 100 meters, and top deployment speed hit 300 kilometers per hour. It was already deadly. Now it was even worse. Inside the subspace, Zhang Yim checked the system and realized the missiles were strong already, but they could still be upgraded a lot more. With firepower like this, he could farm magic stones insanely fast. Then he saw level 4 of the subspace needed 10,000 stones. By his math, he should have had around 2,000 by now, but the system showed only 1,890. Zhang Jiam frowned. Sure, the number should be higher. The system explained that under platform rules, 45% was taken as a fee for Tenatio of the Mexica dimension. On top of that, 25% of the magic stones had to be assigned to Priest Bong Su. That threw MC off. Both Tenatya and Priest Bong Su sounded familiar. Then he remembered Lancelot saying the goblins had contacted a high-ranking being named Tao Nadic. That memory hit hard, and the pieces started falling into place. Right then, someone appeared in front of him. It was Lancelot. He called Jean Guillaume my lord and reported that he and Bedivere had destroyed all the fields. He added that Bedivere stayed behind to help people escape and asked if he was hurt. He thanked him for the great work and said he was fine. Then the protagonist brought up what Lancelot had said earlier about Tinatia contacting the rebels. Lancelot confirmed it and asked why. MC explained that Tinatia and Priest Bongsu were taking his magic stones. He also asked what the Mexico dimension was. Lancelot said Mexico was likely the name of Tenatia's world or civilization, just like their own world was called the Earth dimension. He went on to say Priest Bongju had been offering people up to other worlds, adding that a traitor was even worse than the enemy. The view shifted to a mutant goblin staring at a system screen that showed the same message Jung Geometry had seen. The goblin fiddled with the system, muttering that this was crazy and not normal at all. He couldn't understand how the magic stones were being deposited into the dimensional accounts so fast. He also mentioned the huge explosions from earlier. He was standing at what looked like a sacrificial altar, wondering where that kind of firepower came from. He hadn't heard helicopters, jets, or even gunfire. As a light rushed toward him, he complained that none of his soldiers had come to report anything. That light was Jung Jiaom's missile, and it punched straight through the goblin before he could react. The impact sent him flying backward onto the ground. A moment later, he arrived and called him by name, Priest Bong Su. He and Lancelot climbed up to the altar. The protagonist, out of breath, joked that the stairs nearly killed him, then said he'd been wondering who Bong Su was and asked if he commanded the Legion. The goblin lay there with a smoking hole through his body. As he twisted in pain, the smoke around him started helping. Instead of hurting, his wounds began to heal. Zhang Jia stared in shock and asked what was going on. Lancelot told him the goblin was regenerating. As the goblin got back up, Lancelot mentioned the dark red smoke he noticed all over the camp. MC, still stunned, asked if this was really possible. Now fully restored, the goblin grinned and showed off his sharp claws. He shouted that this was even more interesting than he'd expected. A human stood before him beside a skeletal knight who served that human. Zhang Yaoam, just as surprised, said he didn't know goblins could talk. The mutant goblin answered that they must have met his goblin soldiers already. He explained those goblins had forced down magic stones and turned themselves into monsters. It was a side effect of grabbing power before their bodies were ready. He said he gave them rules, but greed made them ignore them. Then he guessed that since he had a dimensional account, he must be an 8th level hierarchy user. He asked where the protagonist got the backing for that, then offered a simple deal. If MC and his side stopped wrecking the place and left, the goblin wouldn't attack them. Full of himself, he said they'd already seen they couldn't kill him. He claimed he could kill both Jung Jiaom and Lancelot whenever he wanted. The only reason he hadn't was that it would cost him a little damage. To him, fighting now was just a waste of time. Lancelot shot back that the goblin couldn't kill them either. He couldn't even scratch them. He told him to try if he wanted. He, meanwhile, kept thinking about that sudden peace offer. He wondered if the goblin really couldn't be killed. If not, the reason was probably that strange smoke. Zhang Yaoam studied it, thinking it might be tied to the people who had been sacrificed. He remembered Lancelot mentioning it earlier. The protagonist hadn't seen it himself before. If he had, maybe he could have figured out how it worked. Then he heard a strange and noticed dark red smoke above them. He looked up, confused about why the smoke was gathering in the sky too. The whole sky had turned a deep red, like the world was about to end. As MC stared upwards, something made his eyes go wide and his body shake. A giant sphere appeared overhead, like a glowing red eye, huge and terrifying. The smoke spread across the sky, thickest around that massive eye. Zhang Jun froze, overwhelmed by the sight. He could only stare up and wonder what he was looking at. The chill ran down his spine as he asked himself if this was really a high-ranking being. Priest Bong Su smirked, clearly enjoying his reaction. He said this must be his first time seeing a creature like that, since beings like this normally can't appear because of classification limits. But he said Lord Tonatu was different. Unlike the others, Tonatu could descend in person, and Bong Su bragged that he alone could make it happen. Still mocking him, Bong Su called Zhang Jiam a fool. Even so, he offered him one chance because his abilities were too useful to waste. Neil begged for mercy and asked to live. If he did, he'd earn the honor of becoming Bong Su's right-hand man. Before he could finish, Lancelot rushed in and cut straight through Bong Su's neck. He was furious that a mere goblin dared put himself above his master, and the severed head flew away. Even as the body dropped, the goblin burst out laughing, sure his healing would bring him back. A few seconds later, his head started floating back toward his body. With a smug grin, he told them to stop wasting time. They should know by now this was pointless. Tony Tia was watching from above, and Bong Su was healing fast. No matter how many times they killed him, he said he'd just come back. His face turned cold as he mocked Lancelot, asking if he was too empty-headed to understand something so simple. Then he added that Lancelot had no idea how useful he could be. Lancelot answered like a true knight, "No." He didn't understand, then corrected himself and said he simply didn't care. All that mattered was Master Jean Guillaume. Anyone who threatened his master's safety would be cut down, no matter how many times it took. The goblin sharpened his claws and sneered, saying the knight really was empty-headed. The goblin charges in without hesitation, telling Lancelot to hit him as much as he wants. Seeing that reckless rush, Lancelot changes tactics. He leaves his sword alone and tightens his fists. If cutting can't kill this thing, he'll beat it into dust instead. In a flash, Lancelot drives a brutal punch into Bang Su's face. Bang Su can't react at all. His nose caves in, teeth snap, and blood bursts from his mouth. The goblin quickly recovers and grins, saying Lancelot's punches are pretty good, but still useless against his immortality. While bragging, he misses Lancelot's next move. Lancelot grabs him by the hair with his right hand, putting all his strength into his left fist. Lancelot says that if one way doesn't work, he'll force another one to. Fear instantly replaces Bong Su's smug look, and he stammers for Lancelot to wait. Lancelot doesn't care. The first hit breaks more teeth and sprays blood everywhere, then he keeps going, hammering Bong Su with one vicious punch after another. It gets so brutal, the scene is basically censored. Gotta keep it safe for younger viewers on this YouTube channel. While Lancelot keeps smashing the goblin's ruined face, Zhang Jiam watches in silence. He knows Lancelot is doing everything he can, but unless Tenitio is stopped, Bang Su will just keep regenerating forever. The protagonist looks up at the giant eye and realizes that's the real problem. Still, getting rid of it won't be easy without a plan. He keeps thinking, wondering if there's at least some way to shut down Bang Su's regeneration. Then he remembers how he broke that muscular man's mind control by using subspace. As Lancelot keeps pounding Bang Su into a mess, Jeong Gam finally calls out. Lancelot pauses for a second. Even while hanging in Lancelot's grip, Bang Su keeps insisting this is all pointless. MC ignores him, activates his power, and orders Lancelot to throw the goblin into subspace. Lancelot immediately hurls Bang Su at the portal. The moment he touches it, the system warns entity Bang Su is trying to enter subspace. Allow access? He says yes, and the system confirms entry. Inside subspace, Zhu Yun is carrying supplies when she notices the portal opening. She first thinks her third brother came back earlier than usual, but before she can finish that thought, the system sends an alert saying unknown energy trying to enter from outside has been blocked. She stares in shock at what appears next. A scream slips out as a skinny, wrecked goblin comes flying straight at her. Before it can slam into her, someone catches it in midair, its soul. Already annoyed from being stuck in subspace, she glares at the thing and says, "This clearly isn't number 3, so what is it?" Holding the goblin up by the head, she notices something past the portal. She spots Ju Young Jia Yam and still lifting Bang Su, asks if this creature is one of his friends. Then with a scary grin, Soul rushes toward him, dragging the miserable goblin along. The protagonist's eyes go wide, and he yells for her to stop. Sweating hard, he hurriedly tells the system to close the subspace portal at once. Only after that does he order Bang Su's registration removed from subspace, and the system says it's canceling it. A second later, the goblin is thrown back out of subspace so hard he even loses a tooth. In the back, Soul watches with a look that's half amused and half full of hate. Before the portal fully shuts, she asks Ju Young Jiam if he saw that because that's what his future looks like. Bang Su lies sprawled on the ground without moving. MC is still shaken but not because of the goblin. Shuddering, he mutters that for a moment Soul was scarier than Tunadu ever was. Then the system sends another message. Ownership of a dimensional account has been transferred. Since Chu Yong Jiam already has one, the mana stones will merge automatically. New total, 14,823 mana stones. He is stunned. As he stares at the message, he realizes Bang Su must have piled up a huge amount of mana stones through taxes. Then the protagonist notices something else. The Tunadu tax notice is gone. That means he suddenly looks up and realizes the huge threat and that red-black smoke have both vanished. Now the sky is clear under soft moonlight. MC tells Lancelot Tunadu is gone. Lancelot remembers Bang Su saying he alone could summon Tunadu, so MC must have cut their link somehow. He even guesses that after failing once, Tunadu may never try again. Hearing that, he finally lets himself relax and drops to the ground. Sitting there, he admits he really thought his heart would stop. Even though he barely fought, he feels more worn out than ever. Just as he starts to rest, someone calls his name. He turns and sees soldiers coming up the stairs, shouting and asking if he's okay. The colonel arrives and says he brought every awakened fighter and unit he could spare besides essential personnel. Then he asks if they came too late. Chu Yong Jiram says no. They made it just in time. Still, he knows they must have gone through hell climbing all those stairs. As the colonel comes closer, he asks where the Legion commander is. That's when he notices Bang Su's body on the ground. Looking it over, the colonel wonders what could have left the goblin in that condition. Realizing the battle is over, he holsters his weapon. Watching protagonist comments that it has been a while since he's seen someone carry a weapon on their back like that. Just then, the colonel gets a radio call. Captain Deok Yong from the 2nd Company reports that in the first area, all rebels were found looking like mummified corpses. After checking carefully, they confirmed every one of them is dead. The first area is secure. The colonel acknowledges the report and orders his troops to stay alert, rescue civilians first, and start clearing the area. Then he turns back, sighs, and says he has no idea how Zhang Yong did it. But once again, he solved everything. MC says he did end the crisis, but he still doesn't know enough about the mummified state the rebels went through. The colonel bows and thanks him for all he's done, saying his help has been beyond measure from the very start. He just stares, surprised. He gestures awkwardly and tells the colonel that kind of formality isn't needed, but the colonel says he should have spoken up much sooner. He admits that when he first asked Zhang Yam to join the military, he now sees how foolish that was. Back then, they thought they were offering him something valuable. In truth, those so-called benefits meant nothing to him. They underestimated both his power and his reach, treating him like just another recruit. As the protagonist starts to stand, the colonel goes on, saying the military should never have been this useless. Even though he's ashamed to say it, he stays bowed and asks whether MC is still willing to help the people, even if asking now is embarrassing. A lot of people are still suffering. Some lost family, some are badly hurt, and many are terrified because they still haven't awakened. He reaches out his hand. The colonel says the government's failures made the damage even worse, and that's exactly why he's asking for his help. Calmly, the protagonist makes one thing clear. This isn't a deal. He'll help by choice from the front lines, and he has no plans to join the military. In the end, helping or not is up to him. He says he's only making that clear, still holding out his hand. The colonel smiles, understanding just how kind MC is for helping without asking for anything back. Only then do they shake hands. That seals their agreement, and the colonel tells him not to worry. He reaches for his radio, then pauses and asks Yang Jian to wait a moment. He promises to make sure military support will always be there when needed. Then he broadcasts an official order because of his major service to the armed forces and his role in defeating the rebel army. Kim Im-jae is hereby granted the rank of honorary colonel. Listening to this, he grows more and more confused. The colonel continues saying all military personnel must respect honorary Colonel Kim, the protagonist Jim, and cooperate with him whenever needed. No reply is necessary, but everyone who hears this should pass the message on to others. Still stunned, MC mutters that this really didn't need to go this far. The colonel salutes him and cheerfully says the soldiers will handle cleanup and the rest of the crisis. He tells him to get some rest since it's late. He blushes and protests that he's not even a soldier, so the formal treatment is too much. The colonel says to ignore it if it bothers him, but repeats that he did an amazing job. As the colonel steps away to rejoin his men, the protagonist, still a little red, says the whole thing is exhausting. He tells Lancelot to rest too since he worked hard. Lancelot says MC did well too, then asks if there's any news about Bedivere. MC agrees, realizing he was so drained he hadn't even thought about it. Then he suddenly smiles, remembering subspace can recover lost items. Right away, he tells the system to retrieve them. The system tells him recovery only works if the item is nearby. If it's too far away, he has to get closer and try again. Reading that, Kim is let down and realizes the skill has limits. He remembers Sol was right beside him when it worked before. Since he can't use it from here, they'll have to move. Kim calls Lancelot over and says they should go together. On the way, they can level up packs too, and Lancelot agrees. The system confirms 10,000 mana stones were spent to upgrade the subspace. Skills can still be used during the upgrade, and 4,823 stones remain. Elsewhere, soldiers start helping the survivors, telling them to line up slowly and stay calm. They also say anyone who needs more can ask since the army can provide food and water. Kim then says something just occurred to him. The soldiers are busy helping survivors. He wonders what Bedivere is doing right now. The focus shifts to Bedivere, who looks over a document and mutters that he found it. He admits changing routes was a smart move. Who would have thought wandering into a random building out of boredom would lead him to papers like these? As he crouches and reads, Bedivere says Kim will definitely like this. Still, he can't help wondering what kind of place this is with so many documents around. This is already the third one. Time passes, and the system keeps showing the subspace upgrade progress. It reaches 45%. The papers Bedivere found are all dimensional being registration requests, and now Kim is holding them. Kim asks if Bedivere found all of these, and Bedivere says yes. Kim thanks him, thinking these papers might actually be useful. He takes a moment to think about how he can use them. Then he opens a portal to the subspace and finds Seol waiting inside. Just like before, she still looks scary. She says she's been waiting for him and asks if he's ready, while Ju Hyun picks up on what Seol wants to do. Ju Hyun tells her to hit Kim for making everyone worry, and Seol happily agrees. Kim quickly tries to stop things by showing Seol the dimensional being registration paper, though she doesn't get it at first. He explains that he kept her from leaving because he was afraid she'd get hurt. But with this document, she can fight beside him without that risk. He adds that he wants to see her beat up monsters, so he wasn't locking her away to mess with her. As Sol reads, Kim feels relieved, thinking that speech may have saved his life. After reading it, Sol points out one problem. She needs a dimensional account first. Kim instantly admits she's right and says he forgot that part. Before he can finish, a fist slams into his chin. Seol punches him with everything she has, launching him spinning through the air, and she doesn't stop there before Kim can land. Seol rushes after him. Kim catches himself with one hand on the ground. He gets ready to bolt as Seol charges him with a terrifying aura. Even so, he's oddly relieved because the punch had huge force but didn't hurt at all. Meanwhile, the system announces the subspace upgrade is complete. New items and upgrade options are unlocked along with a new skill, Subspace Life Support System, which boosts healing inside the subspace. While Sol keeps chasing Kim in the background, Lancelot, Beta Vera, and Join watch. Join bursts out laughing and says Kim had that coming. She tells the knights not to step in, saying this is just how the sisters show love to their little brother. Join adds that Kim is level 8 now, so no matter how hard Sol hits him, it won't hurt. Lancelot agrees, but Joy notices something strange about him. When she looks at both knights, she sees they're trembling. Worried, she asks if they're okay. As Sol locks Kim in a chokehold, he thinks about how heavy it feels even if it doesn't hurt. Then Join suddenly yells that something is wrong with the knights and calls for help. Kim immediately tells Sol to let go and rushes over to ask what's wrong. The knights are so weak they can't even stand. Lancelot drops a hand to the ground, and then both he and Bedivere are hit by a wave of pain. Seeing them collapse, Kim and Sol run over and ask what happened. Can barely answer. He says he doesn't know, but all at once his whole body started itching and burning badly. Joyen quickly asks what kind of itching it is. Touching his head, Lancelot admits he'd been feeling it for a while, but now it's become much worse. Joyen says that kind of itching and stinging isn't normal. She suspects they may have been poisoned. Sol remembers that after the Skull King's bite on her neck, she had the same itching, though it's fully healed now. As she talks about how awful it felt, Kim starts piecing things together and searches his memory for the cause, then he recalls the system messages. One said the subspace gives a small healing effect. It also said outside objects that fit the subspace can be registered, though the fee depends on their value, size, or weight. Another message from the completed upgrade said new unknown items and more upgrade options were unlocked, and that a new support skill had been activated to slightly improve healing inside the subspace. That last part makes Kim freeze. He realizes the healing effect may be restoring the knights. Looking at them on the floor, he wonders if this isn't their true form and whether leaving them outside the subspace is a mistake. While he's thinking, Lancelot suddenly says Camelot. Kim is confused, but Lancelot explains he feels a little better whenever he's in Camelot. The system then shows a skill called Blood Ritual. It can create random enhancement stones by aging them or pulling out the vitality inside them. Now in Camelot, the red ceiling starts glowing brightly. A stone drops from above, bonks Lancelot on the head and falls to the floor. The two knights immediately kneel before Master Kim. Kim kneels too and picks up the white stone that just fell. Now holding two stones, he notices the white one looks newly made, while the blue one already on the ground seems older. The system shows their info. The white stone has resistance, and the blue one has electric penetration and shock effects. The knights guess the blue stone must have been sitting there for some time. Holding both stones, Kim realizes Camelot's blood ritual doesn't just work when he uses it on purpose. It also runs on its own. He also thinks it was smart to keep sister number 1 and sister number 2 away from this place. Then he notices something else. He doesn't feel any itching or burning. That makes him think blood ritual doesn't affect the item's owner. Still kneeling, Lancelot apologizes to Master Kim and says he's ashamed to show such weakness as a knight. Kim stands and tells them not to worry, saying they must have been in terrible pain. He says he should be the one apologizing for not noticing sooner, then asks if Camelot really makes them feel better. Lancelot firmly says yes. Hearing that, Kim smiles and says that from now on, whenever they enter the subspace, they should stay in Camelot for their sake and his too. Lancelot is glad that just resting there can still help, and Bet Vera thanks him as well. Seeing both knights still kneeling, Kim tells them to stop being so formal. He says he's the one who should be thankful. Looking at the stones in his hands, Kim realizes something amazing. The subspace life support system heals, while Camelot drains vitality, and somehow those total opposites work together perfectly. He closes his hands around the stones and suddenly understands. He can now create enhancement stones endlessly and keep boosting his power. That means he can keep strengthening these abilities and finding more ways to use them. Then he remembers to need you in the sky with that giant red eye and admits he's still not strong enough to face it. Kim knows he has to grow stronger to beat higher-level enemies. He also needs to fully understand his powers and learn how to use them right. With that in mind, he heads off, thinking the subspace just leveled up, so it's time to see what new features came with it. Back in the real world, two military officers are talking. The colonel asks if it's really true. The rebels pretended to be the national army, raised the national flag, and used that to lure people in as sacrifices. The other officer says it's all true. He adds that they even set up a reward system, giving magic stones to anyone who brought in more sacrifices. The colonel says it's a good thing Colonel Kim stopped it because it was close to becoming a full coup, and he only now sees how serious it was. He says he'll inform Kim about the extra supplies, choose the key troops to stay, and send the rest back. The other officer agrees, salutes, and leaves. After that, something draws the colonel's attention. He looks up and spots a bright light coming down from the sky. Only then does he realize morning has come, and there's still plenty left to do. Right then, a system screen appears in front of him. He reads the notice. It's a message from the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. It says Earth recently had free exploration with activity both inside and outside the dimension. On top of that, Earth produced 13,117 new internal projection blessings. The same notice pops up for Seoul. It adds that after 17 cases of forced negative growth aimed at free merchants, Earth has shown enough growth and profit to matter to the multidimensional world. Seoul asks what multidimensional is supposed to mean. The system goes on to say the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce rated Earth's growth at grade BB. Because of that, a second exploration proposal is now getting major attention. Another notice says the Chamber of Commerce has already set a full opening plan. In 7 days, every region on Earth will enter an official bidding competition. Seoul turns to Jawan and asks what that even means, but the messages keep coming. They explain that people from Earth and other dimensions who join the proposal will choose one representative for each region. Those representatives will then compete for profits under the bidding rules. The message seems to have gone out to everyone. Even a mom making food gets it too. The system says that if another dimension wins, it will place portals in that region for future exploration. If Earth side wins instead, its people will get special rewards. Also says full details for each region's competition will be revealed 24 hours before it starts. At the end, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce asks for Earth support and participation. After reading it, Jong Jiam says this basically means they're preparing to invade for Real. The two sisters ask if this is some kind of prank, but he says no. The same Chamber of Commerce also issued the document that raised him to an 8th level being. Now annoyed, their mother asks if this chamber could be behind all the monsters sent so far. She gets even angrier, demanding to know who they think they are, sending monsters here talking about exploration rights, bids, and competition over Earth like it belongs to them. Zhang Jiam and Zhang Jiam can only smile. He admits he doesn't know much either. But one thing is clear, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce treats everything like a business deal. So this bidding contest is basically a giant game being played across the whole planet. Then the system appears again, but only for the protagonist. It says he made the highest profit in the Seoul region during free exploration. If he accepts the role of regional representative, he'll get more detailed information about the competition. If not, the role passes to whoever ranks second. That shocks both MC and Jung Yun, and she points out that she didn't get any message like that. His older brother explains that if he accepts, he'll become Seoul's representative in the bidding competition. Their mother asks what the contest actually is, and the older brother admits he's not fully sure. Still, from the messages, it looks like they'll be fighting alien beings from other dimensions. That leaves the whole room silent. Everyone's staring in shock as the mood turns tense. The system appears before Zhang Jiaom again and says that if he accepts, he can choose up to 100 participants, including himself. Then it asks if he'll take the position. Standing with his sisters, he looks at the message and wonders if he should really carry that burden. A moment later, his face hardens. He's made up his mind. Sometime later, the colonel asks if this is all really true. Speaking with him, Zhang Jiam confirms it. He accepted the role of Seoul's representative, and now he has to recruit up to 100 people to face the alien force coming for Seoul. He says he already added the 2 knights in Seoul for the first battle, and as a safety measure, he also registered his family inside the subspace. Even so, they still need around 80 more people. The colonel excitedly grabs the protagonist's hand and calls it a huge stroke of luck. He admits he was seriously worried about who might become the representative, but now that it's Colonel Kim, he feels much safer. Then he pulls a notebook from his uniform pocket and tells MC to check it. Surprised, he asks what it is as he reaches for it. Handing it over, the colonel says it's a basic list made by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, awakened individuals and what their abilities are. Since the protagonist needs about 80 more fighters, the list should help. The protagonist thanks him, but says expert snipers might be even better. The colonel stops short and asks if he heard that right. MC says he did. Awakened or not, that's exactly what he wants. The colonel hesitates, saying they still don't even know the enemy yet, but he disagrees. Once he accepted the role, he got access to detailed competition data, and he starts pulling it up through the system. He explains that the enemy worships the goddess, Imbis, and specializes in building things and making weapons filled with divine power. Rather than keep talking, he says it's easier to just show him. The system brings up a saved warning message from the Ims dimension. It says the goddess Ims is worshipped so deeply that her followers carry her image on their helmets as a blessing. In their devotion, they declare that Ims shines with mercy, while the people of Earth are just crude, primitive barbarians who deserve to be struck by the holy mace lit by their goddess. After showing the video, Zhang Jieyam opens another screen with the Ims Dimensions participant list. It includes 4 Aides Frank Knights, so their side is clearly no joke. The protagonist tells the colonel they'll be facing holy knights in bright armor with glowing weapons. The colonel asks how they're supposed to fight something like that. MC starts laying out what he learned after accepting the role and reviewing the information with his sisters. 1 hour before the competition begins, both sides take their positions and enter a prep phase. During that time, a barrier goes up so neither side can attack. The Ims side will bring a gate core, and once the match starts, it will hatch automatically after 12 hours. If Earth destroys that gate core before then, Earth wins. If Ims protects it until it hatches, they win. So as Jung Jaeum puts it, Earth's win condition is simple: destroy the gate core. But he adds that Ims won't just sit there and guard it. Since they can see Ims' participant list, the enemy can probably see Earth's too. And because most of Earth's fighters are 9th rank, Ims will likely assume their edge is speed and attack power. The colonel gets it. That means his team and the military both need strong offense so they can push for the core at the same time. Zhang Gaeum says the attack side is covered by his team, Lancelot and Sol. The real problem is defense. They need a way to stop 8th rank enemies from breaking through. The colonel says long-range weapons would help hold them back, and that's when he understands why the protagonist specifically asked for expert snipers. Still, he warns that normal military weapons may not work on 8th rank alien knights. MC just smiles and says not to worry. He upgraded his ability the night before. The story flashes back to that night when he was thinking about how to get stronger. To do that, he knew he first had to understand his power better and use it the right way. So he opened the system and checked the new upgrade options, sending up to 8 products at once, seeing likely upgrade or combo results ahead of time, running simulations, and even adding up to 2 new categories to the logistics center. After looking through everything, Jung Jian realizes there aren't brand new powers, just extra features that improve what he already has, including 2 options for the subspace lab. With one of them, he can test an object for a moment and preview the finished result in a simulation before actually making it in the lab. He grabs a mug and starts sketching, trying to figure out what kind of weapon to build with that function. As he writes down electric enhancement stones and durability stones, he decides the weapon has to be easy for normal people to use and strong enough to kill 8-rank enemies. After a lot of testing, thinking, and research, he comes up with an upgraded rifle and improved ammo. At first, he only enhances the bullets, but the gun breaks apart the moment he fires it. Then he starts reinforcing the rifle itself with enhancement stones so it can handle the stronger shots. In the end, he manages to improve it just enough to survive 3 shots. Now holding one of those rifles, Zhang Jian says the plan is to stockpile these 3 shotguns, use them to hold back the enemy, and destroy the core for the win. After hearing that, the colonel is thrilled. He says he understands, expected nothing less from the protagonist, and will send the best sniper list right away so prep can begin. And with that, the 1-week countdown starts as the specialist snipers train their aim, weapon swaps, and battle movement for the coming match. At the same time, MC's father starts going on about construction terms and quickly loses him. Then using his architect skill, he begins building a fortress. Sol and the attack team use the magic stones from killed monsters to power up. Because of that, Sol could spread her barrier a short distance away from her body, which shocked Zhang Guillaume. Zhang Guillaume also said her skill had reached level 2, so now her healing could affect an area. Seeing how hard everyone worked and how much stronger they got, he felt at ease. His team was strong, and all of them could use their awakened powers well. Time flew by, and only 1 hour was left before the competition started. Then a portal opened at the National Assembly building. Soldiers began pouring out of it. They were warriors from the Eom's dimension wearing the bright armor Zhang Jian had described before. But among them, one soldier carried the gate core, the item that would decide who won this fight. Watching through binoculars, the protagonist studied the scene and confirmed the glowing orb was the core. His father asked what he saw, and MC said it matched the video he had shown earlier, except for one strange thing. When his father asked what it was, Zhang Jian pointed out that the IM troops were building structures next to the National Assembly building, probably to guard the gate core. His father wondered if their building skill was better than his, but he focused on something else. The match started in an hour, so building now made no sense. They shouldn't have time to finish. The protagonist lowered the binoculars and spotted something below that surprised him. 5 knights from the Eom's dimension stood still in front of the barrier. Their leader spoke first, saying he had checked Earth's fighters. A few were ranked 7 or 8, but most were ranked 9. From above, Zhang Jian wondered if they were getting ready to rush the defense line. The knight then announced that the goddess Eames had promised mercy and salvation for the weak, and they would bring that to Earth in her name. Then his face turned hateful. He said their mercy meant ripping out Earth's tongues while people were still alive, so no one could speak against them again, and their salvation would be forced labor to repay their sins. From above, MC thought it was a pretty dramatic speech for holy knights. But after checking the system screen, he muttered that they were looking down on Earth just because most of them were rank 9. A system notice popped up. The bidding competition was about to start. Below, the Eom's knight leader gave the order to move. The knights charged while shouting the goddess Eom's name. The colonel saw them coming and instantly ordered everyone to fire. The soldiers with Zhang Jian's rifles took position and opened fire. A storm of bullets hit the charging Eom's knights, and the rounds were charged with electricity. The bullets punched through their armor, leaving them shocked and confused. One soldier couldn't understand how rank 9s could do this, while another yelled for everyone to raise shields and keep pushing forward. One knight used a barrier skill to block the shots and ordered the others to activate their aim's barrier powers too. Their leader shouted that they didn't know what kind of weapons these were, but their shields had to be stronger. He told them to stay put and hold the defense. Acting like he had it all figured out, another knight said the enemy was using long-range weapons, so they'd run out of ammo sooner or later. If they lasted long enough, Eames would win. But above them, rows of rifles were already prepared, and soldiers kept helping each other swap weapons every time one broke after 3 shots. The stack of broken rifles kept growing into a huge pile. Hearing that, Zhang Jiahun put away the radio and said things were going even better than expected. He told them to keep pressing because the attack team would move soon. The attack team, Lancelot, Sol, and him headed out on 2 motorcycles to start their mission. The bikes were so fast that they slipped past the knights before anyone could react or stop them. One knight noticed 3 people heading for the gate core, but another brushed it off, saying it didn't matter since the core couldn't be destroyed anyway. While blocking with his shield, he yelled that their job was still to hold the line. The enemy had more weapons than expected, but once reinforcements arrived, they could start pushing forward little by little. To keep morale up, he told everyone to hang on just a bit longer. Ignoring the knights completely, Bedivere started throwing his famous flaming bowling balls across the battlefield. His crazy accuracy let the balls curve through the air and hit exactly where he wanted. He was aiming at the Eames reinforcements moving through the middle. One knight noticed something strange coming toward them but couldn't tell what it was. Then the flaming bowling ball hit and exploded, blasting the Eames knights in every direction. When Zhang Jiam heard the blast, he slammed the brakes on his motorcycle. He knew right away it was Bedivere, perfectly handling his job of stopping the enemy midfield. With that, the protagonist turned back to the attack route. One last target remained. There, in front of the giant statue of the goddess Eames, stood Lancelot, Sol, and MC, waiting for the moment to strike and destroy the core. Looking up at the huge statue, he remembered seeing them build something earlier and brushing it off as unimportant. Now he couldn't believe they had built something this massive so fast. Still trying to understand it, he fired several missiles at the statue. The missiles hit, causing a huge explosion. But when the smoke cleared, the statue was untouched, not even scratched. Jung Jiaom was stunned. Even enhanced missiles had done nothing except make it glow. Then he laughed and got an idea. In a case like this, he thought maybe he should just store the whole thing in subspace. The system immediately asked, "Would you like to store the unfinished statue of the goddess Eames in subspace?" Right then, an Eames soldier shouted that Earth would become pasture land for Eames, and the protagonist's people were just two-legged cattle. An old man with a rough voice said they should feel honored and bow at Eames's holy feet. He mocked them for trying missiles on the statue, while the soldiers with him urgently told him it was too dangerous and begged him to go back inside. The elder refused, saying he had to spread the words of Eames and cleanse Earth's dimension of evil. As the elder kept talking, Zhong noticed something else. A knight told the old man that if he really wanted to keep preaching, he should do it from inside. Offended, the elder asked what sin he had committed to be treated that way, and why he couldn't speak outside. But MC had already stopped listening. Far off, he spotted something useful. While the elder argued with the knights, he fixed his eyes on a warehouse full of construction materials. A huge grin spread across his face as a very good idea came to him. Almost drooling with excitement, he ordered packs to store the warehouse. The system answered at once, storing the Eames Dimension's temporary construction materials warehouse in subspace. After that, the elders sensed something was wrong. He and the two knights turned around and saw that the warehouse packed with materials had disappeared. Only then did he realize who had done it. Zhang entered subspace and walked over to Zhang, who was relaxing, then asked if he wanted to pilot a helicopter again after all this time. Zhang asked why so suddenly, then said he'd love to fly and wanted to know what he needed to do. The protagonist said it wouldn't be much. He just needed to go as high as possible. Excited, Jung said he was ready. At the same time, Lancelot and Sol noticed something incoming and quickly went on guard. A moment later, several spears started dropping from the sky, rushing straight at them. Sol tried using her newly improved barrier to stop the spears, but the material they were made from was too strong. The barrier broke under the impact, and the spears tore through it, lined up perfectly to hit Sol as she froze for a second. Lancelot reacted instantly, stepping in and knocking away the spear that was about to strike her. Sol turned to him and asked if these weren't normal spears. She said her power had grown enough to stop even Jung Jaeum's enhanced bullets, yet these still got through. Lancelot agreed they weren't ordinary, but not because of enhancement. Confused, Sol asked what made them different. Lancelot said he had heard of this before. One Dimension had a technique that worked a lot like item enhancement. By then, the knights realized MC's group had stolen the warehouse. Furious, they ordered an attack and kept throwing spears. As he got ready to defend, Lancelot explained that the technique was called a blessing. The building materials were probably blessed, which was why they could resist his attacks. He knocked away another spear with his sword. That spear flew towards Sol, and she caught it in midair. Holding it now, Sol grinned and said that no matter where it came from, this spear was seriously strong. From inside the helicopter, Jung Kim watched everything below. Jung said fewer spears were coming now and that he was about to lift off. The protagonist told him to go as high as he could. Still looking out the window, MC focused on the giant statue. That had to be the reason the enemy kept getting stronger. As the helicopter neared the statue, Kim said he was about to give the Eames Dimension a little blessing of his own. Then he let go, dropping the stolen building materials from way up in the air. He even gave the move a name, Godstaff. The materials slammed into the statue and blew it apart using the power of its own dimension. From afar, Lancelot and Sol could only stare as those materials smashed the statue into rubble. When the dust began to clear, something buried under the wreckage came into view. Then the system announced that Earth had won the bidding competition in the Sol region by destroying the Eames Dimension's gate core, and everyone who took part would get rewards. Those rewards included dimensional accounts for all participants, 5,000 destroyed magic stones split by contribution, and extra items from the Eames Dimension to be transferred and assigned. The first thing Kim did was register his whole family as 8th rank. Once it was done, the papers in everyone's hands started to dissolve. Right after that, a sheet of paper floated down from the sky and landed near Kim. He picked it up, confused by what it said and where it came from. Another system notice followed. The commercial rights to the lethal dimension, once owned by the Eames Dimension, had now been transferred to Sol's representatives. That basically gave Kim exclusive trade rights in the Tertius region. As soon as they finished reading, a new red portal opened in front of them. His father and Sol both asked what it was. Kim admitted he didn't know since he hadn't made it this time. He guessed it was tied to the commercial rights listed in the paper. Wanting answers, he steeled himself and reached out to touch the portal, but a system message popped up at once. Not a registered company. Please verify authority. Kim looked back at the document in shock. Even after getting the rights, he still had to register as a business to use them. When he opened the system, another option appeared: sell the commercial rights to the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 magic stones. That only made Kim more confused. What were these commercial rights even for? If they were a reward he couldn't use without becoming a company first. And on top of that, the system was already trying to buy them for 10,000 magic stones. Kim chose to refuse the offer and got more annoyed the longer he read. To him, they were just thieves handing out a reward he couldn't even use. The more he thought about it, the worse it felt. The multidimensional Chamber of Commerce had rigged things from the start. They forced everyone into a contest run by the Chamber against enemies who were all 8th rank. Even with every disadvantage stacked against them, they still won. Yet the Chamber acted like it was being generous. Korm's anger kept rising. He crushed the paper in his hand and decided he wouldn't let the Chamber profit off him. He wasn't throwing it away, but unless they offered more magic stones he wouldn't sell. Without him, far more people would have died. Seeing how upset he was, his father asked what happened. Korm tried to stay calm and said it was nothing major. They just want a useless portal they couldn't even use. Du-yun asked if the only urgent thing left was the paperwork since she still had wounded people to treat. Kim apologized for calling everyone together right after the competition, knowing they were exhausted. His father told him it was fine, especially since filling out the forms would make him stronger. Kim said everything was wrapped up and that he'd open the portal so they could rest. Meanwhile, Sol said she was going to test out her new spear for a while and told him to call if he needed her. Kim just nodded. Young Ji-om said he wanted to finish some games on his console, while his father chose to rest too, grumbling that his body still hurt from building the base. Then his father suddenly noticed the newly gained construction materials. There were several high-grade options now, and he started naming them in amazement. Bricks, drywall, beams, even rebar. That was when Kim realized he'd forgotten to mention them. But the bigger surprise came when he casually said the construction materials were infinite. Kim already knew that would leave his father speechless. As he stepped through the portal, another thought hit him. He started wondering how the other regions had done. Since the competition lasted 12 hours, the full results might come out that night. When night finally came, the results appeared, confirming the event was over. Then the system revealed the final rankings for Earth's bidding competition. The South Korea results showed 4 wins and only 1 loss out of 5 matches. Another notice gave the worldwide results. Out of 761 competitions, Earth had won only 113 and lost 648. Because of that, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce lowered Earth's growth potential from BB to CCC. Everyone received the message. Kim immediately knew how bad this was, while Jong Kyam admitted he hadn't expected the overall results to be this terrible. Kim looked over the numbers and saw that while a few places had even records, most had far more losses than wins. The global situation was awful. He expected bad news, just not this bad. The colonel said South Korea was at least in better shape. If the problem centered on Incheon, they could handle it fast by focusing their forces there. Since Incheon was close, they could move as soon as they were ready. Just then, a soldier rushed in and apologized for interrupting. He handed the colonel a report and said an urgent radio message had just come in from the 17th Division in Incheon and that he needed to read it right away. As the colonel scanned it, he asked why Incheon had contacted them. The report said Incheon had been defeated and was sending emergency battle info. The enemy was identified as lizard men from the Saber's dimension, and their portal was in Chinatown. These lizard men fought like a trained army, attacking on the ground and in the air at the same time. Their speed and movement overwhelmed Incheon's team and wiped them out. The battle ended about 2 hours before the competition did, and after that, the lizard men started organizing their troops while even more came through the portal. They also sent units to scout and secure routes, which pointed to a large-scale mobilization. The urgent warning was sent because based on their movements, their next target was Seoul, exactly what the colonel confirmed. Kim was shocked they were coming straight for Seoul. Young Jiam found that strange. He said it was unlikely they were after Kim personally since no one knew where he was. Seoul stayed quiet thinking, while he added that there wasn't even a bounty on Kim's head. Looking over the map, Lancelot noted that, with the two cities so close, the lizard men were already nearby. Kim turned back to the system where a new message appeared. From now on, the names of the regional representatives who won in Earth's competition would be shown above their heads. Sol read it too and asked what that was supposed to mean. Felt totally random. If it was real, Kim's name would appear over him. She even wondered if they could have used some kind of badge instead. Kim looked up by reflex to check if anything was floating above him, but saw nothing. That made him wonder if he really was the regional representative. Lancelot pushed back right away. If Kim wasn't the representative, then none of this competition made sense. Still confused, Kim asked why nothing was showing. Sol read the message again, and then another notice appeared. Starting now, 7th rank beings were partly allowed to move through every installed portal on Earth. Sol clenched her fists in frustration. She had only just reached 8th rank, and this rule was only for 7th rank beings, meaning she'd be stuck in subspace again. The system went on, saying that any dimension that won commercial rights through the competition could now place portals in those regions to kill Earth's regional representative. Everyone read that and was immediately furious. It was unbelievably unfair. The colonel said this meant they now had to deal with 7th rank enemies, and the regional representatives would probably be the main targets. He said it was basically a territorial conquest game, but the strange part was that Kim still had no name above his head. That was when Lancelot started to figure something out. He asked for a moment to confirm it. Lancelot headed for the window while Kim asked what he meant. Then he stepped outside and held the frame as he looked up. What he found shocked him. The words sole representative weren't above Kim at all. They were enormous, floating above the whole building where anyone could see them. Lancelot called Kim over, and the moment Kim stepped outside, he went speechless. He hadn't expected it to be that obvious. Kim realized the label hadn't been missing at all. It was just so high up that nobody noticed. Sol pointed out that something that huge made the place a perfect target for the lizard men, and Kim was clearly the one they were after. A cold feeling ran through him. The lizard men were getting ready to attack Sol even though there hadn't been any bidding competition there. He turned to Sol and connected the pieces. A perfectly timed new rule had just appeared, and it felt like someone had prepared for this ahead of time. Sol hesitated, but admitted it did seem strange. Lancelot was sure of it. They knew these rules were coming. Instead of going after the representative right away, they had spent that time preparing for war. He also suggested they might have experience with bidding wars like this. In other words, they likely expected this rule and already knew how it worked. Either way, the situation was serious, and they had very little time to get ready for the attack. Running a hand through his hair, Kim admits he felt something was off, but he never thought the enemy would be this prepared. Sol asks if there's any way to get ready. Maybe everyone could hide inside Kim's subspace. Lancelot shuts that down right away. Beating Master Kim may be impossible for them, but they could take hostages to force everyone out. Worse, they might split up and crush other regions first.
Kim quietly agrees.
That wouldn't be defense. It would just be hiding. And from inside the subspace, they couldn't strike back anyway. Sooner or later, they'd still have to beat the lizard men. Then Kim gets an idea. If he's the target and they already know where he is, he can use that to draw them somewhere that gives them the disadvantage. The group falls silent, each one turning over possible plans. The colonel finally says their best move is to predict the enemy, move faster than they do, and get weapons and defenses in place before the attack starts. More than anything, they need speed. Joe Mayan tells them travel won't be a problem. He can cut the time down a lot. Then he asks if they should leave now and where they're heading. Kim says that's the issue. He still hasn't picked the location. The 5 of them trade thoughtful looks, trying to find a battlefield that favors them. Then Kim remembers a place he's fought at before. It was where he beat several hellhounds with refrigerators. The terrain there could limit their losses while hurting the enemy badly. That made Kim Jong-jiam bridge the perfect spot. No civilians would get caught up in it, and the bridge's long, narrow shape would hurt the lizard men. With so little room, their movement would be limited, and the nearby ecological park meant they could attack at full power without worrying about damage. Kim adds that if the lizard men tried coming in from another bridge, Beta Ver could spot them easily since there were no tall buildings blocking the view. He also says that with the materials from the Eames dimension and his father's building skills, using packs to fortify the area should be easy. The sacred lances from Eames had arrived with the materials warehouse, and Kim's father suggested using them as barricades. Sol adds that she already knows how to use the lances too. Seeing those lances, Kim suddenly remembers something. Lancelot said about Bedivere's skill. Bedivere was good at throwing darts, which meant the lances could be very useful in his hands. Soon after, Saul grips a lance while Bedivere scans for any sign of the enemy. The two of them stand on the new defense tower Kim's father built with the fresh materials. At the same time, Kim's father keeps working at top speed. Because time is short, he focuses on the main structure first, post guards, and reinforces the beams to form defensive walls. He also sets sacred lance barricades around the tower to slow the enemy as much as possible. Watching all this, Kim remembers the report. The lizard men are fast on land and in the air. That means stopping their ground advance is a must. By now, 4 hours have passed. Kim admits his father went beyond all expectations. What he built in that time feels almost impossible thanks to his skill and Pax's help. Then Kim realizes they missed 2 big problems. First, reptiles are great swimmers, so the lizard men could sneak in through the water. The second problem is this. The bushes nearby had grown much faster and thicker than he expected, and sure enough, the lizard men are using those gaps. One of them says he can't understand how the warriors of Eames lost to people from Earth. They look weak, he says, but their defenses deserve respect, and this construction must have cost a lot of good materials. For now, that means he can't proudly show his face on the multidimensional battlefield. Still, maybe he can take something back. This general is Lakis, and he says last time he took a spear. This time he'll take armor. A soldier reports that the other general, Yatu, is ready too. Back at the bridge, Bedivere keeps watching closely for anything strange. Then he hears an odd sound. Sol feels it too. Something's wrong. When she looks carefully, she's shocked. Lizard men with spears riding giant lizards are charging straight at the tower. From farther away, Kim and Lancelot hear the warning shout that the enemy has arrived. They turn and see a whole force of lizard men rushing in from the ground in the air. As they charge, the lizard men yell that this is revenge for the people of Eames. Kim is stunned. They got close way too fast. The soldiers on the tower instantly open fire. Some shots bring down the mounts, slowing the charge. Pax also launches objects at high speed. One lizard man warns the others to be careful. The humans are using materials from the Eames dimension. One of the lizard men generals holding a spear knocks aside every attack with ease. A soldier calls to General Lakis, saying the enemy is throwing Eames materials, but those tools won't be easy for the Awakened to use well. He tells everyone not to fear them and to keep pushing ahead. The lizard men endure the barrage and shout that this is the time to hold on and not fall back. Then General Yatta roars that he only knows how to attack and will never go down. With his jaws wide open, he rushes forward and dares anyone to stop him. As he heads for the tower, a bright flash shoots toward him. A spear slams down near his snout. He just grabs it, rips it out, and mocks the attack. It won't stop him. Then he keeps charging. Watching this, Kim is alarmed that the strike failed, while Lancelot draws his sword and gets ready. He quickly judges the situation. There are 2 7th-rank enemies, but the big one doesn't use technique, just raw force. Then his eyes shift to the barricades, and he realizes the true danger is coming from there. Sword still in hand, he tells Kim this fight will be rough, but the earlier attacks did work on the larger lizard man. Lancelot says he'll handle the other enemy. If the big one reaches the defense tower, they lose. So Kim has to stop him, even if he has to pin him down. Kim tells him to stay safe, and Lancelot answers that he will. Then he rushes off toward the other side without hesitation. General Lakis notices something coming at him. He snaps up his spear and blocks a lightning-fast strike. It was Lancelot. Even with Lancelot's incredible speed, Lakis manages to parry. A lizardman soldier asks if General Lakis is hurt, but he says he's fine and orders him to keep attacking. Then Lakis faces Lancelot and says it looks like they have business to settle. He studies him and comments on the nerve it takes to leap alone into enemy lines. He also notes that Lancelot aimed right for his neck, a bold and impressive move. Lakis smirks, saying it's been a long time since he met a warrior like this, and asks for his name. Lancelot gives it. The lizard man seems delighted, calling it a fine name. Lakis gives his own name in return. He knows Lancelot wants to keep him busy and says he only bothers with him because he sees a real warrior. He adds that a warrior's instinct is to fight the strong, then challenges Lancelot to a duel with their lives on the line. Lancelot accepts at once, saying if Lakis doesn't treasure his own life, neither will he. Laches laughs, praising his spirit, and says he'll see if his skill matches his words. Lancelot raises a finger and tells him to wait, asking if he really plans to duel while riding his lizard. Laches admits that would be unfair. A true duel to the death should decide which warrior is stronger. Lancelot says the mount is just a crutch to cover weak skill or save his life. Even if he loses, he won't complain, so the lizard man should come at him. That gets under Laches' skin, and the air turns tense. He dismounts and walks toward Lancelot. Lancelot asks if they're even now ready for a fight where both will risk their lives. On the other side, the soldiers keep firing at the lizard men. Their shots land, knocking some reptilian warriors off their mounts. Even so, the attack doesn't slow much. The lizard men keep driving toward the tower. As the enemy closes in, the soldiers shout for non-stop fire. Then one of the mounts suddenly leaps, and with its sharp fangs, it tears into a soldier's shoulder and throws him to the ground. His teammates rush over at once, yelling that they've got a wounded man. In the middle of the chaos, another lizard man and mount try to break through. One soldier takes charge, saying he'll handle the injured man and asking for cover fire. He also warns that more enemies are coming in fast. Before anyone else can move, someone appears with a spear. In one quick throw, the spear strikes the mount trying to break the line. The hit is so strong that the rider loses balance and crashes down. He barely has time to understand what just happened before Sol appears and smashes his head into the ground, finishing him before he can react. Sol looks up at the soldiers and says she'll handle anything that gets near the building. All they need to do is keep firing. A reckless lizard man charges straight at Sol without even slowing down. She plants her feet and puts all her power into one punch. The hit is so strong, it sends him flying like a tossed doll. Right after that, Sol yells at the soldiers to keep shooting. They listen at once, and their bullets drop the charging mount before it can hit. In the rear, Jia Yen starts using her healing power. The injured soldier groans while she treats him fast, telling him he just needs to hold on a little longer. At the same time, the lizard men on flying mounts spot a gap in the defense and rush it. Before they can break through, a spear hits one of them in midair and sends both rider and mount crashing down. Another lizard man notices something coming and tries to respond, but he's too late. He gets hit too, and the impact slams his mount into another one, hard enough to cause a huge crash. Even so, the enemy still has the numbers. Plenty have gone down, but the rest keep charging, and some bodies are left stuck against the walls. The others only attack harder. Watching from afar, Bedivere sees how bad things have gotten. He wonders if he can really hold off this many enemies by himself and how much longer reinforcements will take. Somewhere else on the field, Yatu, the brood of the lizard men, keeps forcing his way forward while defending against Kim's attacks. He's already covered in wounds, but he doesn't stop. Instead, he grins and says the attacks are impressive. He's even enjoying himself, asking Kim if he has anything stronger that might actually hurt him. Kim answers with several solid beams, the same ones he got in the Imps dimension. Yatta just blocks them like it's nothing. As the beams keep coming, Yatta shouts that the non-stop barrage gives him no chance to move ahead. That's when Kim realizes Yatu is a total idiot. He's been using the same automatic attack the whole time. For some reason, Yatta thought it was a new move every time. Even while the beams keep firing, Yatu only seems more impressed. Kim, though, knows he's got him pinned. Now he has to choose his next move. Should he keep this up and wait for Lancelot to come back or do something else? Kim checks Lancelot's fight but quickly decides waiting could be dangerous. Still, he wants some way to help him. Then a sharp sound cuts across the battlefield. Rapid strikes tear through the air with a heavy slicing noise, and Kim knows right away it's coming from Lancelot's fight. The sound is from Laches' sacred spear. Its power is so insane that even when Lancelot dodges a swing, the ground still explodes beneath them. Right now, Lancelot is focused on avoiding it because taking that spear head-on would get him killed. Seeing that, Laches mocks him and asks how long he plans to keep running. He says maybe Lancelot wasn't the true warrior he thought. Lancelot backs off a little and thinks about the taunt. He wants to answer, but Laches isn't completely wrong. That weapon is just too powerful, and Lancelot understood that a little too late. After watching it closely, Lancelot confirms this spear is stronger than the ones from the Eames dimension. He also realizes it has other traits that make it even more dangerous than he first thought. Then Lancelot speaks up. Since the lizard men call Eames their sister dimension, he asks if the spear was made there. Laches quickly says no. It was forged in Saboro's dimension, but he adds that the people of Eames gave it a special upgrade. Lancelot says that's what he expected. Then he says he has a proposal. No. Question instead. That makes Lakis pause for a second. Lancelot uses the opening to mock him, asking if that weapon is just there to hide the lizard men's lack of skill. Lakis gives a small smile and calmly says he's not stupid enough to fall for the same bait twice. Then he charges in at once. He thrusts the spear at Lancelot, but Lancelot slips past it easily. However, Lakis suddenly changes the direction of the attack mid-strike. Lancelot was ready for that too and blocks it in time. Even so, the spear's force is massive and blasts Lancelot several meters back. Blackus doesn't give him a second to recover and keeps pressing forward, trying to stop Lancelot from getting his footing back. But Lancelot is already set, kneeling with his sword braced in front of him. Blackus knocks the blade aside with ease and moves in to finish it. He says Lancelot may be a warrior, but this is where he dies. Lancelot doesn't move. He just watches the blow coming. And right before the strike can end, something completely unexpected happens. The spear starts shaking hard, like it refuses to hit Lancelot. Lakis strains against it, his face turning red, and demands to know what's happening to the sacred spear. Then the weapon rips itself from his hand, leaving him stunned. Nothing like this has ever happened to him, and to his shock, the spear flies off in another direction. Kim caused it. The spear had been pulled into subspace. A system message appears, saying 238 stones were spent to store the spear under Eames dimension construction materials. Kim pauses in shock that his plan actually worked and that it ended up saving Lancelot too. He still has no idea why a weapon this strong is listed as construction materials, but he's thankful and decides to put it to good use. Back at the duel, Lancelot is still kneeling while Lakis turns a furious stare toward Kim, unable to understand what just happened. Growing angrier, he demands to know why Kim would shame a sacred duel like this. Then he rounds on Lancelot too, saying all that talk about lacking skill was a joke when Lancelot is the truly shameful one. Lancelot rejects that at once and says, Sir Kim took the spear for a reason. He warns Lakis not to speak so carelessly. That only makes Lakis more annoyed, and he asks if Lancelot is seriously joking right now. With a mocking smile, Lakis points at him and asks if the so-called master Lancelot follows is really so dishonorable that he doesn't even know what honor means. Lancelot stays calm and orders him to take that back. Then he says he understands him now. Lakis isn't furious because of the duel. He's scared of losing his spear. Lancelot tells him not to worry because he's still a warrior. With that, Lancelot stabs his sword into the ground and says it makes no difference whether he dies by beheading or gets beaten to death. He raises his fist for hand-to-hand combat and says one thing hasn't changed, Lakis will die. The lizard man smirks and says Lancelot has a lot of nerve for someone who almost got killed a moment ago. Accepting it, Lakis steps forward. Lancelot holds his ground and calls him on. Now the two warriors get ready to fight to the death with nothing but their bare hands. Elsewhere, the remaining lizard man soldiers keep pushing toward the defense tower without slowing down. After taking the sacred spear, Kim checks the system while Saul tears through any lizard man who gets near the tower. As he looks through it, Kim notices something strange and wonders what it is. The system then shows the spear on its status screen. It's listed as Lakis's sacred spear, enhanced level 3. Its rank is epic with enhancements from God Eames. The stats show plus 31 penetration, plus 31 acceleration, and purification. Seeing all that, Kim immediately knows the spear is in a whole different class. The focus returns to Yatu, who is still stuck inside Kim's beam barrage. With a smug grin, Yatu asks Kim why he suddenly stopped attacking. He proudly decides Kim must have been crushed by the power of the great Yatu. In his mind, that has to be it. His body is too tough, so Kim must have worn himself out attacking, grabbing the spear and realizing he could never bring Yata down. Then Yata asks if Kim knows that in the 7th hierarchy, only 2 people exist, Brother Costas and Lakas. According to him, they're the only ones who have ever managed to stop his advance, and he's never met warriors like them. So Yata tells Kim his death is certain. Kim will never be able to stop him, but at least he tried. Grinning again, Yata says death is an honorable end for a warrior. He insists that Kim should be proud to die by his hand because once the dust clears, he'll finish this battle quickly. While Yata brags about his strength, something suddenly slams into his hands and leaves him speechless. His eyes go wide. He looks down at the hand that's been pierced and realizes it's Lakis' sacred spear stuck through it. Completely confused, he wonders why that spear is in his hands at all. Before he can figure it out, more strikes come. Several more blows pierce his body, and he can't react in time. Yatta drops to his knees as his strength drains away and falls for good under the sacred spear's brutal assault. Even as he dies, Kim's subspace keeps working in the background, firing the spears at incredible speed. Just then, the system says Yatta's dimensional account has been transferred to Kim. Since Kim already has one, the amount is added to his balance. He also gets a Tier D enhancement stone. This stone has no active skill, but it does come with liquefaction. Elsewhere on the field, the soldiers keep firing non-stop. Their electric rounds tear through the lizard men and their mounts one after another. Sol scans the battlefield and notices only one lizard man is still left, rushing in on a last desperate charge. Already bored, Sol sees there are no more lizard men near the building and figures she's got nothing left to do. Then a noise from above makes her look up. A wyvern screech cuts through the air, and she finally realizes what is going on. She had totally forgotten about Bedivere and left him alone to deal with the wyvern riders, so she quickly heads up to the defense tower. There, she finds Bedivere sitting on the ground, surrounded by dead lizard men pinned by spears. Feeling someone behind him, Bedivere turns around. When he sees Sol, he calmly says she's late. Then he asks what they should do now that the lizard men are gone. Meanwhile, Lachus and Lancelot are still locked in their duel. Lachus lashes out with his tail, but Lancelot slips past it with ease and keeps his distance. Then, with quick steps, he moves back in, guard raised, and lands a hard punch to Lachus' face. Right after that, he plants his foot, twists his body, and drives another heavy punch into Lachus' stomach. Still shaken by the first hit, Lachus can only take one blow after another as Lancelot hammers his whole body. A moment later, as his senses start to come back, Lachus notices another punch coming. But just before it lands, he ducks low, and Lancelot's fist cuts through the air. Lachus instantly tries to counter. Lancelot reacts even faster and slams his knee right into Lachus's face. Now on the ground, Lachus can barely believe he's been pushed this far. Before he can recover, Lancelot follows with an uppercut that cracks into his chin. The hit lifts Lachus up for a second, and Lancelot smashes him again. That last strike sends Lachus flying several meters. As he lies there, Lachus understands it's over. He doesn't have the strength to rise again. Lancelot slowly walks toward him. Standing above him, he asks if Lachus has any last words. Spent and barely moving, Lachus calls Lancelot a true warrior and says it was a fine duel. Lancelot agrees it was a good fight. Then using what strength he has left, Lancelot clenches his fist and drives one final blow into Lachus' face, crushing him into the ground. The impact is so vicious that blood sprays across the battlefield. Lancelot's victorious fist stays covered in his enemy's blood. From the tower, the soldiers watch the end of the fight, and the commander says it's finally over. Right then, a soldier calls out to him. An urgent message has come from Joint Chiefs of Staff Headquarters, and the colonel immediately feels uneasy. With the battle over, Kim thinks about how hard that fight really was. The lizard men were no easy enemy. His first plans hadn't worked the way he hoped, but one thing matters now: the portal to the lizard men's dimension is still open. As long as that gate stays open, more enemies could come back, maybe in even bigger numbers. So now it's time to strike back. Later, Kim sits in a helicopter with the system window open in front of him. It shows he's spending 1,000 magic stones to unlock a new ability that lets him send up to 8 items at once. Even so, Kim is still thinking about the best way to use the new enhancement stone he got from the crocodilian enemy. It has liquefaction, and it's becoming clear that Camelot needs to start mass-producing enhancement stones. Then young SEO tells him they're about to land, and Kim is surprised they got there so fast. Before getting out, he reminds himself they urgently need more intel. He needs the exact spot of the lizard men's portal, their numbers, their defense lines, and every other useful detail. He also needs enough data to choose the best place to launch the counterattack. As soon as he steps off the helicopter, a soldier shouts out for everyone to salute Colonel Kim. Seeing that, Kim scratches his head, a little embarrassed. Formal salutes always make him uncomfortable. A soldier comes forward and introduces himself as Park Inbo, Lieutenant Colonel and Operations Officer of Incheon's 17th Division. He says he's heard a lot about Kim. What stood out most was that Kim stopped the lizardmen's attack without losing a single person. He heard that directly from the Chief of Operations, who couldn't be there because of urgent business. Kim remembers the chief of operations getting a wireless message and running off without explaining. He vaguely recalls hearing something about insects attacking headquarters. Still, Kim shrugs it off and says it's probably nothing too serious. He also remembers the colonel saying he had unfinished business at the Joint Chiefs. Park Inbo nods, relieved it isn't something worse, and invites Kim inside to talk. Once they're in, Park Inbo gets straight to it. They found the enemy gate, but there's a big problem. They still don't know where the gate's core is. He explains that they first had snipers tracking it, but after the bidding contest ended, a strange sludge started pouring out of the portal. After that, they lost sight of the core completely. Kim asks if it's really just sludge. Reaching into his pocket, Park says yes, but adds that it's easier to show than explain. He sets 2 photos on the table and says these are the best shots they could get. As Kim can tell, a thick mud-like sludge has spread around the gate. Park Inbo adds that it doesn't hurt your skin if you touch it. The real problem is movement. It slows people down so much that crossing it normally is nearly impossible. The lizard men use it like a swamp, hiding in it and moving through it freely. Kim studies the photos without looking worried. He says it isn't a problem. He has allies who can move through a place like this and gather intel inside it, then summons Lancelot. Lancelot takes the photos and studies them closely. Then he immediately apologizes and admits this will be difficult, which catches Kim off guard. He explains that moving wouldn't be the issue because of the phantom effect. The problem is that if the whole area is swamp, they'd have nowhere to hide and would be spotted too easily. Kim admits he didn't think of that, but Lancelot quickly assures him there's still a way. He says he knows someone fast and stealthy. Curious, Kim asks who he means. A moment later, the system activates and says an enhancement stone and 500 magic stones have been used. Mordred has now been appointed as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. Right away, a portal opens in front of them, announcing a new warrior's arrival. The figure steps out and says he has answered Lord Kim's summons. Introducing himself, he gives his name as Mordred, one of the 12 knights serving under Lancelot, and swears to protect Lord Kim with his life. Unlike the other knights, Mordred rarely fought on the front lines. His real battlefield was behind enemy lines, where he handled infiltration, assassination, and theft. Those skills are what earned him a place among Camelot's 12 knights. He stood out as an assassin not just because of his skill and brains, but because of one special power, an ability that let him kill targets without being noticed. That power, called stealth, let him hide his appearance for a short time without truly disappearing. Because of that, outside forces could still affect him. Even so, Mordred turned that gift into deadly skill, and the fact that he survived this long proves how capable he is. On top of that, the enhancement stone used to appoint him, a materialization stone, gave him the power to avoid physical interference, though only for a short time. Simply put, an already great assassin became even better thanks to the stone. Back in the moment, Kim excitedly tells Mordred he'll explain the mission, and Mordred answers at once, calling him my lord. Pointing at the map, Kim says they need to find the core of the Lizardman's Gate from the Sabro's dimension. Hearing that simple order, Mordred says he understands perfectly. Kim praises him, saying it's just what he'd expect from someone experienced. Mordred understood right away, even from that short explanation. Lancelot then warns him that if he dies, the whole plan falls apart. He adds that from his fights with the Lizardmen officers, these enemies are not to be underestimated. Even if Mordred can't get the information, he must come back alive. Mordred assures them again that he understands, then turns to begin the mission with firm resolve. Kim watches with a smile, thinking Mordred seems truly dependable. Then the colonel asks if they're really sending that knight alone. Kim turns to him and says, of course, these knights are the very best, and all they need to do is trust the Knights of Camelot and wait. Kim tells the colonel to get some rest for now. They can't make a plan until Mordred comes back, and he'll let him know the moment he does. The colonel thanks him and asks to be dismissed. He then tells Lancelot to rest in subspace too, since he just fought that strong lizard man. Lancelot nods but says Kim doesn't need to worry. Being undead, he doesn't get tired. Kim is about to argue that he still needs rest when something about Lancelot catches his eye. He pauses, wondering if Lancelot's armor always had this few marks on it. Lancelot thanks him for worrying. Still puzzled, Kim says the armor and sword looked much more damaged before. Lancelot explains that inside Camelot, damaged armor and weapons repair themselves. That shocks Kim. He had no idea Camelot could do that. Lancelot explains that because those are treated as items, they can keep restoring themselves as long as they aren't fully destroyed and the material still remains. Then he says there's something else Kim should know. A new enhancement stone has appeared in Camelot and its effect is wound regeneration. Kim says it already sounds useful just from the name. Even so, Kim decides they can think about how to use it after Mordred gets back. Lancelot agrees, but then something makes him tense up at once. His hand moves to his sword, and Kim asks what's wrong. Ready to fight, Lancelot says someone is hiding nearby and watching them. Kim is startled. The enemy moved faster than he expected. He asks who it is and if it's really a lizard man. Lancelot says he can only feel a presence, not tell exactly where it is or who it belongs to. He quickly tells Kim to enter subspace right away. Just then, Lancelot catches a sound from nearby. He instantly finds the source, the person who had been spying on them. In a flash, Lancelot vanishes, saying he'll handle it and be back soon. From the spy's point of view, Kim is suddenly alone. He wonders where Lancelot went and if the other person vanished too. But Lancelot is already behind him, blade at his neck. Then he speaks. He makes it clear that he serves only Lord Kim and Kim's allies. Just being human doesn't make this man a friend. The man slowly turns with the sword still at his throat. Lancelot warns that his next answer will decide whether he lives or dies. With killing intent pouring off him, Lancelot asks why he was secretly watching them. Right then, Kim hears what sounds like someone crying for help. He runs over to check what's happening. When he gets there, he sees only Lancelot holding a man by the neck while the man screams in pain. Calmly, Lancelot says this is the one who was spying on them. He tells Kim to wait a little longer and they'll learn who sent him. Tightening his grip, Lancelot says this is the man's last chance. There's no more time to stall. Were the lizard men the ones who sent him to spy? The man cries and struggles for air, but with his throat being crushed, he can't get the words out. Then he spots Kim and barely manages to call his name. That only makes Lancelot angrier. He demands to know how this man dares to say Lord Kim's name like that. He declares the man will die in pain and that he'll make sure he suffers first. Confused, Kim tells Lancelot he has no idea what's going on, but the man he's choking is actually his friend. Still holding the man up as his face turns purple, Lancelot asks if that's really true. Meanwhile, in the enemy base, everything is coated in a sludge-like mess. Dead lizard men are scattered around, and Mordred realizes something important. They're a warrior race that sees dying in battle as an honor. They live around blood so often that the smell barely affects them. Looking at one corpse, Mordred figures that if he covers himself in blood, the lizard men will have a much harder time tracking him. Since hiding his trail is key, he pours their blood over himself and heads for a tunnel, thinking that with his scent mask, it's time to begin the infiltration. He moves slowly and carefully to stay unnoticed. Before long, Mordred notices the place is huge, with corridors far bigger than they need to be. He wonders why they built it like this. As he goes deeper, he thinks the whole layout is wildly inefficient, especially since the lizard men come in all sizes, some huge, some small. That makes him suspect these giant halls were built for one especially massive lizard man. If so, that giant has to be important. Avoiding contact with anything around him, Mordred reasons that if this giant weren't a key figure, there'd be no point in making the place this impractical. Then a lizard man suddenly stops right beside him, leaving Mordred unable to move. He realizes he was one step from being caught. With no choice, he uses the immaterialization enhancement stone. It hits him just how dangerous this is. Without the stone, he'd already be dead. He can't fail on his first mission. Lancelot had made one thing very clear. Find the gate's core and come back alive fast. The farther in he goes, the more he notices that the lizard men here are stronger and better organized. Then he spots something completely unfamiliar. It's a purple creature with one huge eye and a round head. Hidden in place, Mordred mutters that he's finally found it. The one-eyed creature is talking with a bald old man reading a book. The elder calls it filthy and asks if it's trying to interrupt his magic research. If it keeps bothering him, he says, he'll lock it up. Then another voice cuts in, annoyed by the elder's attitude, and asks if Salzan has forgotten their agreement. Salzan answers that he only agreed to guard the gate's core. He never agreed to let anyone inside. Closing his book, the elder says he can seal the core without damaging it. He adds that instead of worrying about the core, they should think about the subordinates who already died. The voice replies that long ago, Saul's son really was a great arcane mage, but now he's in exile clinging to them just to stay alive. As something moves toward him, Saul's son says there's no need to bring that up all of a sudden. A tail-like thing wraps around the elder's neck, and the voice warns him to remember his place unless he wants every bone in his body crushed. Now it's clear the voice belongs to a giant lizard man, the leader of everyone there. Salzan quickly gives in, saying he understands and may have spoken out of turn. He asks the giant not to be so rough while Mordred keeps watching from hiding. Just from one look, Mordred can tell this isn't an ordinary lizard man. He also wonders if Salzan really is an arcane mage, especially after hearing that he used to be one but isn't anymore. Mordred starts piecing things together. What link does an arcane mage have with the lizard men, and why is he guarding their portal core? From his angle, he still can't tell if what's around Salzan's neck is a tail or a tentacle. While listening, Mordred can tell from the creature's voice alone that it rules the lizard men, but right beside him, a giant chameleon has blended in so perfectly that even he failed to notice it. Only then does Mordred realize he still hasn't seen the full body of the massive creature. It's huge, and now he's even more sure the oversized halls may exist for that monster alone. Since the lizard men's defenses don't seem that tight, he considers getting a little closer to confirm it. But suddenly, he feels something strange. He can't see anything, yet something presses against his leg. The giant chameleon fires its tongue straight at Mordred. The weird feeling makes him turn, trying to figure out what happened, but by then, something is already wrapped around his arm, and he has no way out. As the tongue drags him in, Mordred instantly knows everything has gone wrong. The chameleon slams the stealth knight into a wall before he can react. The hit disrupts his camouflage, exposing him right in enemy territory. That commotion draws everyone's attention, and the giant lizard turns to the arcane mage demanding an explanation. Salzan already knows what this means and answers at once, saying an intruder got inside and was spying on them. The bald elder immediately activates a red aura spell and summons several scrolls into his hands. Opening one, he gets ready to cast arcane magic. Without wasting a second, he fires a magic missile. Multiple powerful red projectiles shoot out at once. The red bolts shot right at Mordred while he was still trying to recover. He moved fast, his eye flashing as he likely used his materialization power to dodge the hit. Then a memory hit him. Kim's classmate made fun of his uniform, asking if he'd pulled it out of the trash. He kept pointing at the ripped clothes, and Kim remembered his first thought on seeing him. This guy needed new glasses. The kid laughed and took it further, mocking Kim's poor family and saying he smelled so he should stop talking to him. That set Kim off. Kim instantly punched him in the face, and now it was obvious why he'd thought about buying him glasses. Later, that same kid was playing on a handheld game system he'd bought the day before. Even with that, he wondered why nobody in class cared about him. Used to getting whatever he wanted, he kept low-key bragging to get the other kids' attention, but all they really thought was how annoying he was. Some even said money wasn't everything, and no matter what he tried, nobody envied him. Looking back, Kim figured the kid was still young. So maybe it made sense that he didn't know how to make real friends. Still, Kim couldn't help thinking, I was a kid too, and he still annoyed me like crazy. What began as a small moment ended up turning into something far worse. A few kids grabbed his game console and started messing with it. They talked about how good the games were, then laughed and said that since he was rich, losing it shouldn't matter. The boy tried to object and say it wasn't right, but before he could finish, they punched him in the face and dropped him to the ground. Then they kept beating him while he couldn't fight back, sneering that nobody had asked for his opinion. But one of them suddenly noticed someone coming up behind them. It was Kim, charging him with his backpack. He slammed it straight into a bully's face and stopped the beating for a second. The guy who got hit froze and so did the others. Then Kim spoke up and made one thing clear. He wasn't doing this because he was some hero. He reminded them this guy always mocked his family's money problems in front of others. Kim stepped in to show he wasn't someone they could push around and honestly to look cool in front of everyone. The delinquents guessed the two might be friends and asked if Kim wanted to get beaten instead. Right then, Kim regretted acting tough because the whole thing flipped and now he was the one getting hit. Meanwhile, the boy with glasses watched and realized this all started because he'd been such a jerk. As the bullies kept going after Kim, someone suddenly caught one of their wrists. It was Sol showing up at the perfect time. She didn't need to say much. Her presence alone was enough to make Kim think for the first time that Sol was actually pretty cool. Only then did he remember Sol already had a reputation around there for being seriously tough. Kim smiled in relief, glad to be saved, but Sol just said this was unacceptable. And from now on, he'd be doing morning training with her too. Kim was stunned because he knew that wouldn't be easy. Even while Sol held the delinquent's arm, Kim protested that he wasn't even in a sports club, so he wasn't doing all that training. Sol brushed that off and said it didn't matter. She talked to the coach herself. The club members asked if Kim was Sol's little brother and called him cute, while the delinquent had no clue he'd just messed with her family. They patted Kim on the head, and he thanked them while Sol lectured the delinquent and told him to go home. As Kim started to leave, he turned back for one last look and saw the rich kid still standing there. Kim asked what he was doing and told him to hurry up and go too. The boy burst into tears, and all he felt in that moment was gratitude. After that, the two got close fast through high school, spending more and more time together in and out of class. They watched fight promos, cheated on tests, and laughed when Kim got mad because he still scored lower than his friend even after trying hard. Even when they went to different schools, they stayed in touch, comparing grades and updating each other on life. After high school, they ended up at the same university, and their friendship only got stronger. By then, they weren't just close. They were true best friends who shaped each other's lives. They even played League of Legends together. During one game, his glasses-wearing friend who loved weird builds casually said he'd been thinking about joining a kendo dojo. Kim was so surprised he asked where that came from. His friend said watching Kim and Sol train looked awesome, and it made him want to try a sport too. Since there was a kendo dojo near his house, he thought that was a good start. Still amazed that anyone could think that training looked cool, Kim joked and asked if he'd hit his head. His friend just said not every kind of training was as brutal as Sol made it look. That was when Kim realized it. That was the moment Miho first started kendo. Before that, he never would have even thought about joining a dojo. Back in the present, Miho suddenly said something that completely shocked Kim. He said it again. He'd awakened swordsman abilities. Kim could only stare. Seeing that reaction, Miho asked why Kim looked so surprised. If anything, Kim should be the shocking one. He'd become Sol's representative. Miho admitted he wasn't even sure at first that this was really the same Kim he knew. Kim's skeleton companion scared him so badly he couldn't come closer, so he stayed hidden until the skeleton left and only then stepped out. Dangerous or not, Minjo understood Lancelot had only been doing his job. Then Minjo asked Kim to call off his skeletal friend because he was way too intense. At the same time, Lancelot had his head pressed to the ground in a deep bow of apology. Kim said telling Lancelot to stop wouldn't help. He wouldn't listen. For a knight, honor was personal. This was self-punishment for a mistake only he felt he could make up for. All Lancelot could think was how pathetic he was for wronging Lord Kim's dear friend. With that weighing on him, Lancelot declared he no longer deserved to call himself a knight. Seeing that posture, Miho asked where Lancelot learned to act like that. Kim casually said he probably learned it from getting beaten by Sol. Changing the subject, Kim said he was just glad Minho was safe and asked how his mother was doing. He added that if Minho wanted, she could stay in a safe subspace. Hearing that, Minho looked away like something was bothering him. After a pause, he answered that she was probably okay. Maybe. That answer made Kim uneasy. Miho didn't actually know if his mother was safe. Later, in enemy territory where homes had been swallowed by mud and filth, Miho's mother lay down to rest with only a few supplies around her. A nearby sound woke her up. She got up to check, then froze when she turned and saw Lancelot outside the window with his fist raised. In the next instant, he punched through the window, sending glass across the room. After stepping inside, he introduced himself as Lancelot, captain of the Knights of Camelot and a loyal knight serving Lord Kim. Then he asked if she was Miho's mother. She said yes, but immediately demanded to know what was going on. Lancelot told her that from this moment on, he would personally escort her safely to her son. Miho explained that soon after the apocalypse started, a bidding war ended with a transparent barrier separating him from his mother. Desperate to see her again, he even offered himself up in another bidding war to reunite with her, but he lost. The barrier disappeared later, yet the terraforming still kept him from reaching her. He explained that terraforming is when one dimension's environment spills into another. It changes the land and how people can move through it. Depending on the source, it isn't always deadly. In this case, the area was hard to reach, but not instantly lethal, so there was still a good chance his mother survived. That thought gave Mignon hope. Still, Lancelot warned him not to be too sure. Even if this terraforming wasn't poisonous or deadly, it was still land claimed by another dimension. In other words, enemy territory. That's why while carrying Mignon's mother on his back, Lancelot spoke with total resolve. Even if the odds were bad and the mission was dangerous, he had to prove he was worthy of being called a knight. So Lancelot swore he would not repeat his past failures. Then he noticed the noise around him getting louder. Looking over, he spotted someone running at him and shouting his name, calling him captain as they rushed closer. When he focused, he recognized Mordred sprinting toward him and yelling that whatever Lancelot was doing here, he needed to move fast. Mordred gets more desperate and begs Lancelot again to run to turn around and look. Lancelot hesitates, trying to make sense of the warning. Then he turns and finally sees the problem. A huge pack of enemies is rushing straight at them. They shout with hate, swearing they won't let that rat get away. Now Lancelot understands how bad this is. The quiet rescue of Minwo's mother has completely failed, and the whole mess annoys him. He snaps at Mordred, calling him a useless fool and blaming him for ruining the stealth mission and making the rescue much harder. Mordred rushes up and urgently asks Captain Lancelot for help. Staying steady, Lancelot asks how many of the incoming enemies are 7th tier. Mordred says he doesn't know the exact count, but they're definitely dangerous. Lancelot says he already felt that much and it's a serious problem. There are attackers in the air too, along with new enemy types he hadn't seen before. If this keeps up, escaping won't be possible. Sooner or later, they'll be caught. Realizing that, Lancelot orders Mordred to leave at once and bring all the intel back to Lord Kim. From here on, Mordred will handle getting Minwo's mother out. Lancelot gently shifts her onto Mordred's back and makes clear who she is and that she must be taken home safely. With a firm hand on Mordred's shoulder, Lancelot says he'll buy as much time as he can and hopes Mordred finishes the job without getting hurt. He adds one more message for Kim: use the enhancement stone, and Percival would be the right choice. Mordred starts to ask something, but Lancelot cuts him off. There's no time left, so he orders him to go now. Mordred accepts the order and says he understands. Then he leaves with Minwo's mother to finish the mission and report to Kim, while Lancelot stays behind alone. Lancelot draws his sword and says he's ready. As the lizard men rush closer, his mind stays clear. He has nothing to fear. He's already chosen to prove he's a true knight. He'll do it for Lord Kim, even if he has to face every enemy by himself. The story cuts away. Mordred has already reached the place where Kim and Minwo are waiting. He opens the door and announces that the mission is complete. Minwo breaks down the moment he sees his mother. Kim is relieved too, happy that she made it back alive. Kim remembers Lancelot promising to bring her back, then asks if Mordred is okay or hurt anywhere. Right then, Kim feels that something is wrong. A system message suddenly appears. It says the ghost of Camelot, Lancelot, has disappeared. Outside, Mordred starts explaining everything he saw and what happened after they split up. Hearing that, Kim realizes Lancelot must have given up his life to finish the mission. Because of that sacrifice, Mordred got the information back and Minwo's mother was saved. Kim then thinks Lancelot may not be gone for good. If he names him again with the enhancement stone and the magic stone, he might be able to bring him back. Even so, Kim can't relax. Being able to revive someone isn't the same as keeping them alive. He starts wondering if he asked too much of Lancelot and if that sacrifice may not have been needed at all. Kim keeps blaming himself. He thinks he should never have let Lancelot go like that, and even if Lancelot refused to listen, he should have told him he didn't need to die to prove he was a knight. Breaking into Kim's thoughts, Mordred recalls Lancelot's message that the enhancement stone should go to Percival. That brings Kim back to an earlier talk with Lancelot about the best way to use the healing power in the enhancement stone. Kim realizes Lancelot had planned ahead for everything. He thought it through with care, even down to the smartest use of the enhancement stone. Kim pulls himself out of his thoughts and returns to the moment. Then he tells Mordred to report the rest of what he learned, his face set with resolve. Lord Kim says Lancelot's sacrifice won't be wasted, and now they'll make a plan to shut the gate the lizard men are using. Back at the enemy hideout, all that's left of the fight is Lancelot's broken helmet. So Zen, the bald old man, uses magic to move the helmet and studies it until he realizes it belonged to an undead knight. That makes him wonder if some sorcerer out there is creating beings like this. While he's still thinking, someone praises him for his work. It's the giant lizard man who says they lost the infiltrator but caught someone else instead. So Zen answers coldly that this isn't a time for praise. Calls for proper thanks. After all, Catching intruders was the giant lizardman's job. The lizard man admits it wasn't easy, and so Zen asks what he plans to do with the enhancement stone they got after capturing Lancelot. The giant lizard man says he'll leave that question for later. He would have given it to Lakis or Yatu, but both of them are dead. So Zen quickly suggests that if no one else can use it, maybe the stone should be invested in him. The lizard man asks what he'd get back by choosing So Zen. Still floating Lancelot's shattered helmet, So Zen lifts up a scroll too. He grabs it and calls it impressive, explaining that even people with no magic can use scrolls. They're one-use tools that let anyone cast a spell. Their worth depends on the magic inside, but even the weakest are worth more than 3-tier enhancement stones. The lizard man grunts and says he believes that. He's also heard rumors that Sazan makes his scrolls by sealing living people into them. He calls that disgusting and says he prefers gear from the Eames dimension because it's more practical. So Zen replies that the lizard man simply doesn't understand the art of making scrolls from uncivilized creatures. The giant lizard man asks if that means he's an uncivilized brute too, just because he doesn't care about So Zen's customs. Then says arcane mages are no better. He calls them savage sorcerers and mocks Sazan for being powerless and cast out. In the end, he decides the enhancement stones will go toward equipment from the Eames dimension, while the ugly scrolls can keep being made from captured prisoners. So Zen lets out a sigh and says, the lizard men truly have no imagination. Then a sound deeper in the hideout catches his attention. Both of them turn toward the entrance. A figure starts stepping inside. So Zen and the lizard man trade confused looks, unsure who just arrived. Then a knight walks in with a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. He introduces himself to the enemy as Percival, one of Camelot's 12 knights. So Zen demands his name, and the knight repeats it. Percival, the old man scoffs, says it doesn't matter, and asks if he's here to avenge his dead ally. So Zen doesn't wait for an answer and fires off a flame spell. Using a scroll, he tells Percival to survive this if he can, and a fireball slams into him. When the flames clear, Percival is completely unharmed. He blocked the whole attack with his shield. He didn't even move an inch. Seeing that huge knight still standing firm, so Zen mutters that Percival is much tougher than expected. He gets ready to test him with another spell. His fingers move to control more scrolls, but nothing happens. He turns toward them and sees a portal swallowing every single scroll at once. So Zen freezes in shock. He's never seen scrolls react like that before. Right then, Kim gets a system notice, saying all magic scrolls were stored by spending 3,914 magic stones, leaving 1,843 behind. Kim, now inside a helicopter with Ju Young, confirms the scrolls were secured and says the rest is up to the team. That message comes through a radio. Percival is carrying. As soon as he hears it, Percival calls out and asks if Mordred heard that too. Completely lost, Sazan asks who this Mordred is and if he's the one who stole the scrolls. Before he gets an answer, Mordred drops his camouflage right behind him. He gives Sazan no time to react and cuts his head clean off with one fast strike to the neck. With icy calm, Mordred says that's the name of the man who killed him. A little earlier, while they were making the plan, Mordred had gone over the enemies they would face. He mentioned there was a mage among them, an old arcane sorcerer named Sazan, who had been exiled from Arcane. That made Kim remember how the man once called the King of Knights had mistaken him for an arcane. Bedivere explained that Arcane is the dimension of the strongest mages. As far as he knew, it had 3 ranks of mages, and even the lowest one was still 6th tier. Sol was shocked and pointed out that if the weakest mages there are already 6th tier, then they must be insanely strong. Mordred added that for some unknown reason, maybe because of his exile, so Huzan couldn't use magic freely, and Sol quickly said that if a mage can't cast whenever he wants, maybe he isn't as dangerous as they first thought. Mordred agreed that Sozin had clearly lost both rank and power after being expelled, so there was no reason they couldn't kill him. But since he still couldn't cast magic normally, Sozin had found another way to use magic through scrolls. Sol asked what a scroll even was. Mordred explained that a scroll is paper that holds magic. It usually only stores simple spells, but anyone can use it even without magic. That makes scrolls very valuable. He added that Salzan probably made a huge batch himself, giving him a big edge in battle. With them, Sol Zen could fire off magic whenever he wanted without casting on the spot. Kim said they needed answers to 2 things. Did the other lizard men have these scrolls too, and what kinds of spells were inside them? Mordred admitted he still didn't know. He only knew that when he was found in the hideout. Sol then attacked him with scroll magic. It was 3 red blasts that exploded when they hit the wall. Mordred survived only because the enhancement stone appeared in time. What bothered him most was simple. Why was a mage relying so much on scrolls instead of using his own magic? Then the explosion brought over a nearby lizard man who rushed in asking what happened and whether the commander was safe. The commander, a chameleon, said an intruder had gotten in. The lizard man asked where he was. The chameleon warned that the intruder could disguise himself and told him to alert the others fast. The soldier nodded. Mordred thought about sneaking away, but he couldn't leave without learning why that mage avoided casting for himself. The lizard man said they should block the entrance first so the intruder couldn't escape, and the chameleon agreed. The second it finished speaking, Mordred appeared and cut the lizard man's head off. As his camouflage faded, the chameleon froze in horror. It had been standing there the whole time. Mordred knew he needed an advantage and more information. So without hesitating, he slashed the chameleon's throat with one clean strike. The chameleon dropped, twitching and choking on its last breaths. Then Mordred heard someone yelling, calling the dead lizard men idiots and bastards. It was So Zen, floating in the air and fuming that the lizard men were too dumb to catch one intruder. Still in the air, he grumbled that he had to handle it himself and even write a new scroll, which wasn't easy. Then he looked at Mordred and said his luck had run out. No matter what, he would be caught. At the time, Mordred didn't get what he meant. Later, he said the biggest shock was that Salzen tracked him down even after he escaped the cave. Because of that chase, Mordred learned how far both Salzen and the lizard men could go. Mordred lowered his head and apologized, saying the pursuit was worse than expected, and Captain Lancelot had paid a heavy price. Kim told him not to blame himself. Without Mordred, they wouldn't even know a mage was with the lizard men. Kim said he had gone in for information while fully ready to die if he had to. No one had the right to judge that. Kim again told him to drop the guilt. Making the call was his job. And right now, shutting down the lizardman's gate came first. Bedivere said So Zen was probably avoiding making more scrolls because they weren't easy to produce. If so, the odds that other lizardmen had them were low. The officer confirmed the enemy names, including the bald mage, and said they were likely hiding in a cave since it was the easiest place to conceal the portal core. He added that So Zen was almost certainly the main shield for the portal, which meant he wouldn't leave the cave. That told him 2 things. 1, the enemy force wasn't strong enough, so Zen had to step in himself. 2, the full Guardian mission had to be used and no information could leak. Kim said that if they took out the old mage, everything else would get much easier. The hard part was finding a way to shut him down, and the officer agreed. Kim said he had a good idea, and it depended on his newly unlocked level 3 subspace skill. He meant the category function, which lets stored items keep their own special traits and sort themselves by set rules. Those categories were higher tier, but there was a catch at that level. He still couldn't make or change them. He remembered trying to register a car only for the system to reject it because no category matched. So items could only be stored if they already fit an existing category, and even then it cost him. That was also why he could store the Sacred Spear of Lakis. It fit under Eames construction materials. Not long ago, after killing the traitorous goblin Bangso, Kim evolved the subspace to level 4. That upgrade finally let him create new categories. Even so, the system capped custom categories at just 2. Then Kim realized something. If the mage couldn't cast freely and had to depend on scrolls, there might be a way around it. He started setting up a new category for the scrolls so he could cut Sozen off from them. Kim added that Pax's power worked from pretty far away, so even if Sozen stayed deep in the cave, it could still reach him. Once the plan was set, an attack team was sent into the cave. That team included Sol and Percival, the new tank knight. Sol joked and asked if he was leading the mission, and he said yes. She told him she wanted to see what he could do, and Percival said he was looking forward to it too. But once things started, Percival realized Sol never got the chance to do much. Kim kept her inside the subspace to avoid extra trouble. Sol got mad and shouted that she wanted to fight too. Kim told her her turn would come and asked her to calm down. Inside the cave, the lizard men were already passing word around. One of them warned the others that an intruder had entered. Another said he'd report it to Sazin. But as he ran off, a hidden figure appeared right in front of him. It was Mordred. And true to his role as an assassin, he cut the messenger down with a single strike. Mordred was part of the infiltration team too. And then back in the present, Soul's severed head was shown rolling across the cave floor, while Mordred stood there with his dagger. The huge lizard man said he had felt a tiny tremor in the ground, and then this man suddenly appeared and killed Sazan. He confessed he ignored it because the vibration was so weak. He never thought anyone could get that close without making a sound, and now he wondered if this was the same intruder from before. Across the cave, Percival rushed the one-eyed monster with his giant axe. The creature seemed to realize it was finished and froze in fear. Percival jumped up and brought his strike straight at its huge eye. But right before the blow landed, something whipped in front of him and blocked it, the giant lizardman's tail. Now moving more like a snake, it knocked Percival away and sent him flying. Seeing that, Mordred shouted for Percival to destroy the gate fast, but he was hit by the same tail and smashed into the ground too. Now both of them were down, and it was clear the giant lizardman was really a huge serpent. It declared that no one would touch the gate. The serpent thought to itself that it had heard stories about enemy knights, but these two were beyond what it expected. Looking at Sozan's headless corpse, it muttered that the old mage had been useless from the start. It had never trusted him, and now there was only one move left. The giant serpent grabbed the one-eyed creature in its jaws and fled deeper into the cave. Still on the ground, Mordred tried to figure out why the enemy was doing this and what they really wanted by moving the portal core. He kept turning over the possibilities, trying to guess where they were taking it. Meanwhile, as it rushed through the tunnels, the giant serpent thought back on what it knew from past bidding battles. No matter how strong someone was, a representative was never allowed to be 7th rank. That rule made the current situation much harder to read. The serpent guessed its leader had stayed outside the cave for safety while still watching everything happening inside. As it sped through the tunnels and neared the cave exit, it realized that with all forces drawn inside, Leader Kim would be left exposed. And just as it expected, outside the cave, Kim stood in the helicopter with a huge representative mark glowing above him. As it closed in, the serpent realized it had finally found its target. Inside the helicopter, Kim suddenly felt something rushing toward him. When he looked out and focused, what he saw caught him completely off guard. A giant creature rushes in, ready to swallow the whole helicopter in one bite. Kim sees the huge serpent closing fast, but he stays calm, trusting his power. Seeing the danger right away, he tells Pax to throw something at it. Pax instantly launches an object at incredible speed, hitting the serpent and making it recoil before it can reach the helicopter. The hit drives the huge snake hard into the ground. What Pax threw is a beam from the Eames dimension, a material known for being extremely tough. The serpent catches the beam with its tail, then whips it far away. After that, it realizes the object really is a building material from the Eames dimension. It had heard rumors about Kim's strange powers, and now those stories start to seem real. From the helicopter, Kim studies the monster's strength. It's every bit as powerful as it looks, so he tells Yong-soo to keep their distance for now. Not wanting to let it recover, Kim orders Pax to keep attacking. Pax fires several Eames beams in rapid succession, all aimed at the serpent again. Sensing the barrage, it coils up to shield itself. Because its body is so tough and because it saw the attack coming this time, it blocks the beams without seeming hurt at all. Watching it defend itself, Kim realizes this enemy won't go down easily. Pax keeps up the beam attack, but now the serpent seems to form a plan. It starts slipping past the beams one after another with sharp, careful movements. Then it races off, reaches a building, and climbs it. At the top, the serpent lines itself up with the helicopter. Inside, Kim and Young-soo still can't tell what it's planning. Then it suddenly spits venom at the helicopter, trying to catch them off guard. Young-soo quickly swerves to avoid it, but he can't fully get away. Some of the venom still splashes across the windshield. As the glass starts to melt, Young-soo panics. If the windshield weren't so strong, the venom could have hit him directly. Kim reacts at once, opening the subspace and telling Young-soo to get inside immediately. The portal starts closing slowly behind him. Seeing that, the giant serpent assumes they ran from the fight. But then the system shows a new deployment. Another Black Hawk comes out of the subspace and returns to the battle. The venom-marked window is now perfect, like nothing happened, and that's because this is a completely different helicopter. The serpent is left wondering if the venom damage got erased by going through the portal. It can't make sense of Kim's ability. Inside the new helicopter, Kim thinks it through. As long as the aircraft is stored in subspace, he can just swap in another one. But he also sees that the Eames beams aren't working, so he starts thinking of another way to attack. Meanwhile, the serpent stays wrapped around another building. Watching him closely, Kim wonders if he should try the new item he got. Instead of wasting time, he tells Pax to fire the electric spear. The spear shoots forward at high speed and strikes the serpent head-on. At first, it barely reacts. But unlike the beams, the spear actually pierces its thick hide. The serpent looks down at the weapon stuck in its body, wondering what it is and where it came from. Then it realizes the truth. It's the sacred spear that once belonged to its ally, the lizard man, Lashes. While it struggles to understand that, a second spear flies in and hits beside the first, piercing its flesh again. Now the serpent is even more shaken. One of Lashes' spears was strange enough, but two make no sense at all. Lashes only ever had one. The serpent can't understand how this is possible. Before I can figure it out, another weapon comes rushing in. This one isn't charged with lightning like the others. It carries ice. It punches through the serpent's hide just as easily, finally making it show real alarm. Because of the ice magic, frost starts spreading from the wound across its flesh. The creature recognizes that magic as the old bald sorcerer's 1,000 scrolls, and it wonders how Kim can use so many different attacks. Furious, the giant serpent roars that weak attacks like these won't bring it down. Then it lunges at the helicopter again, jaws wide open. Inside, Kim notices the area around them has started to freeze from the last spell. He quickly opens the subspace again and steps through, dodging the serpent's attack. Along with the helicopter, Kim also pulls in Mordred and Percival, who were still hiding, and Bedivere, who had been watching from a distance. All of them are dragged through the portal at once. Still trying to figure out her enemy's power, the serpent notices Soul's representative mark still floating, where Kim disappeared into subspace. As Kim opens another portal in front of her, the serpent thinks to herself that Locus never had two spears. This has to be part of Kim's power. Then something comes out of the portal that makes her eyes widen. Kim appears again, this time with Soul and their father, each holding one of Soul's spell scrolls, and they aren't alone. Kim has everyone inside the subspace ready to cast from different scrolls at the same time, making the next attack much stronger. When Kim gives the signal, they all unleash their spells, and he opens his own scroll to cast the joint attack. The magical power is so huge that the sky flashes with blinding light, leaving the serpent unable to tell what's coming. Then dozens of ice spears launch together in a crushing barrage. This time, the serpent can't dodge. The spears punch through its thick skin, freezing the flesh around every impact, but the attack doesn't stop. Wave after wave of icy spears keeps raining down, giving it no time to recover. Buried under wounds and spreading frost, the serpent finally crashes to the ground, its body giving out under the damage and freezing. Seeing it fall, Kim says it's down and tells everyone to back off. He also orders Pax to bring out a new Black Hawk. A Black Hawk appears in seconds, and Kim calls for young Sue as they get ready to leave. They board the helicopter and come out of the subspace together. Looking out the open door, Kim sees the serpent twisting in pain on the ground, still trying to get back up. He says that for now, the giant beast won't be moving anytime soon. He opens another portal to the subspace, then orders everyone to fire more scroll-based spells. Inside the subspace, each person holds a different colored scroll, ready to cast again. Realizing what's coming, the serpent thinks about what it should have done differently. Now its frozen body can't move at all. Once again, the sky bursts with blinding light as all those scrolls are unleashed together. At the same time, the system starts showing multiple alerts, each marking a different attack aimed at the serpent. The combined magical strike rushes toward the trapped creature, and all it can do is watch as the destruction closes in. Then spells of many elements and effects slam into the serpent all at once. Later, when the dust finally starts to clear, Kim carefully walks forward. He says he has one question. Then he looks ahead and calmly asks why they were so desperate to invade. The serpent answers that things had to happen this way. Kim asks why. The serpent says he wouldn't understand yet, and Kim presses her on why not. She explains that Earth's dimension is not far away, and someday Kim will learn that instead of just defending himself, he'll end up hunting other dimensions too. She finishes by saying that's how the universe works. The system was built that way from the start. With that, the giant serpent speaks her final words. Right then, the system shows a notice that the dimensional account has been transferred, along with 5,911 magical stones. Another message confirms that Kim already has a dimensional account, so the totals merge, bringing him to 17,668 magical stones. Mordred walks over quietly like the assassin he is and remarks that the serpent really does look dead, but her final words linger, especially the part about having no choice but to invade and the universe being built that way from the beginning. Mordred explains that even though their enemy leader is dead, the core of the dimensional gate still remains. Kim asks if he knows where it is. Mordred says he saw the serpent swallow the gate core to protect it while they were still hiding earlier. Hearing that, Kim points out that even after everything it took to beat her, they still have to find the gate core inside the serpent's huge corpse. Mordred says that's right, but adds that Lord Kim doesn't need to worry. Back in their hometown, they were famous for cutting apart and breaking down corpses, and he takes the lead. Mordred calls the other knights over and says their goal is simple: destroy the gate core and wipe out the Sabros dimension for good. Then they head into the corpse. After a while, the system shows another transfer notice: 33,638 magical stones with no sender listed. A second message says Kim's dimensional account is active, so the new total rises to 51,306 magical stones. Kim notices the terraforming there is slowly fading away. Then Mordred calls out, saying that while breaking the portal core, he found something unexpected. Surprised by how fast Mordred worked, Kim turns to look. Mordred is holding 3 red enhancement stones. Without wasting a second, Kim orders the system to use them. The system replies that the 3 enhancement stones along with 500 magical stones are being used to appoint Lancelot as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. The stones rise into the air and glow with a red light. Then a voice rings out. Knight Lancelot vows absolute loyalty and offers his life in service to his lord. The system shows Lancelot's new stats. He is now a level 7 knight and one of the Round Table. His traits are penetration, acceleration, immunity, control, and critical accuracy. Lancelot is summoned again, though Kim wonders if he came back reset with none of his old memories. Still, he's stronger than ever. Right then, the system announces that the Sabros dimension has officially lost its rights over the Incheon region. Another message says Incheon has now been fully restored to Earth's territory. The land that had been changed for the lizard men, covered in deep mud, starts turning back to normal. Little by little, it steadily recovers. Lancelot stays quiet, taking it all in. Someone nearby says this happened because of him, and that makes Lancelot look over. When he faces Kim, Kim tells him that even if it's late, he's truly thankful for everything Lancelot did. Lancelot goes silent for a moment. Then, instead of rejecting the praise, he apologizes. He says he only did what a knight had to do, and Kim answers that doing the right thing couldn't have been easy. Then he adds that whether Lancelot was good or bad, thanks means more than an apology. Lancelot almost apologizes again, but stops himself and sincerely thanks Kim instead. In that small moment, Kim feels relieved. His friend really is back. Lancelot wasn't reset. He came back as himself. Just then, something makes Kim look up. Several helicopters are flying toward them in formation. By now, the city is no longer buried in mud. In all of Korea, only Incheon had lost the fight for territorial rights. Now that it was recovered, that meant the monsters who had tried to take over Korea were defeated. Still, things weren't fully safe. Primitive monsters like orcs and wyverns were still out there. Those threats still had to be cleared before the country could really return to normal, and that would take a long time. Soon, the helicopters land. The operations chief steps out and calls Kim Colonel Kim, which catches him off guard. The chief explains they couldn't come sooner because of the terraforming. Now though, more helicopters are on the way with supplies. Looking up at Kim standing on the giant serpent's corpse, the chief says that monster must have led the lizard men and wonders how something that huge could exist. Kim answers by asking if the other operations chief is okay. After all, the last time they met, that man ran off saying insects had attacked him. Later back in the subspace, it was finally time to eat. As food was served, Kim couldn't help noticing how strange it felt. They were eating Chinese food while monsters still roamed outside, and he wondered where it had even come from. It started after Min Mother was rescued and treated in the subspace. She said she wanted to feed everyone to show her thanks. Zhu Jiang told her that wasn't necessary since she'd been eating plenty lately, but she would gladly accept the thought. Confused, Min's mother asked how that was even possible there. Jing'an asked if she really didn't know, and that's when Min's mother learned about Kim's ability. He could produce endless ingredients. She then said she knew a friend who was an amazing cook. Using supplies from PX, the owner of a famous Chinese restaurant in Chinatown prepared the meal. The chef cooked happily because even in a ruined world, he could still make food for others. Being able to serve people again made him feel blessed. That's how the Chinese dish came to be. Thanks to that kind-hearted chef, everyone could enjoy a meal this good even during the apocalypse. Of course, even with unlimited ingredients, one man couldn't make that much alone. He cooked one plate and PX copied the rest. Sol, with her huge appetite, tears through the meal and keeps asking Kim to bring more faster. Kim tells her to slow down. She doesn't even seem to be chewing. The women around them are amazed, still wondering how food could taste that good. Meanwhile, Kim thinks about everything that happened. He beat the lizard men, took back Incheon, and now everyone could sit together, eat great Chinese food, and celebrate. But there was one more reason to celebrate. At that moment, Kim's sister-in-law, his older brother's wife, wasn't feeling well, and Ju-Yun asked if she was okay. She guessed it might be a cold or something, especially since she hadn't eaten much. Glancing at her nearly untouched plate, Kim's sister-in-law tells them not to worry. But Ju-Yun keeps asking, had she been more nauseous lately? Was she peeing less? Did her mouth feel dry, and did she get dizzy when moving too fast? Kim's sister-in-law says yes to all of it, confused about how Ju-Yun knew. Then Ju-Yun says something that shocks everyone, including her. Those were early signs of pregnancy. Not long after the meal, the news is shared with the rest of the family. Song gathers everyone for an announcement. He says that after Ju-Yun's guess, his wife took a test and it confirmed she was pregnant. Everyone congratulates them with real joy. Yun-Soo turns to Kim and congratulates him too, saying he's about to have his first nephew. Even though they don't know the baby's gender yet, Kim suddenly feels like he stepped into adulthood. It was a change inside him he didn't expect. As the family talks, their thoughts drift to the baby's future, what the child will wear, whether PX has kids' clothes, and even what sport the baby might play one day. Joyun and Song are just as excited, full of happiness and anticipation. But like always, joy doesn't come without worry, and the happy moment doesn't last long. A soldier quietly approaches Kim and tells him there's an urgent radio call from the head of Central Operations Command. He says Kim needs to hear it right away. Kim goes to the line and tells the operations chief he's listening. After hearing the first details, Kim says the terraforming in Incheon is gone and asks if the chief will return soon. The chief answers that through the remaining direct lines with China and Japan, he's sharing updates on a growing crisis. Terraforming is now happening on a massive scale in both places, and it's spreading bit by bit. He adds that each country is facing different dangers. From the Beijing Gate, toxic gas is pouring out. From the Fukuoka Gate, poisonous water is bursting forth. Kim quickly understands the danger. Korea sits right next to both countries. He asks which side is taking the worst hit. The operations chief says neither problem is small, but the more urgent one is clearly the toxic gas from the Beijing Gate. As the colonel keeps talking, they mention a huge incident and giant dead insects already on the ground. He explains the toxic air hasn't reached them yet, but those giant bugs prove it's only a matter of time. Closing the Beijing toxic gate is now the top priority. Troops are being prepared, but this isn't something brute force can solve. That's why he stayed calm until now, though he admits he's a little ashamed. The colonel says he needs to ask Kim for help. Kim tells him there's nothing to be ashamed of if they do nothing. The whole Korean peninsula could turn into hell. Wanting a clearer picture, Kim says he'll fly straight to China by helicopter and asks if that's acceptable. The colonel tells him to stop by the 3rd Guard Brigade first before going to China. Kim agrees and says he'll leave tonight. With that, the radio call ends. Thinking about his future nephew, Kim can't accept a world full of giant insects, poison, and filthy air that only hardens his resolve to fix this and restore Earth. He orders PX to level up the subspace. The system immediately shows the cost. 30,000 magical stones are spent for the upgrade, leaving 20,000 in reserve. As night comes, the system finally announces the subspace upgrade is complete and that new functions have been unlocked. One of them is a fixed portal installation. Unlike the normal portals they've seen before, Kim tells the system to install the new portal. Just as the skill description says, this portal works differently from the ones Kim used before. The first big change is that once he sets it down, it stays in that exact spot and can't be moved. Another difference is it has no real body and no defense at all, so it can't be used like a shield. Still, anyone Kim allows through can step into the subspace, which lets them escape enemy attacks instead of blocking them. Unlike the old summon portals, this one stays in one place, making it much easier to go in and out of the subspace and grab what they need. Minwo says that's an incredible skill, and in the wrong hands, it could be used to scam people. He then asks if Kim is really going to China and tells him to hurry. Kim says yes, and after sealing the gate there, he'll head to Japan too. Clearly impressed, Minwo says Kim's powers have grown way beyond Korea now. If Kim ever needs help, he's in. He reveals that he has awakened as a swordsman, even if he hasn't shown it yet, and thanks Kim again, especially for saving his mother. Kim thanks him too before leaving on another trip to save the world. Inside the helicopter, Kim and Yang-soo trade thumbs-ups to show they're good and say a quick goodbye. Then the helicopter takes off for its next stop. Later, at Incheon International Airport, someone calls for James, but no one answers. A man walks over to the aircraft and calls again, telling James to come out. He says the Joint Chiefs just informed him that the people headed to China have already arrived. Then James pops out from under the plane and asks how they got there so fast. From the way he's working, he's clearly the mechanic. Still surprised, James says they arrived way sooner than expected, and the plane hasn't even been fully modified yet for a long flight to China. Right now, it can't leave. When Kim and Yang-soo arrived, a military officer was already there waiting. He greeted them and thanked them for coming, then introduced himself as Captain Park Chao-hwan of the 3rd Guard Brigade. Kim and Yang-soo greeted him back and gave their names. The captain said he'd been told ahead of time and had arranged their flight to China. Excited, Yang-soo said he couldn't wait to fly a new kind of aircraft. The captain then told them to follow him. He led them into a hangar where the plane for China was waiting. The captain explained it was a C-130J, much faster than a Blackhawk, so it could make the trip to Beijing. That got Yang-soo even more excited, and he asked if it was the kind of plane Special Forces use in spy movies with cargo space. The captain said yes, but the work wasn't finished yet, so they needed to wait a little longer. Yang-soo asked what exactly was being changed. The captain explained they expected monsters or other threats on the way to China, so the aircraft was being given basic defensive upgrades, not missiles or anything heavy, just enough to help it survive. Yang-soo kept staring at the plane like he was dying to fly it. The captain said it was almost ready, but there was only one engineer working on it. Kim was surprised and asked if one person could really modify a plane that big. The captain admitted it sounded strange, but said the engineer, James, wasn't exactly normal. Even so, Kim still had doubts that one man could handle a job that huge. Then the captain looked back and noticed someone coming. He said, if James was coming over now, the work must be finished. James, the engineer in charge of the aircraft, walked over and called them in to see the results. Holding a magic stone, James said that if they checked the outside, it wouldn't look much different, and that was on purpose. He put the upgrades under the plane. He explained that flying monsters usually attack from below, so that's where he focused the changes. Seeing the magic stone in his hand, Kim figured James had awakened with some kind of mechanic ability. He was probably an aircraft engineer even before the apocalypse, and his awakening had boosted the skills he already used in real work. Kim was impressed by the sharp metal spikes fixed under the aircraft. Still, he couldn't help wondering if the plane would fly right after all that. Before leaving for China, they'd test the upgrades first. While they waited, Kim handed out food and supplies to the soldiers there. When a portal opened beside James, Kim watched him carefully. What stood out was that James didn't react at all. In a world full of monsters, fear, hunger, thirst, and barely any resources, most people would light up at the sight of food or water. James didn't even. When Kim offered first-class Chinese food made by a pro chef, he just said he'd already eaten too much and was full. Kim couldn't tell if that was good or bad, but one thing was clear. James truly didn't care about food, so the captain had been right. James really was unusual. Kim told Pyox to take the dish away, and only then did he spot something that actually caught James' interest. James' face changed the moment he saw the machines inside the subspace. He even got out of his chair to look closer, clearly amazed. Kim thought it was funny. Fine food meant nothing to this guy, but machines instantly got his attention. At that point, he was sure James was completely obsessed with machinery. That made Kim start thinking about recruiting him just like Yang-soo. He wondered what kind of dreams James had, if any, and couldn't help thinking, would James want a flying motorcycle or one built to look like a horse? Then Kim caught himself. He barely knew who James really was. He only understood a little about his power, but already wanted to learn much more. With the endless materials in his subspace, that might actually be possible. So Kim finally asked if James wanted to go with him to China. James just looked at him without saying a word. Kim tried to sell the idea. He shares food, has access to lots of machinery. James could use a motorcycle whenever he wanted, and traveling with him would be safer for monsters. Thinking he was doing well, Kim added that he helps people by killing monsters. James answered that he didn't care for that kind of thing. Then he pointed out the obvious. This was their first day meeting. They barely talked, and he couldn't trust someone he didn't know. That stopped Kim cold because James was right. He didn't really have anything convincing to say back. So Kim admitted he understood and that the offer had come out of nowhere. Even so, he said their abilities might work really well together. Now rubbing his neck and sweating a little, Kim awkwardly said it had been a good talk, but it was probably time to leave. Then James asked if what Kim really wanted was his mechanical skill. Kim said yes. That was exactly what interested him. But he also admitted he didn't have time right now to earn James's trust. James said he had one condition. If Kim was willing to go to America, then he'd go with him. Kim asked if that meant James would only help if they traveled to America, and James said yes. At that point, Kim could only think about how long that trip would be from here to the US. Still, he felt it might be worth it, so he asked why James wanted to go there so badly. James answered right away that he had no family there. Even so, there was a place he really wanted to return to, but he didn't want to make the trip alone. Going with someone as strong as Kim would make it much safer. Kim said America was possible, just not yet. First, he had to close the gate in China, and after that, he needed to go straight to Japan. James said that was fine. He wouldn't push as long as it didn't take too long. Kim smiled and agreed, promising to take James back there. Then, to seal the deal, he opened a portal to his subspace. James had no idea what Kim was about to do. Then Kim pulled the whole aircraft into the subspace. After that, he summoned 2 motorcycles and 2 Black Hawk helicopters. But the space still looked empty, so he brought out a lot more vehicles. Kim turned to the stunned engineer and said every one of those machines was now his to take apart or rebuild however he wanted. He made it clear this wasn't a bribe or some promise, just a gift. Smiling, he said he'd be back soon and waved goodbye. Then Kim left while James stayed behind, still stunned by what he had just seen. As Kim walked off, he figured what he'd just done probably came off a little scary, but also kind of funny. Back in the subspace, James could only stare at the pile of vehicles and aircraft, wondering what he was even supposed to do with all of it and what kind of power Kim actually had. Right then, James felt a wave of regret. If he'd known Kim could do something like that, he would have agreed on the spot. Meanwhile, the plane kept heading for China, and Kim quietly thought James still had no clue what he was really capable of. A few hours later, they finally reached their destination, and something was clearly very wrong in the city below. Huge insects were climbing the buildings, giant cockroaches, and far too many to count. They covered the structures in massive swarms. There were giant praying mantises too, devouring equally huge crickets. As the aircraft approached, people on the ground noticed it right away. Seeing the nightmare below, Kim could only think the lizard men looked noble compared to this. Just then, Yang Tso said he was starting the landing. By the time the aircraft touched down, some insects had already crawled into the landing gear. The airport was littered with wrecked planes and dead bugs. Still, Kim had expected trouble, so he quickly opened a portal and pulled the aircraft into his subspace. In one smooth move, the whole aircraft vanished inside. To be safe, Kim opened another portal and someone stepped out. It was Lancelot, and his presence felt much stronger than before. He called out to Mr. Kim, saying it was safe to come out. Kim told him to wait a second. He was changing into something new. After a brief pause, Kim stepped through wearing a radiation protection suit. His first question was whether any insects were nearby. As he adjusted his helmet, Kim pointed out that the toxic gas was a huge problem, and the giant insects were probably both numerous and dangerous. Lancelot told him not to worry yet. None had been found close by, but he added that they already had visitors. Kim turned and saw someone much sooner than expected. A man stood there with his hands together in greeting, asking if they were from Korea and saying he had been waiting for them. The man had several others with him, and all of them were clearly glad Kim had come to help China. Besides the giant bugs, the poisoned air was still one of their biggest problems. Inside a building, a long-haired man carefully opened the door and checked outside. Relieved, he saw no insects had followed them. After shutting the door, he turned to Kim and said the place wasn't great, but he hoped it would do. Kim said it was fine, but then something else caught his eye. Several people inside were cultivating an energy that gave off a blue glow. It wasn't just one or two. Multiple men were meditating while releasing that aura. The problem was they looked terrible, with dark circles under their eyes and clear signs of dehydration. Watching with Lancelot, Kim asked what condition everyone was in. The long-haired man said he had driven the poison out of this area with internal energy, so it was safe to remove the mask. Curious, Kim asked what internal energy actually was. The man explained that among awakened members of the Murum family, it was a power passed down through bloodlines. He added that some awakened people came from the martial arts world. In parts of China, old traditions had survived and now existed alongside this new age. When monsters first appeared, people with awakened powers began appearing too. But ordinary awakeners and martial arts clans gained very different kinds of abilities. For example, Kim has subspace, and his sister Joy can heal wounds. Unlike those unique powers, martial artists use internal energy, shaping that inner force through their own meaning and style. Each person's skill changes how that power is used, and awakened martial artists can do incredible things. That was why the Chinese government recognized them so quickly and sent them out to kill monsters. These awakened martial artists were led by the long-haired man known as Enyang. Enyang explained that not everyone fighting belonged to the martial arts world like his group. As he drank tea, he said the Chinese government had called them in to wipe out the monsters. The trouble started with the bidding system. Beijing alone had 2 separate bids. The dimension that won was called Beelzebub. Kim thought that made sense. Beijing had about twice Seoul's population, so 2 bids wasn't surprising. Enyang went on, saying the biggest problem was how little they knew about the enemy. He sensed toxic gas early on, but the real danger was the poison itself. Soldiers and ordinary awakeners who couldn't use internal energy died almost at once. The martial artists eventually figured out how to counter it, but cleansing the poison took so much energy that they couldn't fight at the same time. Then after they solved that first issue, the gate opened wider and the insect numbers exploded, leading to the mess they had now. Enyang explained that detoxifying the area constantly burned through massive amounts of internal energy, so the longer this dragged on, the worse it got. And for people who needed clean air to gather and use that energy, the poison atmosphere made things even deadlier. He added that the gas was still spreading through multiple routes, so there was no time to waste. Surprised, Kim stopped him and asked him to wait a second. Then he asked if fresh air made Enyang feel stronger. Enyang said yes, though he looked confused. Kim stood up and told him that wasn't a problem at all. Then, without explaining more, he opened his subspace and said he'd be right back. As he stepped inside, Enyang had no idea what Kim was planning. The system showed that 1 air canister cost 9,900 won. Kim told it to make several canisters. Once they were ready, he had the system remove the containers and stack the air bubbles in layers. As more layers built up, they formed a giant boulder-sized mass, with each chunk of air logged as its own product. Near the martial artist purifying the gas, Kim set the system to release fresh air automatically every second. A sudden blast erupted beside the men, catching everyone off guard. The burst of air was so strong that it shoved the toxic gas out of the area, leaving the space clean and breathable. Only then did the men finally manage to breathe properly again. After all this time, they were shaken, wondering how something like this was even possible. Enyang watched the others as they breathed in deeply, talking about how fresh and energizing the clean air felt. Still stunned, he asked Kim what he had done. Now that they could breathe pure air, the men already looked far more alive. Enyang, still in disbelief, asked again how this could even happen. Then he looked at the subspace portal and realized the fresh air was coming from Kim's power. He started to understand just how desperate things had been when he reached out to Korea. People who couldn't use internal energy were barely able to move, while the insects multiplied faster than they could kill them. That was why he had begged for help, grabbing at any chance he could find. Honestly, he'd expected Korea to refuse once he explained about the insects and toxic gas. Instead, he heard the soldier pass the message to Kim, and the answer came back that Kim would gladly help. Enyang had also noticed how calm the Korean soldier sounded. Unsure, he asked again if Kim really planned to come all the way to China, and the reply came right away. Kim would leave that same night and arrive the next morning. For a moment, thought the Koreans were being arrogant, as if one man was enough to handle this. But now seeing Kim do more than just fight insects and actually show this overwhelming power, Enyang realized he was the arrogant one for underestimating Kim. With a shocked glance, he finally understood why Kim had stayed so calm. His ability really was unbelievable. Then Kim noticed something else. He looked over and saw Eun-young leaning toward him, like he wanted to thank him. Eun-young sincerely apologized for troubling Korea, thanked Kim, and said he would never forget this. He added that he wanted to act before the toxic gas reached Korea. Kim told him he was apologizing too much and asked him to lift his head, saying there were still ways to keep people alive. Eun looked up and admitted this had been a battle that only got worse the longer it lasted. But with Kim's power, they could now use internal energy much more efficiently, so recovering their strength first would help. Even so, they didn't have forever. Eun-young proposed starting the operation 3 mornings from now. Kim agreed, saying that made sense. They were already recovering, so they should do it properly. Later on, Kim brought out Chinese food from his subspace, and the men ate like they hadn't seen a meal in ages. With every bite, they threw up thumbs ups, clearly loving it. Even Eun-young said the food was excellent by Chinese standards. After they finished eating, he stood by a whiteboard and said it was time to talk about how they would wipe out the insects. First, he would explain everything they knew about them. He started by saying there were different types, but most looked like familiar insects. Some were bigger and some released toxic gas. Flying insects like moths and flies tended to do that more often. Most were rank 9 or rank 8, though a few reached rank 7. The real problem was the sheer number of them, which made tracking them hard. Eun-jang kept explaining the situation to Kim and the rest of the group. He explained that rank 8 bugs were usually found in swarms, while rank 7 ones were rare and looked dangerous right away. Then he moved on to the gate locations. As Eun-young went over where the gates were, Lancelot suddenly spotted something odd. He stepped closer to the window to get a better look. Poison gas still covered the area outside, but Kim had kept the air inside the building fresh. Then an insect leg appeared near the building. Lancelot cut in and called for Kim, saying something had come. Kim asked what it was, but Lancelot said he had never seen anything like it and couldn't really describe it. As it came closer, they saw it was a giant centipede with a tough-looking shell. After a closer look, Lancelot said it was clearly rank 7. The centipede rushed toward them, and its huge size and speed became impossible to ignore. Kim says it was already gross before, but now it's even worse because it's bigger and faster. To him, it doesn't look like rank 7 at all. It looks more like rank 6. But Eun-young corrects him, saying the monster is actually ranked as level 8. Kim points out that it looks way too strong for rank 8, and Eun-young agrees. He explains that this centipede is especially dangerous even compared to the other insects. Then Seol cuts in, asking if that thing is really only rank 8. She cracks her neck, says she's been bored out of her mind, and hopes this fight will finally be fun. Then she tells everyone not to interfere. Still stretching, Seol says it's been a day since she came from Korea to China, and she needs to move around and blow off some stress. Once she's ready, she sprints straight at the giant centipede. Kim cheers her on and tells her to show it what they can do. Young-eun starts to worry. Kim tells him not to panic. Sol is absurdly strong, almost suspiciously so. Then another man suddenly asks if Sol can handle the poison gas. That makes Kim freeze. They completely forgot about that. Outside, Sol puts all her power into one punch like electricity is running through it. She's thrilled. It has been a long time since she fought monsters. With one massive hit, she smashes the centipede's head and cracks its shell. Inside, Eun-young keeps explaining that no matter how skilled someone is, breathing toxic gas will poison them. He adds that the centipede's shell is incredibly hard and shouldn't break easily. Then he says he'll go help Sol. He urgently calls for his disciple, saying he'll face the centipede himself while she treats Sol's injuries. But then a strange sound makes them stop and they go check it out. When they reach the balcony, Eun-young is stunned. Looking closer, he realizes Sol already broke the shell and killed the centipede with a single punch. As Sol celebrates, Eun-young and his disciple can't help thinking about how much internal energy it would take to crack that shell. With everyone shocked by that one hit, Kim just thinks this was normal for Sol. Meanwhile, the other man wonders if Sol's body is heaven-sent because her physical power and talent for martial arts are unbelievable. But while Sol keeps celebrating, blood suddenly runs from her nose. The poison gas is finally hitting her. Then she drops to the ground, and Eun-young panics, telling his disciple to treat Sol's internal injuries right away. Once they return to the insect briefing and the plan to break through the gate, the main points are simple. First, the polluted air makes moving around much harder. Second, it's very hard to track many insects at once, and there could be unknown rank 7 monsters mixed in. Third, they have at most 3 days to close the gate. So their main goal is to destroy the core while avoiding the insects as much as they can. They need to move fast toward the mountain. Un says it won't be easy because the closer they get to the gate, the more insects they're sure to face. He admits the plan sounds reckless, but right now it's still their best option. That makes Sol think hard. Un Yang then says they want to teach her everything they know. He suggests a spar so they can quickly judge her skills, adding that she seems to prefer fighting with her fists instead of weapons. He says it would help if she learned martial arts secrets from his disciple, Ri Young. Sol turns it down at first. She's thankful they treated her and offered to teach her, but asks if they really need to go that far. Ryong explains it's training for them too, and it will help with closing the gate. She tells Sol not to worry, young or not, she's skilled enough. Sol says that since Ryong keeps insisting, she'll do it, but reminds her she's still recovering. Ryong politely asks for her help with the training. Without waiting any longer, Sol quickly raises her fists and says she'll make the first move. Then she bursts forward with incredible speed and starts the fight. A wild exchange begins at once, drawing everyone's eyes. The whole place feels charged with excitement, but Kim stays mostly unfazed because to him, it just looks like regular punches and normal moves. That's because he has spent his whole life with Sol, so this kind of thing feels ordinary to him. During the fight, Un Young says Sol would be even better with a sword, which catches Kim by surprise. He explains that swordsmanship is his specialty, then asks if Kim wants to learn from him. Kim politely refuses, but asks if a friend of his could learn instead. He says that friend really loves swords. Of course, that friend is Min Woo, who had started his training with posture practice. Kim starts noticing an important difference between himself and the Chinese martial artists. It's not that he can just freely use internal energy. That kind of talent depends on the person. Sol though gains a lot from this and picks things up fast as she sinks into martial arts. Even if he doesn't fully understand the change, Kim quietly wonders what's different now. He's not sure, but he starts to feel that martial artists all share one trait. They push their endurance to the limit, and these new abilities made the strong even stronger. Once he sees that, Kim knows he can't just sit still. With so many magic stones around, he starts thinking about making a weapon made to fight insects. While checking the system, he finds out enhancement items can be upgraded after the subspace reaches level 5. The system shows the subspace lab status, and now objects can be viewed as holograms. The first thing Kim thinks of for killing insects is an electric trap. It would work on small bugs, but most of these monsters are way bigger, so the trap would be useless. So he uses the holograms to test a larger version. Even then, the results are poor because it would cost too much. That makes Kim realize this project may be harder than he thought. No matter how much he thinks, he can't come up with a good answer, partly because he doesn't know much about machines or electricity. Stuck at the limit of what he can figure out, Kim can't move forward, not even on the simple problem of protecting the helicopter. On top of that, he doesn't know much about rank 7 flying insects, and his new allies say things get more dangerous near the gate, where the bugs grow more alert and aggressive. While studying the hologram, he notices the packs only have a range of 100 meters, meaning they'd have to stay pretty close. Thinking about that, he mutters that if it were up to him, he'd just make pesticide and wipe them all out. Right then, someone walks up and asks if he really said pesticide. It's his sister-in-law, and she confidently says she can make it. That reminds Kim of something. When he brought his whole family into the subspace, everyone had carefully managed their food. The water supply, though, came from soon awakening as an alchemist, something his older brother had clearly told him before. Realizing he forgot that in the joy of having his family back, Kim pays closer attention. His sister-in-law excitedly tells him that even if her alchemy isn't as advanced as his, she's awakened too and can help. She adds that she's been using the lab while Kim was busy. He tells her that's fine and says she can use it whenever she needs. Thankful, she asked what kind of pesticide he wants. Kim looks back at the giant centipede hologram and thinks about the huge number of insects, some even stronger than expected. Then he says he needs a super strong insecticide that can kill all of them at once. Sometime later, with the city buried under poison gas and giant insects, the group heads for the gate's core. As they move, and Jang thinks about how fast the last 3 days went, and now he feels stronger than ever before. His pure internal energy has never felt this powerful. Then one of the men snaps him out of it, warning that insects are up ahead. Thanks to Kim, they can now fight back even if they still have no idea how to repay him. A swarm suddenly appears in front of them, and Eun-young orders everyone to get ready. The insects blocking their way are ants. But before the Chinese fighters can attack with internal energy, someone throws a green liquid at the ants. The moment it hits, the ants drop almost instantly. It's the insecticide Kim's sister-in-law made, built just for this insect mess. The Chinese warriors are shocked by how strong it is, and Young can only stare. While they train their inner energy, Kim had been making a weapon like this. At that same time, Kim is riding with Lancelot on a motorcycle. Seeing the results himself, he realizes the insecticide works even better than expected. That brings back his talk with his sister-in-law. She had told him she'd been using his lab, and the hologram system made the work much easier. For the last 3 days, she'd been testing different potions to kill insects. She said none of them turned out super strong, but the pesticide was easy to make. Right then, Kim understood that even her simple version worked amazingly well on the bugs. It was also safe for people and had no smell. Seeing how useful it was, Kim thanked her, but warned that it wouldn't work on rank 7 insects. Still, for normal ones, it was perfect. After a short rest, Young looks at the mountain, that's now become a dungeon full of insects. He tells the group things get much harder from here, then thanks Kim for bringing them this far without a fight. But the mountain is a different story. They've tried many times to destroy the portal core, and every attempt failed. Whenever they climbed, the insects swarmed them all at once. They may be mindless, but they still know they must protect the core. Wang adds that it's been a long time since the last attempt, so no one knows what kinds of insects live there now. Kim tells him not to worry. He's ready for rank 7 insects. Smiling, he finally shares what he kept hidden. Lancelot is rank 7, and there's also something inside the subspace that can handle rank 7 threats. He tells Young again not to stress about it, but the first enemy they meet on the mountain makes Kim hesitate. He starts wondering how strong the enemies ahead really are. A giant terrifying grasshopper stands in front of them, and Kim immediately thinks this thing is clearly rank 7, unlike the lizard men they fought before. As it gets ready to attack, Kim wonders if something like this could ever have completed the dimensional entity's paperwork. Then he remembers what Lancelot said about the traitor goblins. They evolved through sacrifice, a crude method that didn't need intelligence. Those goblins got unofficial documents, evolved, and became what they are. Kim starts to wonder if smart life forms once used the same shortcut by sacrificing others. Then he thinks about primitive creatures. Maybe they evolve another way by killing others and eating their mana cores instead of using any official process. Looking at the monster ahead, Kim figures this grasshopper must have devoured countless others to evolve this far. It became so strong that intelligence didn't even matter anymore. Trying to catch it off guard, Kim opens the subspace and fires several beams from Eames dimensions straight at the grasshopper's face. But the beams don't leave even a scratch. Kim is stunned. Those attacks had worked on Yatta before, but now they barely seem to matter. Just as Lancelot is about to speak, Saul steps up and says she'll handle it. Kim quickly tells her to be careful. As Lancelot notices something else, Kim adds that Saul should take Laka's spear with her. Lancelot focuses on the movement, trying to figure out what he's seeing. He can't tell what it is yet. Looking closer, he wonders why the trees seem to be moving, then they start getting closer. That's when Lancelot realizes they aren't trees at all, but the legs of something huge, with the rest of its body still hidden. Suddenly, the giant creature jumps forward and closes the gap in an instant. The impact is so loud that Kim turns at once to see what arrived. Now facing the giant grasshopper is an enormous spider. The two monsters tower over the group, leaving everyone trapped between them. For a second, no one understands what they're looking at. In the middle of that shock, Kim mutters that the next wave of giant insects might spread across whole continents. Lancelot urgently calls to Kim and tells everyone to climb onto the spider's back. He explains that the spider can't reach its own back with its legs, so they'll be safe there for the moment. That should give them time to think of a plan. Kim likes the idea and immediately orders everyone onto the spider's back. Even without hearing the full plan, they obey right away and start climbing. Some use light steps to dash through the air, while others leap with barriers or grab the spider's thick hair to pull themselves up. Once they're on its back, the group looks around, unsure what to do next. They ask about the plan, and Kim says Leica's spears might work on the spider, but not on the grasshopper. Sol says she already hit the grasshopper several times, and its shell was unbelievably hard. The spears could only leave light scratches nowhere near enough to kill it. She also warns that if anyone lets their guard down, the grasshopper will eat them without a second thought. Right after that, the grasshopper suddenly launches toward them at insane speed. Its movement is so fast that everyone freezes for a split second. The whole group is caught off guard as the giant monster rushes straight at them. Seeing it charging with clear killing intent, Kim yells for everyone to move, but the group is already reacting on instinct. A second later, the giant grasshopper slams into the spider. From nearby, Lancelot shields Kim from the shockwave with his own body. The others can only ask what just happened. When they look down, they see insect blood splashed across the ground. The grasshopper is still standing, and now it starts eating the spider it just crushed so easily. Watching that, Kim wonders why it attacked what looked like its own ally. It soon becomes obvious that these creatures can tell who an enemy is, but they don't understand loyalty or teamwork. They're driven by instinct alone, striking first without thinking. Keeping with the same plan, Kim points ahead and says they need to climb onto the grasshopper's back while the dust blocks its view. Everyone moves at once and quickly climbs onto the creature's back. As he climbs, Kim wonders if the grasshopper has noticed them, but it keeps eating the spider like nothing is there. Then suddenly, the grasshopper goes completely still. No one knows why it stopped, but the strange pause gives them a rare chance to catch their breath. Seal asks Kim what they should do next. Kim says they need to wait a little longer. If they destroy the portal core, the insects will have to return to their own dimension, so there'll be no need to fight the grasshopper at all. When the chance comes, they'll jump down and destroy the core. Then the grasshopper starts moving again. It suddenly leaps into the air, forcing everyone to hold on tight so they won't get thrown off. The landing sends a shock through its whole body and nearly knocks everyone off balance. Then it jumps again, and while Kim struggles to hang on, the impact knocks his mask off. Each leap is so violent that Kim starts throwing up from the motion. Now he wonders if climbing onto the grasshopper was a terrible idea. The impacts might break their backs and spines long before they reach the portal core, and the nausea is awful. Compared to his first ride with Yang So, this is way worse. Then he hears a new sound, like helicopter blades spinning nearby. Kim turns and sees a giant wasp flying toward them. The grasshopper stops as the wasp comes closer, and everyone waits to see what happens. Seal warns that fighting the wasp right now will be very hard. The wasp moves in close, showing off its long, sharp stinger. It flies straight toward Kim, who's exposed on the grasshopper's back. Kim's eyes go wide when he realizes how much danger he's in. Lancelot rushes over and warns him to be careful, but Kim isn't the only one who sees the threat. The grasshopper seems to realize it might be the next target too. As the wasp gets close, the grasshopper reacts fast, swinging a powerful leg and smashing it to the ground. Kim starts to think the grasshopper mistook the wasp's target and attacked out of self-defense. Then the grasshopper charges the fallen wasp to finish it off. The wasp fights back by biting one of the grasshopper's legs and tearing it off. Now the giant monster is down one limb. Kim can only hope it keeps fighting anyway. The wasp stays on the ground looking open to attack, but the huge insect no longer makes a move. Kim grows more and more annoyed by how brainless these creatures are, acting like idiots with no clear logic at all. Kim starts wondering if creatures like this can even be controlled. Then he remembers someone who can control certain things, so Kim opens his subspace and calls Young Soo, who seems to be in the middle of a video game. Kim asks if he can control insects too, not just vehicles. A moment later, Young Soo is tightly holding ropes tied around the grasshopper's antennae. Kim says the wasp is still worn out and can't get up. Even in the worst case, they can escape into the subspace, so this is worth trying. Young Soo agrees and tells everyone to hang on. He starts pulling the ropes trying to steer the giant insect, and to everyone's shock, it actually responds. The grasshopper slowly turns toward the wasp on the ground. Then in one quick move, it bites down and rips the wasp's head clean off. Everyone is thrilled. Young Soo really managed to control a monster that huge, but they barely get a second to celebrate before more insects show up, this time a giant moth. Young Soo yanks the ropes again, sending the grasshopper after it right away. The grasshopper leaps at the moth and smashes it. Then a mantis appears too, but the grasshopper kills that one just as fast. Next comes a swarm of giant ants, and Kim helps by summoning beams from Im's dimension to wipe them out. After all that, the group thinks back to how they first believed the grasshopper was special, just because the dimensional beams didn't work on it. Now they understand it was simply an absurdly strong predator. Looking at its dead body, everyone is thankful for how much it helped them. Lancelot says very few rank 7 creatures could have beaten that grasshopper. Kim agrees without Young Soo, they would have been in real trouble. Then Betavera arrives, saying the area has been cleared of insects. He'll stay on guard. As he glances aside, he notices something he's been searching for a long time. Two open portals stand ahead of them, and next to them are two creatures, guardians meant to protect the gate cores and stop anyone from closing them. They look like huge, twisted balls of flesh. Un steps forward and says he's waited a long time for this. Sword already drawn, he thanks Kim for giving him the chance to avenge his fallen comrades. Kim tells him there's no need for thanks. It's only right that Un Young be the one to destroy the cores. Un Young nods gratefully and faces the enemies again. He says nothing he does can truly honor the millions who died, but he can at least give them his strongest attack. As he gets ready, a fierce orange aura rises from his body. Then lifting his weapon, he unleashes the strike and roars for the filthy insects to disappear. The skilled descending footprint is fired from a distance to hit both gate cores at once. The force of it is incredible. When it lands, one guardian is completely crushed and destroyed. A huge cloud of dust bursts up from the impact. Un Yang turns away while the blast still rumbles behind him. Watching that power, Kim admits Un Yang wasn't exaggerating at all. This really is a terrifyingly strong move. Then one portal starts to close, but everyone immediately wonders why only one of them is shutting down. As the dust clears, they realize some unknown creature's hand blocked the attack and protected one of the cores. Everyone looks over to see what it is, but it still hasn't fully come out of the portal, leaving Kim to wonder what kind of monster is coming. Little by little, the creature steps out. It has far too many eyes, and its body looks like a horribly mutated fly. The sight stuns Un Yang. His strongest attack didn't leave even a scratch. Then the creature speaks. It says the Chamber of Commerce will probably punish it, but things are already bad either way. It also says it smells something delicious. Seol asks if that mutant can even be called an insect anymore. Kim says the thing is disgusting and wonders if it's rank 7 too. Trying to catch it off guard, he opens his subspace and orders PX to fire lax spears at the fly. The spears hit its eyes and do absolutely nothing, not even a tiny scratch. Kim is shocked since those same spears hurt the grasshopper. That only makes him more suspicious. Lancelot confirms the creature is at least ranked 6, maybe even higher. The fly asks what was thrown at it and where those spears even came from. Sol asks Kim what they should do next, but he's too focused on finding any possible answer against something this strong. He thinks back on the times he beat enemies stronger than himself, trying to figure out what let him survive. There has to be some trick, but then he realizes the truth. Up to now, all he's really done is keep attacking, and that's still all he can do. He tells everyone to stay back and says he'll keep striking from a distance until he finds a weakness. Once again, he opens the portal and launches more of Locus's electric spears. They hit the fly and get brushed aside with ease, doing no damage at all. The creature mocks the attack, joking that the pain was just unbearable. It wonders if it should kill everyone and leave no survivors, but says it's too lazy to bother. Now hovering right in front of Kim, the monster presses in while he desperately tries to think of anything that might work or whether attacking even matters anymore. Kim says their only tiny advantage is that the fly sees them as so unimportant and hasn't even really noticed the humans. Lancelot calls out that Kim doesn't need to beat the monster itself. They just have to break the gate core, and it should disappear with the portal. Kim says he knows, but he still can't help trying to bring it down. Lancelot says he'll distract it, and once there's an opening, everyone already knows what to do. Kim agrees, but can't see how Lancelot plans to pull that off when even the lake spears mean nothing to this thing. Then he decides the only answer is to use something the insect would want. An idea suddenly hits him. He reaches into the subspace and pulls out a giant electric repellent. The system says it has an electric attribute and includes penetration, shock, and provocation effects. Before Kim can fully react, within seconds, the creature rushes straight toward him, clearly dragged in by the repellent. Now that it's so close, its hundreds of eyes are impossible to ignore, making the monster even more horrifying. The fly asks what the object is, calling it fascinating and beautiful. Kim starts shaking, thinking the creature is talking about him instead of the giant repellent it's holding. While he's frozen in fear, Lancelot shouts to Mordred to move fast and hit the hand still protecting the gate core while the fly is distracted. Using stealth, Mordred closes in on the huge arm guarding the core. He reaches it and jumps toward the core. Still hidden, he drives in with his dagger, aiming right for the core the creature was shielding. The strike lands perfectly, splitting the gate core in two. At that exact moment, the system announces that ownership of the dimensional account has been transferred, though it gives no info about the previous owner. The account contains 48,881 mana stones, bringing Kim's total to 74,616. The system also reports that Beelzebub's dimension has lost all commercial rights. The Beijing region has been returned to Earth. At that moment, with the flies still staring at the repellent in a trance, it suddenly gets dragged backward into the portal and sent back to its own dimension. After that, the dark feeling hanging over the area starts to fade, and daylight comes back. One of the Chinese men sees things returning to normal and asks if it's really over. The sun shines over land that only moments ago had been covered in toxic gas. The men erupt in cheers. They finally cleared the Chinese gate. In relief, Kim drops to the ground and sits down. Lancelot walks over and asks if he's okay. Kim says he is, even though his legs gave out and he nearly died to a giant fly. When that creature got close, he couldn't do anything. The fear hit so hard he couldn't even think about entering the subspace. So this time, he really feels like he came back from the dead. What shocks him most is that even a monster like that fears the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, the same group behind this war. If they ever want their old lives back, they'll have to face the very organization that terrifies monsters. Seeing how drained Kim is, Lancelot asks Mordred to stay alert. Kim can only think about one thing now. He needs more allies and he has to grow stronger. Later, he talks with Eun-Yang, who asks why Kim wanted to borrow the martial arts manuals. Eun-Yang still can't believe it because when Kim said he could copy them, he never imagined it would happen instantly. With Pax's help, Kim combines all the manuals into one massive book, and Eun-Yang says he still hasn't properly thanked him. Eun-Yang says it's too bad Kim has to leave already, but Kim tells him not to worry. He says he's setting up a portal here, so he'll come back often. If they ever need help, they just have to call. Eun-Yang asks where he's going next, and Kim says Japan. Then the story shifts to what waits for Kim and his group in Japan. Sometime later, Kim is back in Korea, talking with the colonel, who congratulates him for shutting down the Beijing gate. Worried, the colonel asks if Kim got hurt. Kim says he's fine, but then points out that the colonel looks worse than he does. Kim notices a woman sitting beside him and asks who she is. She eagerly introduces herself as Park Seo-yeon, Busan's representative. She says she's glad to finally meet Kim, and adds that the commander has told her a lot about him. Their representative tags make their positions clear. Right then, the system announces a war declaration between Fukuoka and Busan. This war will last 7 days, and victory comes from killing the other side's representative. Everyone is stunned. No one expected Fukuoka to declare war on Busan. The colonel asks if Kim remembers being told that Japan's situation was getting bad. Kim says he does, though China had to come first. The colonel explains that Japan's old government fell that same day, and an ultranationalist group called the Society for the Awakening of Restoration took over. They worship beings from other dimensions and praise awakened power. Kim says it sounds like the first core traders who became goblins. The colonel sets down a photo and says it's one of their enemies. Kim picks it up and freezes. It looks like a fish. He asks if they aren't human. The colonel says most of the society are fish-human hybrids. That was the main difference from the goblins. In Japan, no one stopped them, so they kept growing until they seized the whole country. Things got even worse yesterday when Hideki, a so-called assault captain, suddenly appeared in Busan. People working near the coast saw the monster arrive and had no idea what it was. Then the shark-like creature rushed them and started biting people without hesitation. Sion explains that Hideki showed up and immediately began slaughtering civilians at random. Now it seems the group wants more than Japan. They plan to invade other countries too. Right after the massacre, they sent the war declaration Kim just saw. He feels overwhelmed, trying to grasp how things turned into this mess so fast. Seo-yeon says no one really knows what the enemy is except that they're fishermen. No one knows how many there are or how strong they are. What they do know is that in 6 days the fish will reach Busan. The colonel adds that they tried calling military units to gather awakened fighters, but barely anyone came. Kim jokes that now he gets why the colonel looks terrible. Then he realizes these people also joined hands with another dimension. At first, they seem like the first core goblins. But back then, the strongest enemies were only rank 8. Now almost all of them seem to be at least rank 7, maybe even higher. On top of that, they have no real intel, no clue which beings these enemies allied with, and Mordred alone can't handle all the scouting anymore. With so many unknowns, the smartest move is to prepare for the worst. The colonel knows Kim just got back from China and must be worn out, but he still asks if Kim can help with this threat too. Kim agrees right away, catching the colonel off guard. He says firmly that he'll do everything he can to stop them. First, he asks how many awakened fighters they currently have. Then he opens his subspace and drops a huge pile of papers in front of them. The colonel stares at the stack in shock and asks what all of it is. Kim explains that it's a full collection of martial arts manuals he got from China. If awakened fighters study them, these teachings could make them much stronger. Still shocked, the colonel asks if Kim really plans to hand out something this valuable. Kim says yes, not just to the awakened troops. He'll also give them to anyone willing to help in the battles ahead. What matters now is helping and working together, no matter who they are. Then Kim brings up someone specific. He says it's been a while since they last met and wonders how that person is doing. He's talking about Mr. Song, the big man who was once under mind control. A little embarrassed, Song says he's doing fine, especially since his gift is being extremely tough. Kim turns serious and says he has a hard favor to ask. He wants Song's help with something important that will happen in Busan in 6 days. The scene shifts to the international airport where James meets Kim. He tells Kim not to worry, this job should be easy for someone like him, and says he's been waiting for him. Kim asks why. James says he once claimed he'd only help if it meant going to the United States. But after seeing what Kim can do, he realized he had judged him wrong. Then James admits he never really understood Kim's power and asks how many machines are linked to it now. Later, Kim walks along thinking. He looks back on the misunderstanding with James being settled, then starts measuring their current strength. Right now, they have 200 awakened troops, 20 awakened fighters, and James. Kim wonders if the Maroon people are still busy dealing with Beijing and thinks he should contact them soon. He figures he may need more help to carry out his plan. His mind turns to the Camelot base he built for the knights. Since it's been a while since he used a strengthening stone, he checks the system and finds a large stock of enhancement stones piled up. He can't even remember the last time he used them, so Kim decides now is the right time to spend them and boost his forces. He uses the stones at once and starts summoning the rest of Camelot's knights. The system announces that all 12 knights are being summoned, then they begin appearing one after another.